Hello, hello, hello everyone. Welcome one, welcome all, welcome back to our Saturday night live stream. Hope you all have had a great weekend so far, as I know I have. Looking forward to making it just a little bit better. Thank you all for stopping by so early as we're just getting started here. I'm glad you guys have been enjoying the Dune streams recently. It's quite nice to see so many of y'all showing up there so consistently. Today we're going to be jumping back into the deep desert. I've been enjoying it. We had some wonderful bits of PvP last time. It's a great time all around. We'll be working on some base management and some refining for the PvP experience, as well as general farming. So we'll see how that goes. Hello there, Mattis. Hello there, Fahrenheit. Matt, does anyone say this stream won't be a Dune Awakening? I lied. Toward the end of the stream, and after stream I did a little bit more science, and came to the conclusion that there was a whole heap load of deep mechanics that I had not yet scienced. And so we did some major science, and rehooked all the interest I had into Dune Awakening, and spent even earlier today doing some science. So we're going to be taking advantage of that and developing more progression here. But yes, Wednesday I'm planning to do StarCraft, and then next week I really do have to do forts. It's been too long. So it will be non-Dune coming up this week. As much as I want to continue to Dune. Might be able to fit in some off-schedule Dune, but yes, more Dune? Yes, dude, game is good. Game's a problem. It's good. Alright, let's pop on over the game cam. Get this party started. I have had, I must say, the Deltarune OST living rent-free in my brain for the past week plus. Really ever since the latest chapter of Undertale released. I'm okay with this. You know, one thing I have to say, because like whenever I show people Deltarune / Undertale tunes, they always give they usually give a middling or good reaction to it. It's like, oh yeah, this soundtrack is pretty alright, but they're not like 10/10 soundtracks. And it really made me realize that a huge chunk of what makes the Deltarune Undertale experience amazing, from the soundtrack perspective, is because of the emotions you have with it. You know, you have the experience of all those beautiful memories coming back to haunt you every time you hear the soundtrack. Which is something that you don't get which is something that if you haven't played the games or, you know, been enveloped in the fan base, you don't really understand that. You don't get that fight. You don't get that feeling. When forts... I was just mentioning that. I do have to get back to doing forts war, so it's gonna have to be as much as I want to Dune, it's gonna have to be this coming week to do more forts. Wednesday will be StarCraft, but next Saturday will have to be forts, even if I want to Dune. That's just how it's gotta be. Good game is good. Good game is very good. Also, shout out to Fahrenheit, wrapping up and fully operating the highway, the shield wall highway. Look at it. It's so pretty. It goes all the way up on top of the shield wall, so now we don't have to go around the world to get access up there, which is nice. I'm going to hold off on... Is someone over there? Yeah, you've got a visitor, Fahrenheit. Neat. I'm going to hold off on visiting the bar, because I know you're setting up a lounge area over there. But I'm pretty certain you're not finished with it, so I'll come back to that later. Hello. I will show it off when you have it more completed. Neighbors are active today. Alright, do we want to head directly to the deep desert? Do we want to do anything else first? I think I do just want to head directly to the deep desert and go from there. No. I have a goal. Zoomies, very zoomies, yes. It's been several weeks since the last community game. I know. The last big Forts community game matches. I know we've done the Forts tournaments more recently, but the big lobbies has been a minute. We're gonna tradies like we need to get everyone involved at the tradies, like all the way in. Once we got everyone properly locked in, we can pledge the guild to Atreides, and then the guild itself will be Atreides. And it will force everyone to be Atreides or get kicked out, but it'll give us access to the land thread. Yeah, I gotta press the align button. Crafting costs are reduced by 25%. Fascinating. I gotta get the Landrad bingo. Alright. Put a couple of public chests in the bar so people can donate stuff. Yes. It's only ever going to be taking. It's not that kind of server. But I am curious to see if something like that happens. Alright, so I need to do a couple things. I need to use the plascrete because it's got to be the higher tier stuff or else things are going to fall apart, which means you need plascrete. I'm pretty certain, Fahrenheit, you have all the plascrete, which does not surprise me because you're the only one who has made plascrete, because it's an otherwise completely non-functional item, which probably means I need to make plascrete. Plastone, sorry. Speaking of which, what does it take to make plastone? Is plastone not made here? Question mark? Guess not. Where plastone? Plastone is created. Oh, right, you were making aluminum, weren't you? Yes. Alright, plastone is basalt, silicone, and water. Alright, so basalt. Basalt, we got a lot of around. Some of the chests? I will be playing around with this. Do I want to go hex base? Honeycomb style, or am I just keeping it cuboid? Tough decisions, actually. Very tough decisions. I think I'm gonna keep it cuboid. For the sake of sanity, simplicity. Alright, so first off, I need a little bit of scrap. Why do the graphics look slightly better than Perfect Dark and N64? You and I have two very different opinions. I understand that this stream can be a little bit crunchy due to bitrate things, but two very different opinions. You may want to turn up the resolution on your video player. There's no way they don't get sanded. Yeah, I'm gonna get wormed out here. Where build? Hello there, fish. Welcome in. How are you doing today? I need a flat ground upon which I can practice, because otherwise it's going to be a problem. Oh wait, is this not warm out here? Okay, warm out here. Okay, I can work with this then. Yeah, alright. I can work with this. Resolution good. The art style is perfect dark. Interesting. So view consoles limit. 3. Where did I build? I've got one here. Oh, it even counts the small ones as... okay. Well, that's going to be difficult to work with, but it is what it is. Atreides fish. Atreides carpet. All the decor items. Fancier ones. Love to see it. Alright, what I'm looking for is to trade these things here. These have, for example, this standard wall has 8,000 HP and costs 12 plastone, compared to 5,600 HP at 10 granite, or 4,000 HP at 8 granite, so kind of necessary. Building privileges for the main base, so you can set up circuits and chests. Do you not have? Yeah, I can set that up for you. Give me... Am I gonna get wormed if I put this here? No, I'm good. Alright, let me... do this. Alright, then. I will go do that now. There you go. You can adjust chests as needed. Can you not do that already as is? Because you're already level 3, you should be able to... Oh well, it's fine. The whispers of the warp. Alright. Hey. How's your life? It's going pretty well. I'm enjoying a nice relaxing time. Playing a lot of Dune recently, because good game is good. So a couple things we need here, aside from... Do you want to have one side up, or... I kind of do want to build out of triangles. I'm going to do it out of triangles. I know I said I wasn't going to do it out of triangles, but I'm going to do it out of triangles. Am I going to do that? If I do it out of triangles, then I have to have a... Oh, that's going to be rough, isn't it? For the helipad. I don't want to have stability issues if I use pillars, which is going to happen. It really is just do it, isn't it? Just bite the bullet. Make cube.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Alright, fine. I'll undo this. Hello there, Shade. Welcome in. Setting up a meeting with... Ooh, that sounds fancy. My life has been pretty alright. Spending a little time with the cat, backyard cat. Dawn and family are still being Dawn and family. My dad fixed his washing machine himself, which he's quite proud of, and my mother greatly appreciates. They've been bragging about it. My dad just liked being able to get hands on. He's like, oh my god, I can fix this, I can learn how to fix this thing, and then he did. It was cool. He's still going around doing band things, which is nice.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
I'd run that fast. You know, Dune. Dune is a world in which magic exists, and I'm playing a character which has limited access to magic. And I'm using what is effectively just force speed. Magic imbued legs to go run fast. It's very stormy outside. Oh, hello. Look who's here. Welcome. Yes. The weather, it comes. How you doing tonight, Raider? I'm going to be spending a little bit trying to design a PvP-friendly pop-up base. Something I could throw down the outside, just go for it. It's probably going to be expensive plastone-wise, but it is what it is. That was food? Food was made out of brisket. Food was made out of BBQ brisket. Very flavor. Yeah, the movement in this game feels really good. That's one thing I appreciate. It's gotta be advanced sub-thief tier. Alright, so let's throw this down. Can you outrun a worm with that movement skill? Not directly, the worm is still faster. However, generally speaking, as you may notice, there are rocks around, and if you can make it to the rocks before the worm catches you, then you quote-unquote outrun the worm. While the worm is still faster than you, it is possible to make it to the rocks even after the worm starts chasing you. And going fast does in fact help with the outrunning the worm experience. So yeah, it does help you to outrun the worm, but if you're too far away, you're still going to get chomped, because you are not faster than the worm. Does that make sense? You can outrun the worm by crawling on the floor if you make it to the, if the worm starts chasing you 1 meter away from the rocks, from the safe zone. But If you're too far away onto sand, good luck. You gotta go? Alright, have a good one there, fish. Good luck out there. This need not be that. This need be... this. This is making me want to honeycomb something. This is making me want to honeycomb something fierce. Am I gonna honeycomb this? Is this what we're doing with life? What's the structure difference in the honeycomb? Oh my god, it's the same. Only have to do it once. Let me get used to doing it. I know I keep going back and forth, but I want to get used to doing it. If I just try this. I can hear it growling. This is too close to the edge. Let me just go center here. Like so. It's probably still too close to the edge. Because I won't be able to double incline. Yeah. I can't start near the center, because that's how things become a problem. But I only need... I guess I could start near the center. I just need to... It only needs to be one-sided. But also the worm starts here, which... this isn't gonna work. I can slide it over once I have it placed. So I need to have a wall here and an incline here, and that should be what I need to start with. Triangles definitely superior to shape. I tend to agree. I can have a pop-up SAM site as well to work with it, but this is what I've got to work with for now. It'll have to be an even set. Alright, I can work with this. Make some changes afterward. Alright. I'll do this on the other side. Okay, I think we'll go with this. I see. I can work with this. Alright. So let me deconstruct this. And Now I can bring this guy out. Rotate this way. The stream must flow. Yes. This is going to be extremely difficult to align. That looks about as aligned as it's gonna get. Yeah, okay, so now I just go this way until it fits. Like so. That consumed it. I am very unhappy about that. I did not realize it consumed this thing. Okay. And then I still have to individually place everything. That's horrible. Okay. The fact that it consumes it makes me very unhappy. Alright, well, not much to do but carry on. All I can do is work with what I have. Even if what I have sucks. One, 2, 3, and 4. This is gonna need a ridiculous amount of plastone. Like, a distressing amount of plastone. Do I want to make it this big is the question. Maybe I do, at least to start, not this big. So we do 1, 2, 3, alright. Seems that you've managed to lay the foundation to start Arrakis Space Agency? Yes. You know, I was mentioning earlier, probably my favorite faction on Arrakis would be the Tuek faction, the smugglers. And I love and hate how they're represented in game here. They're pretty true to how you would expect them to function and behave in all the ways. But then the main Tuek contact, the main smuggler's contact, gives such, and I hate the I hate the words that I'm going to use to describe this, but it is the most culturally appropriate, the most accurate description I can think of at this time. Such overwhelmingly dense Dommy Mommy vibes that I just can't. It's so cringeworthy. Everything is on fire. Ugh.
Sorry, but I have to go now. Would like to watch a game about spice, but I don't have that time.
Travis coming in with the everything is on fire. Perfectly timed, I might say. But yeah, my favorite faction is in this game is represented as so horrifically cringeworthy that I struggle to want to interact with it, but also it's my favorite faction. Did you hear step on? Yes, you did. And to be clear, she calls it out herself, including saying, "Oh yeah," including directly saying that was just an entendre. Like, shameless. Was that an entendre? Yes. How did you know? It's like, you told me. So, yes. It is present. My favorite faction is present, even if they are trying. Unfortunate. It's an experience. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to downsize this. Couple hours of usage time here. Alright, so if I'm making this, making the honeycomb 4 wide, means this goes here, like so. It needs to do this. There we go. 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, and 4, and then across. And this will be the floor level. That looks like it's coming this way. Did I get too close to the edge? Yes. Yes, I did. It's bad. It's bad. I'm alive. Alright, so, cannot build this here. This is not a location I can be. I'm going to need another base copier to shift all of this over into non-worm aggro territory. Get me out of the 3D printer. I am not the one to be 3D printed. I hate that these are one-time use. They let you off with a warning. It was close. It was real close. It's a problem. Alright, so I think the place that I am building this is fine for the purposes of experimentation. I just need to slide it over a little bit. Thank you. Copy building. Yeah, alright. Just over a little bit, you know? Which means I have to deconstruct everything, which isn't so bad. The placing is the rough bit. And to slide it over means sliding over the whole thing. And a clan, yes, we're in the incursion. You can join if you see fit. If you so please, we will take you. We will happily have you. Alright, I need to move this thing. Alright. So this needs to be slid this way somewhat. That'll do. Okay. Yeah. I'm excited. For those in chat, especially those who've been in the community for a while, like you guys are welcome to join if you desire. We are on a public server. You can simply press the join button. Alright. Now, this needs a little bit of elevation. This button. And we need to slide this like all the way in here. I think this will work. Before I consume, okay. No worm? No worm sign. Alright. I think we're good. I didn't save his position. Oh well. Not aligned, needs to rotate this way. There we go. I think that'll do it. Yes, I can work with this. And this... YouTube's trying their hand at getting rid of ad blockers again. Classic. Alright, and... there we go. Love the hexagon plan? Yeah, I like the hexagon plan. Alright, now it is time to place the things. I have to mouse over and click every single one of them. Something else going on here? Yeah, something got scuffed. It's fine. I think something else got scuffed, but I'm not seeing it, so deal with it. I'm gonna start for it. I don't want to go that complicated with it, but I am tempted. I am very tempted. As much as I'm a big fan of appearances and such, this is designed to be strictly functional, because this is a temporary base that is intended to be as resilient as possible with the restraints being a heavy focus on efficiency over pretty much anything else. So Starfort, I think, is both too expensive and insufficiently functional to fit the need, but I'm liking what I'm getting at here? My concern for this is that this might be a little small, but we'll see. Now, I'm looking at this thing here, and yet it placed and constricted something over here, which is, you know, the world in which I live. One entryway. This is gonna take so much plastone. This is a problem, is what this is. I've gone through like 1,000 plastone with just that. We only have maybe like 2,000 total. Not even. Basalt is a thing. Nebula's looking pretty good. I've heard good things. So... go around here. Here's the thing, in order for the honeycomb to really work, we do actually have to have these cross bracings involved. Which is silly expensive. But might be worth it. Making me wonder if... because in the deep desert there's a lot of basalt. Holy smokes. Maybe we don't build out of Atreides components. Because this is way too expensive. How can you raid without drip? I mean, we can raid and have drip. This is not Raiding. This is defense, strictly defense. Okay. I think basalt is something good. Basalt is something great. In the interest of getting something done at all in the foreseeable future, we need to use not basalt. Because we are many hours away from having the necessary components for this. So it's back to granite for us. And speaking of which, outer layers are toughest. I mean, yeah, but it's still a lot to ask for. Maybe we just deal with it as is. Hello there, Android. Welcome in. Alright, so let me shove this into here. There is no on-the-spot replace, so we have to live with it. These ramps, since we're rationing, we live with what we have, and the ramps do not need to be... Hold on 1 second. Okay, it's the same as Tier 2. Alright, so Tier 2 walls, Tier 2 ramps. Maybe we just live with the outer layer foundations and the walls here, like bottom level walls, being basalt. Two layers of walls will probably stop people. From what I've seen, no, but it's a good start. It may at least cause some people to think twice, you know? Like, serious firepower, as you've described, can be something as simple as a literal shotgun. So bringing, 2 shotguns, or 2 people with shotguns can be enough to break through things. Like, you do genuinely have time to raid, and if you get the raid quickly, then it's just it, it's over. For reference, I can actually check out here. Here, we see the timings of this. This is 6 minutes. They have 6 minutes to... They have 6 minutes after the storm hits to shut down the base in some fashion via dealing sufficient damage to the generators such that the energy shield cannot come back online, or by finding the sub-fief controller. So, yeah, you gotta... There is no overkill when it comes to this. When it comes to building defenses here. Hello there, Fabio. Welcome in. Thus, I'm looking really hard at this tasty, delicious honeycomb. A pop-up fort to mean it's a base rating, not a base intercept rating. No, it is a base intercept rating, not a rating base, not a base to raid. You do not need bases to raid targets, although it's not a bad idea to have such a thing. It's just entirely unnecessary. Also, look at the coloration difference between these. I think I would, in the main base, I definitely prefer the basalt flavor of color as opposed to the white flavor of color for the tiling. You actually get 2 days off and 2 half days. Ooh, fancy. You have plans to spend your newfound free time? Probably visit family, understandable. That sounds like a worthy time investment. Oh, there's so much clicking. Alright, I think this is certainly big enough. I may even consider bringing it... Honestly? Is this too big? This might be too big. I could do 3... Let's make it smaller. So delete, 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 all the way around. Yeah, we'll start here. Not there. Here, 1, 2, 3. There we go. But yeah, unlike Rust, there's not a lot of benefit to building. You don't really siege bases so much as blitzkrieg them in this game. And resources are not everywhere. You fight over puddles of resources. So you don't siege bases, you set up long-term bases that act as forward operating bases around the puddles, or more permanent installations around puddles. And then rather than sieging the environment, or sieging your foes, instead you do one-off raids. One-off quick, like a Spec Ops style raids into their facilities and pillage during a moment of weakness. Somehow I still find a way to play forts, but in a different game. Yes. Alright, walls. Let's unfavorite this, unfavorite this, unfavorite this. Undo this. I'll go in triangular. You try to fob the resources, but the fobs are so temporary that it's barely even worth the fob. It needs to be defensible, because when you go out to collect resources, you're collecting resources from the same close vicinity that everyone else is collecting resources. So if you get into combat, which is almost guaranteed, well, not almost guaranteed, but very high probability of combat, you need to have a defensive position, bastion, already constructed. And that bastion needs to be able to defend against an active defense against a blitzkrieg-style invasion. Just getting washed over and raided quickly. Okay. Info? Yeah. So, what I'm building now is the blueprint for what is going to be a pop-up base that I can throw down out near a puddle of resources, which will be used for defending the puddle of resources while we go out harvesting, and when we inevitably get attacked while out harvesting the resources, this will be the fallback location. So there's a few things I'm looking to set up here. The pop-up SAM sites among them, as we developed the pop-up SAM site tech last stream, if you remember. It's been refined a little bit. So we'll be running that prototype out on the field. Also needs reasonable defenses against invasion. So it will take people more than 30 seconds to break through this kind of deal, while also providing sufficient usability that we can quickly get inside from the outside, and where it will provide repairs, fuel, water, basic survival needs. And it can maintain itself for the duration of our excursion into the resource pools. Doing layering? Yes, layering. And this inner side will be standard wall in with the honeycomb. Plastone is stronger? Yes, plastone is stronger. I'm using tier 2 walls right now. And I could go tier 1, but I'd rather not. I think none of this will be tier 1. Because tier 1 and tier 2 use the same resources. Just more of them for tier 2. Not worried about worm attack? Where we are? No. We are not in worm aggro zone. The worm, as horrible as it is of a creature, has its limitations. Right. So regardless of how they break through things, They're going to have to get through 1, 2, at least 3 layers of wall before getting into this lower area, at least from the lower area. And this is likely where we place the generators in here. As bonus of being pretty, yeah, the plastone stuff is by far the most aesthetically pleasing, which I like. Worm got his restrictions. It does. It cannot fly, although it does jump, which is horrifying. Okay, so we're gonna slap down some generators down here. That's not what I wanted. I don't need this. There you go, generator down here. One of the other things we can do is we can actually put storage, like little storage boxes in here, in the honeycomb, and no one will ever know. Good luck finding that. Alright, now this is where things get difficult, because while I can place things, while I can cover this and we can have a ramp up and ramp down into the proper working layer, I need to be able to interact with this down here. So the question is, how do we get this here? The answer is painfully. Because I haven't figured out how to actually do this. Because if I were to do a hatch, which is here, this no longer fits with anything else. It is now off grid. And it cannot be triangled. Oh, don't tell me I can clip things like this. That would be horrible. The devs wouldn't let me do this, right? No, they do not. That's annoying. Okay, no, they don't. Alright. Good. Some crazy lore? Yes. The lore is, in fact, crazy. Alright. So my experience with dealing with this is it has to be on the outside. Hello, there's Uptus. Welcome in. Some Trady's guy did worm symbiosis and became, I quote, more worm than man? Yes. Okay, so in order to make this work, access down here, I have to have an access layer on the outside, which I'm going to make the claim will be here for the... Oh, no. I can't put it here because it's at the edge of the wall and I need more room, but I think I can put it here. Worm isn't angry over here, is it? No, we're good. Okay. Hey, RJ, welcome in. I'm making pop-up base. We need, like, many thousands more plastone, by the way. Just saying. Alright, so, in order to make this work, I need to have a couple things. One, inclines going down this way. Go on. Down. Thank you. This is good. I also need an entryway on this layer. Nope, we're undoing the honeycomb here. So the entryway will be the vulnerable point. The mega vulnerable point. The, oh my god, why am I allowing this to happen levels of vulnerable point. But it is what it is. hatch. Rooftop 2. I'm looking for walls. Door. Did I put that in right? Let's find out. Did not. Having one vulnerable point makes it easy to protect where the enemies might strike. That is not how that works. Hi. Are you in comms? I can... Alright. So, I'm going with the Honeycomb style because that matters. Just because I like making my life difficult as opposed to going with the efficient route and hoping. Let's see. 8,000, 5,000. If I go to Chome, wall. Okay, the walls, it's still technically better to use the granite walls than it is the basalt doors. And 4 doors should be obnoxiously difficult to get through for someone trying to dig in. Certainly be more than going in through any other wall. And it looks so pretty. It does look pretty. I like this. And because of the nature of this, if I put this on the outside like so, then it works this way. Alternatively, I have an adapter to go square, which I think might be the better option. Yeah. Let me adapter this instead of dooring this, because it'll make it more versatile and where I can place this thing as well. So if I adapterize from here...
What is an adapter here? What are we adaptering?
What was triangular is now square.
Shall become square.
Yes.
Yes.
And in fact, I can carry this on here to make it nice and flush, or at least as flush as it's going to get.
Is this spot safe from worms?
Safe is a strong word.
I asked because yesterday I almost got bit just by putting something in the sand, but this looks to be all hard dirt, so...
Safe is a strong word, but I haven't died yet, so that's relevant.
Yes.
It was close, though. It was a real close one. I must say that. It got real exciting. Alright.
So is the plan to do a sort of hexagonal base because that's smaller than a square base and has better wall protection, and then on the second floor we do a square for the ornithopters to land, or?
Yes. Work in progress for all relevant components.
I'm assuming this is just going to be copy-pasted out into the desert lands.
Yes. Yes, it will be. Come on. Let me have it. Why is it going up and not down? Go down, you insufferable... Is that it? It is! Beautiful. Alright.
It occurs to me that you could also pillarize
Yes.
in between these walls, because it would be in the
yes.
center of the triangle for more support.
The problem with that is doing so creates a very difficult task of adapterizing it, as it were. Which is why I'm creating the adapter off of the wall as opposed to a standalone pillar. But yes. The question is, do we want the shield on the outside or the shield on the... Is it going to be 2 layers? Do we want the shield to be the outside layer or the inside layer?
For the roof? Or...
For the roof, it's going to have to be the outside layer. For the buggy, do we want it to be the inside layer or outside layer?
The one thing I would think we need to keep in mind is that when storms hit, shields go down, so we need to have the shield. Preferably not.
What I would do is I would have a bubble as an outside window with enough space for the buggy to pull in and nothing in that room, and then a door that the buggy can go through to get to the rest of the base.
Okay,
so
outside shield.
An airlock that you can drive into in an emergency that will then stop missiles and things. But then it requires additional effort to get to anything that actually matters.
Okay.
I think that makes sense.
It does make sense.
And these extra walls are basically just to make the opponent dig through at least 3 layers to get inside in the amount of time that the shields go down from event.
Correct. I can add more honeycomb here. More honeycomb.
Terrifying.
Man likes his hexagons.
I do. It's a problem.
Also, under special, and Atreides has some really cool ramps on there too.
Yes. Yes, they do.
I also love the tall doors. Those are really cool.
Do they have the doors with the force fields available?
They do. There's only one of them, but they do exist.
Because those are probably the best practice doors for deep desert environment.
They don't have a solid door. Like, they don't have a solid component to the door.
Like the Prudence doorbell?
The Chome series do. It has a solid door and a force field. So
There-
when the doors open, it also has a force field. Or it should.
I've not seen that.
That I don't know if they have.
Let me look at walls. Do they not have...
Any advice on getting an ornithopter quicker as a solo player?
I hate to be that guy, but
Sector
Go
weather
ahead.
alert.
No, go ahead. Go for it.
I hate to be that guy, but join the guild, Kappa.
Not useful. No, just it's weather's coming. Get a buggy? Yes. Buggy is the most important thing, and then from there on, it's aluminum, which is basically just aluminum and water. All the aluminum nodes are in a predictable spot. It's up here in the eastern shield wall.
If you
So-
join into Siege Barkin, there's literally a ramp all the way up to them. So
Yes. We have taken the courtesy of developing a highway to get up onto the aluminum platform without having to go through the ravines. But the path is get a buggy, be next to the aluminum, like build next to the aluminum. If you want to just build like right over here, like your base over here. A lot of people did this, by the way. They built like right here and then just in the eastern shield wall and just do nothing but harvest aluminum all day with their buggy.
and the nice thing is you can have up to 3 bases, so you can literally just have one
Yes.
as your aluminum base.
Yes. Getting the buggy involves iron and steel, which is iron and carbon, both of which can be obtained near any of the iron mining places, like what is this called? You're like the ironworks here. There's an ironworks here, ironworks here. Go to any of those to harvest as much iron as possible. Just the fastest you can get the buggy will be the fastest you can progress. And the buggy will be everything for you. So,
I am disappointed in the prudence door. I thought this was a door with a force field, not a force field door.
yes.
Gross.
Like time plot progression, very clear steps. Yeah. It is just a matter of getting as much aluminum as possible, which is best done with the buggy. So, building a base somewhere near the aluminum is the way to go. And just get a buggy. Harvest aluminum.
From my perspective, aluminum is very fast to get. It's the refining process that's going to take a solo player a while because they have to keep feeding large amounts of water to refine the ingots.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's also going to take you like an hour to get 120 ingots, and as far as I know, it's 60 per piece that you need for the ornithopter, and the ornithopter has 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9 pieces.
Mm-hmm.
So you're looking at 560 minimum
Waters.
aluminum ingots required.
Yeah. Yeah, the water,
Which
in my
is
experience, has
empty.
been the bottleneck as opposed to the aluminum itself. Because once you get the buggy, like the aluminum itself is hard to get, but once you get the buggy, it goes quicker. And the water then becomes the bottleneck. At which point, the Fremen distills have been a godsend. Because they are
Even
also formable via buggy. Speaking of which, we need more Eustace.
I also just bought a Cutter Ray Mark V, the quick Cutter Ray Mark V from the Artrates vendor.
I don't know how to feel about that one. What is the titanium on that? What titanium input on that one?
I've got to research it. Give me a sec. Just
Yeah.
got back to base.
In my experience, those that give you an up-tiered option are kind of pitiful. So I haven't tested it yet for that reason.
Yep. I just bought it because I had some spare Solari running around, so
Yeah, that's fair.
do it
Now
today.
you have spare Solari.
Me. So copper, granite, salvage metal is 393, iron is 318, carbon is 304, basalt and aluminum is 168, and jasmium is 253.
Mm-hmm. What is the titanium?
It does not have access to titanium. It is a Mark V, not a Mark 6.
It's a unique Mark V, right?
Correct.
Its whole gimmick is that it can mine titanium.
No, I think there's
It's-
some confusion. He's talking about a hand miner, not the.
No, I'm talking the focused buggy Cutter Ray Mark V. It does not get access to titanium.
It specifically says.
It specifically says it gets titanium yield. Like, that's the whole point of it.
It does not show it on the tooltip.
That's...
Gross.
Yes, that's the word I'm thinking of. Actually, I can move this over here, I think.
Yes, it says increased jasmium yield.
Increased jasmine yield. The tooltip said increased like titanium and stravitt, like that's whole. Okay, something is not right. I need more granite.
Us needs more rocks.
Yeah. 'Cause I can't think of a reason why I would want better jasmine yields. Not really.
I mean, every little bit helps for the purposes of getting
The
duraluminum.
thing costs
but
160,000 solar.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna get some rocks.
I'm already getting the rocks. You can't have them.
Yes, rocks.
Good old Snidely Whiplash coming to ruin your day.
Raiders. This woman has straight up replaced every single block in her house with basalts. That's ridiculous. Hmm.
I can't go inside the honeycomb to deposit the rocks that I took from
Oh.
the floor.
Yeah, I may not have.
I shall leave them here
Yes.
out of disgust and disdain.
Okay.
May Shai Halud's passing grant them value.
This is like right after you. I mean, it's just different. Like the main plot of Dude, I haven't read the books. Only checked out the Spark Notes version. Rude. But yeah, the main plot does change throughout. Like as you get past the big action sequences, it turns into Atreides basically taking over via conflict to how do they manage the Imperium after everything is under their control. Which of course changes the pacing and tone and appeal of the series in general. And it also gets really weird. Actually, I think the phrase I'm going to use is unrelatable. It's turning into a proper suburb over here. Like I'm having to dodge houses more than anything else. Oh dear, weird. It does get pretty weird. Like the things that are happening in the book are just completely that there is no comparison to activities which happen in anything real life. I'm talking Lannisters here, people who don't talk or act like people. Because a worm loses humanity? Yes. Yes. So the entire thing about Dune and the reason why things happen in the books as they do, even as far as more popular and relatable stuff, is because Dune does actually have a magic system in it. Like it is a sci-fantasy world, a sci-fantasy universe that leans much more heavily on the science fiction element than the fantasy element. Whereas Dune, at some point, moves away from the strictly science element of it and starts to lean heavier on the fantasy element of it. The reason for that is because that's what the characters would do. They live in a universe where there is actual magic, where there is actual, like, arcane manipulations kind of stuff. And as you get into the higher echelons of power, and you have to take that element into consideration. Like, alright, well, we're a science-fictional world, but we have magic. Are we just going to ignore the magic? Well, what about the enemies that aren't ignoring magic? What are we going to do about them? Well, if we put our head in the sand, they're going to do terrible things to us, so we have to learn magic too. And so you end up with this situation where the magic elements start to take a forefront, or, you know, a substantial element that would otherwise not be present in a science fiction world. And it presents the viewer with this universe that doesn't exactly align with anything they can relate to. It makes perfect sense within the context of Dune, but it is just not the same. And you combine that with the elements of the political intrigue of Dune. After peace is declared, how do you manage things in the happily ever after stage? Well, things are not happily ever after, and it also can't be open conflict, so what happens? It's a lot of cloak and dagger. Cloak and dagger and magery.
Honestly, from what I remember, and again, this is probably 20 years in history, there kind of isn't a period of peace being declared until the jihad is done, right? Like, basically, the events of Dune happen, and then the Fremen go out into the universe and practically kill everybody. Like, some of the great houses survive, but it's really just like the specialists.
It's like a giant genocide of humanity. Yes.
Yeah, and to be clear, it's not like great houses as in terms of like political factions that come out of that alive. It's like faction alignment type stuff come out aligned. So like the Bene Gesserit, the Ixians, who are kind of all about Gola clones, and like it's groups that have some sort of special technology that allow them to survive. And eventually the books become kind of weird because they go into essentially the Bene Gesserit predicting thousands of years into the future through calculation and psychic powers, and also some sort of Bene Gesserit fleet that comes back from the edges of the universe to basically cleanse everyone again. So it's kind of a series of genocides, if really brought down into its simplest form. And the political intrigue that happens between those genocides to gather information to then make the genocides easier, if that makes sense.
Yes.
So it's a very strange series of books.
And that's where it gets complicated, because it turns into the gray zone. It focuses a lot on the gray zone, the cloak and dagger, because it just isn't the same as, oh, here's some plucky rebels against the good guys, or against the bad guys.
I wouldn't, so Raven, I wouldn't say it's a piece that fractures into Fremen anarchy. In this particular instance, it's feudal anarchy being brought to order by very measured genocide and religious genocide, like fanaticism in the extreme on the parts of the Fremen, going out into the universe and destroying anyone who doesn't align with the ideals of basically Paul and then his subsequent inheritors. It's a real strange thing, but like in the modern movies, the reason I think they went to the tone of Paul being afraid of becoming the Lisan Al Gaib or becoming the Kwisatz Haderach is that he understands if he takes that action, the universe will bleed. Like everywhere, no one is safe. And he sees it, and he doesn't want that to come to pass, but it's the only path in front of him. So it's kind of a weirdly deterministic story.
Yes. But yeah, the whole prospect about why so much of this happens is because, or at least what makes the story interesting or different, is explicitly because of the spice and the whole arcane element of it, where spice gives very literal future sight, not a, oh, I'm a fortune teller that can see the future. It's a very literal sight into the future, among other things. We're talking Doctor Strange levels of I can see the future. And so much of the upper echelon is using that capability to manipulate the current world into into what they want it to be. And that's much of what the great houses do. And one of the reasons why the Bene Gesserit, who specialize in that thing, in that kind of manipulation, as well as future sight, are so powerful and present. And why Arrakis and its production of spice is so important.
The chest right next to the hatch to the generator room is our building supply chest. So that's got all your stone and basalt and stuff in it.
Organizational skills.
Okay.
What witchcraft is this?
The world may never know. Head out here.
I'm gonna put some bushes in this box and you can't stop me. The box can stop me because it's too full, but you can't stop me from putting the bushes.
Take a bite eating with the food. There's many ways of ingesting it. Can be drank, can be inhaled.
I think the Ixians used it in like cloning bats and like pumped it in through injections. But yeah, I don't know that they ever, like the movies never talk about Gola. And they come up kind of infrequently or misrepresented in some of the games. But like, imagine there's a group of people out there that if they get even a small amount of your genetic data from like a glass or a servant cutting a piece of your hair or, you know, toenails, they can take that, generate an entirely new version of you with super strength, fastest computer intelligence, and the ability to impersonate the original perfectly in every way, shape, or form, but that is completely obedient to them. And then they will send these super soldiers out to replace the members of other houses and blend in and control things from the background. Like, it's terrifying.
Corner floor could be a sneaky entrance. Yeah, it could also work both ways, as I've just discovered, so I'll hold out on building corner floor.
So is that where the console is going to go, / storage?
Maybe. I'm leaving it as an option as opposed to guaranteed put there.
I do like that they have the refuel generators button there.
Yes, because the console itself needs to be defended, as do the chests and the generators, and so like I'll probably partition this room even further. But yeah, there's an option to have it down here in the basement, somewhere where we don't ideally don't have to regularly go, but is at least an option to put things.
Something we may want to consider for that is we probably don't want to put the hatch to access that on the side that the ramp to drive a buggy up is, just from the perspective of if there's only a shield preventing access to where the
hatch.
The hatch is, they could theoretically try to bash down the hatch.
And then becomes the problem, how is that different from putting it on the other side, where they can just knock through like one layer of wall? The issue with the hatch is it only can fit on a square, so I have to, at some point, change one of the honeycombs to be square, and therefore is no longer honeycomb.
I see what you're trying to say, so it's not exactly concealed no matter where you put it.
Correct. And there's going to be, at most, like one layer between the hatch for so long as I do this. I mean, I could put it in the back, but at that point, it's not functionally different than putting it here.
So, what I would do is I would build one more out from that hatch, and I would put one of the buggy double doors, basically where you currently have the ramp starting. So they have to get through the buggy double door before they can see that there's a hatch there to begin with.
But then
that would be
we
a
don't
change.
have... Oh, I could, but then we have to push it out a bit further, because the buggy double door... Then it becomes logistically
not put
difficult to have a shield on the outside.
So let me show you what I'm trying to say.
I get what you're trying to say, but that still requires you to have 2 layers beyond the buggy shield door, or else you cannot, or the buggy door, or else you cannot have a shield door. Correct?
So you can't put a double door right on that edge.
I can put a double door on this edge, yes. And if I do
and then
that,
you can put a flat floor, and then
I have to put 2
one
flat floors.
tile out. Why 2?
Because
Well,
to
I
fit
mean 2 for
buggy.
the ramp, but I mean like out.
Yes. At which point this
So you
becomes
can't-
very wide, yes?
Well, I was just talking about having one, like where the ramps are would be flat, and then there would be, oh, these don't go all the way down. I see, these do not go all the way down. That's, well, you could probably still drive up this.
Yeah, well, I mean, so this is going to be the pop-up based design. So the bottom, I'm working off the assumption that these would go all the way down, but they may not go all the way down. So we have to, make the pop-up design fit whatever place we put it on.
Yeah. I was thinking that having one square out wouldn't adjust the size that much.
But the buggy doesn't fit in one square. Its butt sticks
I'm not
out.
talking about parking the bar. You don't leave the buggy outside. It's going to be coming up here, right?
But it also won't be able to run in because the door doesn't open. You have to have 2 grid lengths in order to have a airlock which can fit the buggy, and without both of them being open simultaneously.
I
Otherwise,
see what you're trying to say. Yeah.
at that point, I'm just building it's like a second base attached to this. So I'm trying to fit it all into this one spot. Because the way the walls are going to work in here is the inside is going to be here. Like so. And so this is the space we have to work with inside. Functionally.
Stupid question then. How are we parking? Is this also where ornithopters go, or is that another layer up?
Ornithopters are going to go in a layer up. So buggy parks in here, and then we'll have the chests and such in and around.
I was thinking this was a compressed design where this floor was the ornithopter floor. That was my flaw. I was thinking that this was going to
I'm
be where they
unable
were.
to figure out a way of getting that to work without it just being too crunched. Because we still need chests, we still need machines, we still need things.
Yeah, I thought so. That was why my confusion about pillars.
Ah, okay.
Initially, I was like, oh, okay. If we put a pillar, then this second floor could essentially just be all supported by the pillars to do square shape,
Mm-hmm.
and then have it be just 2 walls high, and then have like a corner for the buggy to drive up to shoot or something.
Yeah. I understand.
I didn't realize that this was going to have like a build space here. That makes a bit more sense.
This does kind of defeat the purpose, doesn't this? Because this is just... Well, not really.
Well, actually, that does raise another question. So the buggy cannot drive through one of these walls if there's a ceiling, or one of these doors if there's a ceiling on the inside,
Correct.
like at this height.
Correct. It can get pressed down, but it gets crunched if it tries to go through the ceiling. So yes, this will be 2 layers up, or at least that's my intent. And much
so
of the storages and such will be on the 2nd level here.
So in total, we're going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 layers thick.
Basically, yes.
2 for the ornithopter, 2 for this room, and 1 for the basement.
Mm-hmm.
I thought we were going for like a short stack thing for concealment purposes, but this makes some sense.
I haven't figured out a way of doing that, and the reason... I haven't thought about it enough, but the reason I haven't figured out... My concerns with doing that is it then becomes super vulnerable to a top-down attack. As in, oh no, I broke through 1 layer of the walls, and now I broke through a layer of the floor, and there's all your goodies right there.
Do we know how long the power outages last if you get hit
6
by a
minutes.
sandstorm?
So, like, this whole place needs to be... it needs to be honeycombed down there so they can't just dig through.
I mean, vehicle weapon-wise, if they're using rockets to bash through the walls, I don't know that you're going to be able to stop them no matter how many layers you have in 6 minutes.
The answer is correct. I don't think you can. But we can make it annoying. We can make it difficult. We can make it time-consuming, and we can make it not worth their while.
Yeah, and anything that uses up their ammo, if we should show up while this is happening, would be...
Yes.
I don't know if you get warnings when your base is physically being attacked or not.
It shows up in the log. I do not get a pop-up message indicating this. Like, I can go to the log right now and check that nothing has happened. There's also the instance of, oh hey, we just spent 60 rockets trying to dig through this wall. We got through the wall, and there's more wall behind it. Are we going to keep doing this, or are we going to cut our losses and leave?
Mm-hmm.
Because they don't just have to dig through the wall; they have to also dig through enough to find the terminal.
True. I guess the concern that I had is that if we are doing multi-layer thick walls and 5 blocks high, that does give them a position to be in our blind spots when they're camping the base a bit more. Just from a functionality point of view, the lower the base is, if they're floating around waiting to kill us with ornithopters, the more opportunity or angle of fire something like the buggy would have. But I don't know how relevant that is because we haven't experienced it yet.
I haven't figured out a way of making it practical. So yeah, I'm thinking shields on this outer layer here adjacent to the ramp up. Let me...
So aside from, I guess, obfuscation, what is to stop them from prioritizing drilling a chunk through the center of the floor if they get through the top versus going through the 7 hatches that we have over here?
Nothing.
Okay.
That would be wise for them to do.
They'd have to know to do so in the first place, which is kind of the point. But
Yes. Which is why I'm also saying compartmentalize the floor down here. So that it becomes difficult. Let's say they drill down right here. Oh no, they broke this. And they find some things, but they don't find all of it. And so they have to drill through more.
yeah. At that point, I would almost say, go the extra mile and gate up all of the crap down there, other than things that are like two spaces wide for generators,
Mm-hmm.
so that even if they do break through the floor in one spot, they then have to break through even more.
Yep.
Where is the console? Where did they
Yep.
hide it?
That's the whole goal. You half wall into the floor. Yeah, so half walls is a real option there, because with half walls, I mean, most things can't fit in half walls, but some things can. So you can actually just half wall extra layers in there. And I'm considering doing that from the ornithopter especially. I don't know that I want to do it with this floor right here, because I don't know that I care to do that. But it's an option.
I do wish that they had some sort of base defense mechanisms. Not necessarily automated turrets or something, but just like some kind of thing that you could put as an anti-personnel weapon that you could man from a wall.
I would love that. Like proper rocket turrets or something. Like manned weaponry.
Yeah, I mean, give me the Gatling gun as just like a placeable wall turret that doesn't do anything to the enemy unless I'm, using a console somewhere to shoot at them. Because again, we shouldn't have AI-driven auto guns. That would be against the rules. But by that same token, we should definitely be able to peel people off our own walls. Like, we've been doing that since like the 3rd century. I'm pretty sure Space Us can figure that out.
Yes, I love this idea. Which is why I was so enthused by the idea of the pop-up turret. Pop-up buggy turret.
I don't think you're going to be able to create a bubble between this wall and that wall, are you?
I should be able to.
And if you did, I don't think it would protect the edge of this, I guess if the shields are up, they can't damage the walls either way, but...
Yeah. Yeah, it snaps. It works.
Oh, okay. That
It
is
does it-
legitimately
it-
surprising.
It isn't aligned with the square floors, but it doesn't have to be, because I've aligned the square floors with the
Yeah.
hex floors here.
Yeah, that makes sense. And there's just enough room to bring in the buggies.
Mm-hmm. And this is here, but honestly, if they go through the hatch, they then go into the honeycomb layer, which is probably best case scenario for us. Because then they're in the honeycomb, digging around in the honeycomb. Like, it would be better for them to dig through this place and then down in here somewhere. But they don't know that, so...
Yeah.
And I do intend on adding a little bit more here, just like especially around this area, so that they can't just walk through and dig down. They have to at least dig through something first. It would be funny to pentashield like around the entire outside. And so if people are inside when they fail to find the objective, the pentashield just comes up and locks them in forever. That as a concept appeals to me.
Yeah, I had originally I came up with a design idea that I didn't really necessarily like because I hadn't refined it.
Mm-hmm.
But the concept was a square pattern base where there's an edge that goes out one on all sides,
Mm-hmm.
and then you have a pentashield going between it and a floor tile all around the edge. From there, like each side, and then it goes up and around in a box around the base so that people can walk around inside the pentashield with perfect visibility as to what the enemy's doing outside. But then when the shields go down, you still have the internal walls for all the purposes of annoying the crap out of people when they're trying to break through everything.
Mm-hmm.
But
I mean,
I didn't get a chance to diagram that.
You know, that is an idea. Like, don't even bother having pentashields in the base, and instead do a pentashield layer around, like separate layer.
Yeah, because as far as I understand, pentashields cost the same regardless of size.
They cost different power, but they cost the same resources.
Yeah, that's sort of what I mean. Like, I'm not too worried about the power costs because we can just feed the generators batteries that'll make it last longer than the week.
Yes.
Right? But like, the general idea that I was originally coming to was remarkably similar to how the landing pads look for games like what's the new Command and Conquer-esque one that everyone was talking about for a little while?
Tempest
where
Rising.
It's kind of like thin at the bottom and then it gets bigger at the top.
Tempest
But you just
Rising.
you just build a shield around the whole thing, and that means you might not miss somebody wandering around or sneaking up or hiding next to you with their ornithopter. Because if we don't have anybody outside and we start doing damage to them, they can just land like right next to the tower, pop out and start repairing things. And if we don't have a good mechanism to start harassing them when they're doing that, it's going to be pain.
Mm-hmm.
But like, you could do that with a hexagon shape too. You would just need like one layer built out on the bottom and then one or two floors up, and you would snap it to the corners so that you had straight lines.
Yeah,
you would
that's
need
what
like
I'm...
6 pentashields instead of 4 at that point.
Yeah, which isn't a big deal. They're cheap they're very cheap. Why won't you snap? Oh, because it's physically blocked by the ramp. So we need to go out one layer. Even more.
Well, you could extend this by 1 at that point, right? And then you won't have the blocking problem. But now we're getting dangerously close to the other situation you wanted to avoid, which is just being too big to be placed out in the desert.
What if... this... Do you snap
Build a box
this?
shield around with pillars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think it snaps to the pillar.
Only
snap
floors
to the
will snap to the pillar. Unfortunately. I don't know if you can do the flat ones attached to the pillar, because they're not floor, but they are horizontal.
It's not snapping.
Oh, is that a center pillar?
It is a center pillar.
I think if there were a possibility of it snapping, it would have to be a corner pillar, because those seem to have different snapping rules. I don't think you can have a shield be
Oh,
snapped in the
it
center
is
of the
snapped.
shield.
It does snap.
Yeah, because like
Oh,
the
wait a minute.
corner has to be corner. Yeah.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
the horizontal one snap.
Yeah.
Does this mean you can snap onto this one? There's no way this is, aligned to a proper grid.
I think you would have to build walls and snap a pillar to the wall, and then you could remove the walls, and then you could snap a shield in. But that was the complicated solution I was talking about when it came to the vertical shielding. It didn't have to actually be attached to the roof of the building.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Okay, I see. Might be able to just build a big shield dome around this whole thing, which would be fascinating.
The problem would be getting the horizontal shields. Or sorry, the vertical shields.
Yes.
As a side note, something I thought of that's kind of dumb. Let's say you wanted to put shields right at the top of this ramp, or like you had a square that was coming out from here. If you built it right, you could actually create a small gap between the top of the ramp and whatever the next surface is that a vehicle would be driving on, and have a shield pass through that hole. It would be stupidly complicated to set up initially, but I think it would be reproducible with the base copier. For a use case where you needed a shield for the vehicle but didn't have a lot of room before a door happened. But that's just something I've been toying with in the back. Are you allowed to place those shields when you only have one surface for them to connect to, or don't they need something to snap to on the opposite
I
corner?
need something to snap to on the opposite corner, which is what I'm looking at right now. Because I was able to snap it on one side, I just needed something to snap to on the other side. Oh, come on. Oh, because it counts as... There we go.
So one of the things that you can do is like, you went up another one, right? There's a second pillar.
I replaced the pillar with a wall. Can you stand
I was gonna
aside
say-
from where you're currently standing? Just move.
Yes.
Thank you.
I didn't realize I was inside the wireframe. You
Right,
can also go off of
Yeah.
the second pillar and build a wedge.
Yeah, I can just snap this here.
I'm gonna go grab some Eustaces and Muriels.
Sounds good to me.
Sacrificial Eustace.
Steel ingots, cobalts, and calibrated servos. I'll be right back. I want to see what this looks like.
And storage has been redone. If you have any questions, let me know. Like the
Sounds-
small chests with odds and ends, I assumed were personal items, so I left those.
All the ones that were by the water tank in the corner and that were by the entry ramp were stuff that I was segregating.
Yep.
Yeah.
Am I good to combine that then, or is that still?
No, that's my money and my personal gear. Thank
Okay,
you.
cool. Cool. I will leave it.
They should be on Circuit 8. That's usually how you can identify someone's personal stuff, I think.
Sounds good. Yeah, Circuit 8 I've used as like the do not put anything in there.
Mhm.
So it should all be set.
Steel and cobalt.
Does that also mean that our PvE base is susceptible to that sort of crap?
I believe so, yes.
So we need to have actual physical doors preventing access to any goodies and or console type stuff. Like they're not gonna be able to damage anything because it's still PvE mode.
I
But if they can walk
genuinely
in, they
don't
should be able to
know.
steal.
I genuinely don't know how that interaction works, but I am getting notifications about a base in the deep desert being shut down. And I presume it's not the base that's already been destroyed. Which is not a good assumption, but it's one I'm willing to work with.
Base that's already been destroyed. Oh, did those guys just sit there the entire night waiting for stuff to happen and took it down when it was dusty?
Yes. And they completely despawned everything. Which is, you know, that we didn't have anything there, so it is no loss for us, but it is completely gone.
Interesting.
That is what I call petty and spiteful.
I suppose.
Yeah, honestly, it seems like it's way like a lot of effort for not really any reward other than just setting someone else back.
So, you say that, but we could have had boatloads of spice in there. They didn't know that. I mean, they caught us delivering spice runs to the thing. It just so happened that we were on our first trip and hadn't deposited and gone back out again. If we had waited till we had deposited everything and then we had gone back out and come back fully loaded, we'd have had thousands upon thousands of volumes worth of spice, which would 100% have been worth it for them. It just happened to not be the case for them this time.
Would it though? Like, I mean, like, at that point, the same amount of time and effort spent waiting for a storm to come, breaking the shields, and then going inside and doing stuff, like, could have been spent just gathering spice.
I mean, yes, but they don't have to be staring at the doors. They could just go gather spice. These are not mutually exclusive behaviors.
Well, I mean, it's true, but at the same time, like, if they're not there waiting for someone to come back, then we can just show up and take stuff.
Yes.
Oh, interesting. How is this floating?
I was just thinking about the same. Like, I just put that down. I was like, wait a minute.
Like, I don't fully understand why this doesn't have to be supported. Oh.
It does have to be supported. It just has to be supported by invisible entities. Okay, I see.
Well, that has implications.
It does. It really does.
Because that sort of means you could build a force field box without actually building anything.
Uh-huh.
Science.
That's exactly what that means. I am more and more liking the idea of not including force fields, pentashields, on the base, and just having a force field box around it.
I would... If we can ensure that it works properly and it's fully sealed, I would agree, but I think a roof force field is at least worthwhile. Just in case.
Sure.
For ornithopters to fly through, obviously.
Yes.
Like,
I would agree with the roof. Yes, I agree with the roof force field. That thing came in clutch during the last PvP encounter we had.
I mean, I'm not saying don't
like
have a roof force field, just...
You don't need wall force fields at that point. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, we don't need a force field on the main outline of the base if we just put a box around it.
Yeah.
This includes the ceiling, but also, I guess it doesn't really matter. Implications.
Yeah. I still wish... Well, you know, there are flat places we can go build up on the shield wall where we don't have to worry about worm coming and disrupting our planning phase. We could probably go put up a demo base somewhere in the flat space up there, set up the shield wall, and do a Solido copy.
Well, that's what I'm doing here.
Yes, I just worry that as you extend further around that base in the direction of the sandy parts, that friend worm is going to come and kill you.
Yes, yes, it will.
Because it did try to get me through the floor, not very far from this very rock that we're on. So
Yeah. If you would like, can you go somewhere and do that? Set up the... I'm going to say set up a standalone shield and just box. Standalone shield box like the size of the advanced.
Oh yeah, probably like 5 high or something like that.
Let's make it 7 high.
And I'm assuming we're not actually building, we're just wireframing, right?
Yes, I don't know if the Solido can copy wireframe.
Well, I mean, we can always build it if we need to.
Yes,
But I'm not lugging the materials to do that somewhere,
correct.
I guess I'm trying to say.
Yes. So I will make this under the assumption that we will have an external shield base. An external shield layer.
And your thing is the size of one advanced Mahuzit.
It will be smaller than, but yes. It will be the size of one advanced.
Okay.
This also means that this door can be on the outermost layer. And I don't have to worry about airlocking it. Which has implications of its own.
I'm gonna have to come back and get metal, because I am going to at least have to place the advanced thing. That's what I get for not thinking about things in terms of the order that they need to happen.
This is some real jank stuff I got going on here. I have so many off-grid construction options, so many off-grid construction angles going on here. Like I'm building at 60 degrees, 30 degrees, and 90 degrees all at the same time in the same space. Like in the same overlapping space. Working as intended. Okay. The extra shield thing seems gimmicky, might get patched. Yeah, I assume it will.
Sector weather alert. A large
Because I
sandstorm is
don't care.
approaching.
Well, would mean have to redo the base again. Or at least the outline of it. The Solido of it. Here's the thing. Solidos are consumed every single time. You get to place it exactly once, which means kind of have to leave this base out in the world so we can make multiple copies of it. So we have to pay the cost at least once just to keep this online.
I mean, yes and no. You could just make 5 Solidos of the same base, because it doesn't remove them, and then one of those Solidos goes into storage and gets replaced so you don't have to pay taxes. I am all about dodging taxes. That sounds like a great thing to do.
Sandstorm incoming.
Yes,
Sector weather
but
alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I don't know if you can... This is where we need to... Can you Solido a blueprint? Is the question.
I don't know if you can Solido a blueprint, but you can definitely Solido the same thing as many times as you want, is all I'm saying. And Solidos are cheap. They're like...
Yeah. But if you can't Solido the blueprint, then you still have to pay it in order to... it's workable.
Well, I mean, you're already building it right now, right? Like...
Yes, it's not more expensive than what I'm doing.
Until the sandstorm passes, I'm just going to be over here murdering people.
How could you?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Incursus and Muriels have been collected and have been deposited.
Will the sandstorm break the stuff you made? No, I've got a shield on it. I've paid protection and upkeep for it. Triforce in the base walls. I've heard that term somewhere outside of The Legend of Zelda, and I don't
I mean, rust.
know. Okay. I am honeycombing it nice and densely so that we have a copy-paste blueprint we can just dump somewhere complete with honeycomb. From Robocraft? I cannot imagine that term coming from Robocraft. Robocraft does not do anything triangle oriented. It's all cubes.
It did have breakaway honeycomb kind of things.
It did, but it was cubes.
You did have triangle pieces, though.
I guess that is true. There were triangle pieces. They were not very used. Beyond shaping to make things look pretty. They weren't just... They had a
Rubber
fraction
banding.
of the health. Yeah, I'm getting some nasty rubber banding as well.
Yep.
The server, it is unhappy.
Yeah. And also, I can't justify putting... windows everywhere. They have less health. Do they have less
Why?
health?
Are
They do not have
Are
less
they
health.
any weaker than regular walls?
No, they are not weak in regular walls. I lied.
Bless you.
Although I guess it doesn't really matter if I have this kind of bracing on the walls. You can't see through it anyways. Oof.
Holy
Ping.
rubber band, Batman.
Yeah, it's rough.
I need an area that is big enough to put down an advanced subpiece console and have all of the walls be relatively the same height with no giant rocks. Clearly, the only place I can do this is on top of a giant pillar, and that's going to be an issue.
The rubber banding is real bad.
I feel so bad for
It's something to do with using
our
our damage propagated through blocks. So that it was, you didn't use triangles to do that is the thing. You used cubes to do that because you still needed the damage to go somewhere, and so you had to have blocks to send the damage into, but you could redirect the damage away from critical components. I don't know why you would use the term triforcing when using squares, and inherently no triangular options. I can see the term triforcing in a honeycomb type pattern here because you inherently have this this aligned ring of triangles, and so if you make enough, you fill in the hex, you get a triforce style pattern. But
Yes, I do remember triforcing from Robocraft. It was a whole thing where you did that to redirect damage. So if you took damage at one spot, it would spread off to your extraneous armor instead of going straight to your core.
so what does that have to do with the concept of triforcing? Or how does that redirection have
I don't think it's
formed
really
the
applicable here
term
because
Triforce?
a lot of the used a bunch of triangles and it looked like a triforce.
In
So it's like triangles
Robocraft,
and-
it looks like a
Yes.
Triforce?
I'm pretty sure. It's been a while since I've done that, but I do remember that being a term.
I don't remember that at all. Like I did so much damage redirection. Like those were my favorite things. I don't remember Triforce at all. It never looked like anything triangular related.
That's fair. Yeah, it's okay. It's been ages, so my memory could be wrong.
Six. Oh, don't mind me. I'm just over here making old man noises.
Understandable.
With this cut array and maxed out skills, I get 236 aluminum ore per node.
Neat. With the
With the improved cut array, the unique Mark V cut array.
yeah, that's more than I get with my current buggy.
And but I also have maxed out on all the planetologist nodes, so I'm getting even more bonuses on top of the bonuses.
Yeah, that's the way to go.
There would have to be a rock, wouldn't there? There would have to be a rock just slightly too big. Rumble.
Oh, by the way, I'm doing another aluminum run.
Okay.
The aluminum runs never end. Yeah.
They really don't. When you copy this, will tell you the total resource cost. I don't know, actually. But it is a lot of material just for this dense bracing. Okay, so double doors.
You want me to grab some basalt while I'm out as well, or nah?
I would say focus on one or the other.
Okay.
While basalts will be needed. One thing at a time. Because otherwise it just slows it down. Specialize.
One loop for aluminum, one loop for basalt, and by the time I do the loop for the basalt, the aluminum will respond.
That is how that works.
The way you say specialize, it immediately the back of my head responds, "My brand!" And I hate myself for it. I really do. I want you to know that this process is mildly painful, but the science must be done.
Yes.
Also, Nadja, with your chests, make sure you set your output. Your both sides are set to 8 because if you don't, it will allow people to suck from your chests. It's like if we make staking units, it will suck from your from the Solari from your chests.
Yes, that's what both of them, all of them should be set to 8-8.
Okay.
Every single one of them should be set to 8-8. I have checked this like 10 different times.
Cool. Just wanted to make sure.
Standing in the sun. What? How is it? Okay, okay. You are gross, and I hate you. Move further inside land claim. Okay, so this is in fact as far as it can go. So, are we going to create essentially a Solido of each of these things separately and use that as kind of a plug-and-play setup to functionally...
I would like to have a Solido of a box that we can just drop down and have it be a force field that covers the entire grid. Covers the entire build area.
Well, unfortunately, none of the build grids are the same size as the floor plans that go. So, like, I'm always going to be, like,
yes,
one short on one
as
side.
close as it's going to get.
Yeah. That's kind of what I'm trying to do.
Yeah. That way we can just drop down the shields and then drop down our tower, whatever we want inside of it.
So, I have created the base square outline. Do we want it to be 5 tall or 6 tall?
6. I have concerns that if it is 5 tall, then some of the taller elements may get in the way.
1, 2, 3, 4. Well, unfortunately, I don't know that I can do 6, just because the land claim... Well, yes, I can do 6. If I jump, I can build without building. Good job, me.
I mean, you
Trying desperately
can...
not to physically construct anything at this particular moment, because I'm just wireframing.
I mean, you can. It's not going to hurt you. You can undo it later.
I would then have to carry materials like a slave.
This is true.
You're just trying to get me to be a slave. That's what this is.
And solid, maybe.
This is an attempt at subjugating me. Go stand out in the sun and build us a fake force field box. Otherwise, you don't get any sandwiches.
All your Solari belongs to Incursus.
Funny coming from you.
That's exactly why I said it.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whatever. If it's taller, then it's taller. I don't care.
It's going to be real tight, but I think a buggy can in fact fit in here.
Alright, so
It's fine.
I am going to need... I'm gonna go grab some granite. And I'm gonna need enough stuff to make 5 shields.
Also, the Atreides scout armor looks incredible.
The Atreides stuff.
How
is
have
real
you
drippy.
done enough Atreides side quests?
It doesn't
have
take
access?
much.
It really doesn't. You only need level 3.
I don't know, they sent me into the pit like 18 times just to get to level 2, so I'm hesitant to believe.
I'm already level 3 with Atreides, so...
I hit
Well,
level
obviously,
5.
if you have the troop armor.
Speaking of which, I was about to say, you should go do that, but also I really want to see if you can get the shield blueprint going. Decisions.
Science time.
Yes, it is science time.
4,000 and change aluminum ore. Which equates to... almost 669 aluminum. Yeah.
Nice.
So 3 hours. No.
I'm going to split it evenly across the 3.
Yeah, even then, you're still looking at least an hour and a half, 2 hours. Steel. I need steel and I need little.
Speaking of which, how close are we to
servo
getting a large?
I'm checking that right now.
We do not have much steel. Did you take all the steel? Oh, here's more.
We are not even close. We are halfway on the plastanium. We are short 325 spice melange.
What?
Yeah, it's 400 spice
For what?
melange for a large ore refinery.
Oh, well, no, screw that. I don't care about
400 spice melange for a large ore refinery and 745 cobalt paste.
You can't have a roof. Oh, it doesn't like the Atreides door.
It doesn't like the Atreides door.
The Atreides door is smaller. But yeah, like how far are
It doesn't
how
like
far
this
off
either.
are we from the tier 6 vehicle cutter?
That I do not know. I do not have that unlocked.
Well, okay. It really doesn't like this either. But at least it can physically happen.
Yeah, so like miners, having the mining laser on it, it makes it really angry. Which is why I was concerned about having like a lower level for the buggy and then a different level for the ornithopters and stuff, because that also kind of invalidates the buggy being up on the layer to shoot out. Or it complicates it if it doesn't completely stop it.
Can you temporarily take off a laser to drive in? No, not in any practical sense. Your taller door, we kinda do. That doesn't exist.
Yeah, it doesn't exist, and the devs have said that they're considering it as an option, but it's on their roadmap of quality of life things to do, but it's not on the existing quality of life roadmap.
I think I see the problem. It isn't the door, it's that it's coming up at an angle. It has to be shoved in at a very specific angle, namely flat.
Yeah, it has to be flat. That's why I was saying you need a ramp. You need to move out the thing by one flat roof, and then have the ramp.
Yeah. That just has to be part of the
To alleviate the
consideration.
problem.
Okay. That just has to be part of the considerations. Okay. It's
With the buggy
non-negotiable.
cutter Mark 6, we cannot build it until we have placed down an advanced vehicle fabricator. We do have enough resources for that. But the advanced vehicle fabricator is absolutely massive.
Yes, it is. And we would also still want to have the carrier orny.
Yes. I take it you guys are in need of some basalt?
We're gonna, yes.
Okay,
Very
I'm
yes.
going to do a basalt run now.
Are you in need of basalt?
We, yes. These things are expensive, like 20 per wall.
Oh. Really? I thought they were like 12.
Mm-mm.
That's plastone.
Is something just basalt?
No. It's all plastone, and it's all expensive.
see if that likes that a little more. Not really, but it'll work. The hatch, I think, complicates things a little.
It does. The worm is noising.
Yeah,
For a moment
it
there, I thought
scares
that
me.
was Spice Bloom.
I have to like really jam it in there. I don't like it.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
But it does work, and I don't know how to do it differently, so we're gonna have to leave it with it, I think.
7. All right, I've gone up 7, and that's, I guess, where I'm gonna have to be.
That
I'm
should
not
work.
happy about having to actually build all of this, but it's a pain in the butt to be flying in the sky and try to build, so.
Mm-hmm. I mean, for most intents and purposes, we don't need to have the buggy properly inside.
Again, like, to some degree, wherever the ornithopter hangar is needs to be accessible to the buggy as well, right? Like,
Yeah.
that's part of the issue that we're going to have.
Yeah. Does the buggy actually need to be inside? I don't know that it does. It needs to be able to have a quick spot that it can hide in, but that'll be everywhere as long as we have the outer shield.
Yeah, but it'll take damage in the sandstorms if it's not inside.
It shouldn't, if it's inside the shield.
The shield goes down during the sandstorms.
Ah,
That's
yes.
the whole point.
You are correct.
Like, but this is why I'm saying, like, whatever design we're using here, if we want the buggy to be able to drive outside on its own, it needs to be able to drive in where the ornithopter hangar is, because the ornithopter hangar is the roof, and if it's going to shoot out of the roof, then we need like a corner in the ornithopter hangar for it to drive up and shoot out the roof.
Yes.
If it's parked underneath the ornithopter hangar, or if you're making enough room for ramps to allow it to go up and down inside the base, then things are just going to get real big. And also invalidate the point of having a missile launcher buggy. So whatever we're doing, I don't know that we're able to have a thing for it to drive into that is going to be on a lower level.
Yeah.
Like, it may as well just drive into the ornithopter hangar.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I'll just... I agree with this. It doesn't go on the inside, it goes into the ornithopter hangar, and that's it.
I am concerned because I'm not really sure what we can do shield box wise for this. Like, let's say we're not actually building these pillars and we're just creating a shield box. Is that Hank? Hank. Just keep hearing this tea kettle noise. I don't know where it's coming from. So I can build shields. I didn't bring the cobalt paste because I'm dumb. What's the matter, Hank? Oh, dear God. Rosie, come.
That also means I don't have to cuboid this as much, do I? I don't.
You don't have to what? No, you don't need to have that be cubed at all.
I mean, I do, but not for the... I still need it for the hangar, but I need less cube.
Sure, yeah.
So I can do...
This is so large that it's actually impractical for me to reach places of it. It's legitimately hard for me to, like... Do you know if ladders count as pillars?
I believe they count as decoration.
Gross. Like, it's so much vertical space that I have to build, like, scaffolding to build the non-existent structure.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. If I do build it for real, I can't disassemble it to make it fake to put up the bubbles. Like, this is incredibly frustrating. Just not like, I need someone in an ornithopter to just hover me around so I can build. Because
can you not build like a scaffold just like in the middle?
So here's the thing. Yes. But then I have to physically build it. So I have to use all the granite to get it built. So that's fine. But the problem is, unless the structure of the pillars in the four corners is set up right, which I can't physically get to them on my own to place items.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I would have to just disassemble everything after I assemble it, and things are snapping to the ghost framework instead of just letting me float out in the center.
Naja,
like,
you might want to look into a planar suspension belt.
I would sooner shoot myself in the face, thank you. Do you realize how fast those drain power?
No.
It's like 50
It's ridiculous. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
They're not suitable for me to just... Also, I would have to get up to the height where I could build.
That's fair.
In the first place, so like it defeats the purpose.
In that case, I only need one layer. I don't need two layers, so I can make all of this go. There's gonna be so much fewer places to hide thing. It's fine. Okay, so then this will be ornithopter layer.
Why do we hear a rumbly noise? Is there a storm coming?
No, it's
just
a worm.
nearby.
There's a couple of worms
well, I'm
nearby.
up on the sand wall, so like I'm not anywhere near you guys. Okay, so if I place this right,
Someone's getting properly wormed. Is what's happening here.
oh man, it really does not like that. So you were saying, all right, the corner pillars can have horizontal, they can't have vertical. Okay. I feel like I'm gonna have... So I can do the roof box easier than I can do the side boxes. Because I need floor to do side boxes, which means I have to have a floor that is in fact suspended up in the sky for me to do that.
Are you aware of people using the stream to find weaknesses? This is only so much you can do about that. I mean, yes, but not really.
Oh my god.
Alright, so how do I get this to snap? Be funny in PvP using the worm as area denial with a thumper or something else noisy. Yeah, it's not a real solution to any practical thing you can account. We haven't found any reasonable way of using the worm in comp. Like there's two notable ways the worm gets used. The first is to destroy enemy player ornithopters. That is to say, hey, we knocked them out of the sky. What are we doing with them now? We are using a thumper to eat the ornithopter, because ornithopters are invulnerable, us players cannot do anything about it, and ornithopters themselves do not make noise, so when they're crashed and offline in the desert, you drop a thumper on it to make the worm go mad and eat everything around the thumper, including the ornithopter. That works. The other thing you can use thumpers for is sending the worm like 10 kilometers away. Problem with that is then you have to go 10 kilometers away. And also, the worm is easily distracted by everyone else, and when there's 300 players running around, the chances of it going 300 kilometers away instead of, 500 meters away is not very high. It tends to go for closer targets. At that point, you're traveling a lot of time, a lot of distance, to have a very small chance of distracting the worm to go somewhere else. Maybe if you were to spend literally all day thumping the same spot in the corner of the deep desert, you might, over time, slowly drag the worms over to that corner and then have a deep desert that's devoid of worms. But I can't imagine that being something worth doing. So as it stands, the reason it's like that is because the worm is such a huge threat that no one plays with the worm. You don't fight on sand. Because the worm will kill you, period. And that's just how that works. I should have seen this coming.
Why will you not snap?
Make hiding spots spicy if they try to repair to come back. Not really. Why would you hide somewhere where the worm can eat you when you can instead land on a rock?
Do we know if there's a maximum size of shield?
I do not know.
I am extremely confused.
It won't snap. Oh, I should have seen that coming. Okay.
Because I can't seem to get my bubble shield, in fact, to snap. And I have the 4 pillars attached to each other via, like, floors. So it's a square. It's definitely a square. Hmm.
Boom.
That sounded very close.
It was. Do I want... Yes, I do want. That's...
I'm gonna try for it and grab a ornithopter.
One time I'm going to use Windows. Can you see out of those slits? Not really, but you can see out of them.
I think you guys got a worm coming for you. Careful.
We're inside the base.
Okay, cool.
This is unacceptable. Yeah. Have all of this honeycomb, and it's exactly one layer of tier 1, or sorry, tier 2 foundation they have to break through in order to get into the center.
Yep. That's kind of why I was saying I don't know how much it's going to matter.
Time to honeycomb it
Feel
even
good
more. Alright.
We're gonna put floors on top of floors on top of floors.
Literally,
Walls
yes.
everywhere.
Literally, yes. Is this an overreaction? No.
Whole new rainbow of pain.
Alright.
I found a little animal friend.
Ooh, fascinating. That thing is mighty mad.
I am.
Bye.
Why is my audio reversed? Left ear and right ear for me are reversed, and I don't know why.
Are you wearing your headphones backwards?
No, I just checked.
Don't be a bell.
How has this happened?
543 spice. Spice sand.
How much you get?
543.
That's pretty good.
But I also have the compactor yield stuff, so again, max paleontologist.
So,
tree.
okay, I'm going to put my headphones on backwards because this is unacceptable. Oh, this feels weird. These are not meant for being on backwards. Okay. Headphones are now on backwards.
I am extremely confused. Is this what's wrong?
I take it we also do care about flower sand still.
It is needed for silicon, so yes.
Okay.
Silicone, sorry.
Look.
This won't be a nice 4x4 as it was in the other base, but this base is smaller, so it's going to be Scout Ornithopter only. I mean, I guess we could fit a medium Ornithopter in here too, but...
I have to invert the pillars. Why? How does that make any sense? That makes no sense. I hate that. Ugh. You know, it occurs to me, if we're doing a giant box pillar where there's also a shield on the roof, that also puts things in a very odd position because then Buggy ain't shooting up.
You are correct.
So, cube of shields is potentially less useful.
Yes. I had not considered that.
I'm over here doing the real hard science, facing the truths that no one else dares to explore.
I mean, Buggy can always just drive out.
That's true. I don't know that Buggy likes that. It does provide us with a more workable safe area. Just to have 4 giant shield cubes. Well, 5 giant shield walls.
Is the only source of aetheryte crystal in the mine area?
In the radiation area, yes.
Yeah, in the radiation area, like that little whole massive rift area.
Yes, that is the only source.
I might take a trip over there and start working on getting us some more cobalt paste, because we're going to need it. Also, I love casually getting a free Mark V thruster from a research lab.
Yes. It also means I don't really need to have upper tier on this. This will be open to this guy anyways.
I hate the sun when I'm building.
I understand. Inspect, most people would just drill the center, slightly off center. That's what I'm willing to work off of and why I'm building that extra layer there. To deter such things. Just to make it difficult for them, should they try. They have exactly 6 minutes, or approximately 6 minutes, to get through the shield. Or to get through things, once the shield goes down. Before the shield reboots and comes back up. So they have 6 minutes to dig through everything, and then get out. Or dig through everything and then find their objective.
Oh, right. I keep getting sunstroke while I'm building, and it's driving me crazy.
Why has the purity hexagon been morphed in this box? Because helipads cannot be anything but box as a game mechanic. So we must commit at least.
I mean, you
a little
can
bit of
build
heresy.
hex walls and then just have something come inside for a box at the top of that to put up a shield.
Which is what I'm doing now.
I need to understand why it will allow me to shield this side, but it will not allow me to shield the opposing side.
Hello there, Sloshy Whale. Welcome in. Okay, so this whole thing, the ornithopter landing pad, is how many tall? It's 1, 2, 3, 4.5 tall.
I swear, if this doesn't connect, I'm gonna lose my mind. So yeah, okay, here's something fun as a quirk.
Mm-hmm.
You have to have alternating facings on the corners of the corner pillars to correctly attach shield walls.
That's a statement.
And now that I've built this thing, I'm annoyed because part of the pillars are built, and removing any piece of them will cause the whole thing to collapse, and I'll have to replace everything. Hence my annoyance at having to build any piece of the wireframe for shield. But I did figure out a way to make it work. I just hate it.
Okay.
Also, I don't understand why sometimes hitting escape will let me get out of the build menu, and other times hitting escape does not let me get out of the build menu. That makes no sense.
Spice? Maybe.
I'm gonna come back to base. I'm gonna get some water. I'm going to determine whether or not the Solido will let me copy wireframes by using it on a half-constructed thing. If it lets me copy wireframes, I will deconstruct everything and have it just copy the wireframe of the whole thing, and I'll make like 5 Solidos to copy that.
Okay.
If I have to physically build the thing, then that's a different statement altogether.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Hey there, Chaco. Welcome in. How you doing today? It's been a minute. Have you been doing some Dune Awakening? Okay, so this layer will be... It's 2 doors to get into the main. I hate it, but it's fine.
You can certainly add more doors.
Yes. Actually. Oh, here... kind of.
Sector
Yeah,
weather
I think it won't be necessary to add more doors here specifically, but yes. Because here we'll just have like a fabricator. And then a small chemical refinery. And then a plethora of, I'm going to describe fake chests. Which will be used not exclusively for material, basic materials like fuel cells and scrap metal, which are basically the only materials we need for the purposes of creating welding wire and then creating vehicle gas. And then we can have these rooms over here for real storage. Okay. Shame you can't make trap chest, can you imagine? Alright, let's see if I can get the buggy up here. You totally hooked. What server are you on, Chaka? We've been building some mega structures around here. Playing solo on a private server, but found out the deep desert is shared with 3 others. Ooh, that's a finding out moment right there. Yeah, that's it. It's interesting to me that the deep desert is also shared on private servers. Like I know it's shared on normal servers. But discovering that private servers also shared Deep Desert is an experience.
Unpleasant discovery.
Also, Buggy just doesn't fit through Atreides' door. Like, at all.
Yeah, yeah. So I've made an unpleasant discovery.
Mm.
The Solido copies all touching items.
I'm not touching the mouse right
So-
now, and this is flickering all over the place.
Nice. So we would have to actually build a wireframe square shield generator with the pillars existing and everything.
Okay.
Otherwise, you would have to individually make walls, like as a Solido, like one wall,
Mm-hmm.
and then like try to cram them together. And I honestly don't know if you would be able to build a floating wall section off of that,
Yeah, I think
because it only
we're just gonna
copies
have to build
physically
it
built
once.
objects.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
That being said, I mean, if I got a power generator up here, I could legitimately copy a wall out, and it would be fine. So it is going to have to be built, but everything has to be touching, so it would be better for me to just
Do it.
construct the pillars. But the
Yeah.
question then is, I don't think I have to copy, like, have the actual flooring sections in between each pillar built. It's really just, you need a bottom section, you would need 8 total floors built, and you would need the 4 corner pillar structures built, and the shields themselves built, and then you would have a working shielded structure.
Just build it. Like an instant. Like don't worry. Just build it. It's fine. It doesn't cost that much. Just do it.
I'm not worried about the cost. I'm worried about how it gets copied.
Yes.
That's the only reason I'm bringing it up.
Like if you can just copy it all, just like build the entire framework, and so when you copy it, you only have to construct the shields, right? At the end.
No, like, it should be constructed with the shields, is what I'm saying. It should be copied with the shields.
Yeah, I mean, like when you physically build. Okay, so if you right now in the framework just build the entire thing, every single piece. So when you copy it, the shields themselves will be included as well as the pillars and everything else.
Mhm.
And then when you
At the end, when it's placed, we only build the shields. Yes,
Correct.
That's
Yes.
the plan. That is the plan.
okay, I understand correctly.
The roof shield is a little finicky. That
Okay.
part I haven't gotten in place yet.
It's just the doors for the buggy. Alright. I'm just going to assume that we're not going to have any physical doors leading to the helipad. Like the buggy, it's all going to be pentashield. There are no... The doors... The buggy is not going through the gates. It's not happening. It's pentashields, and we're just going to accept that when the shields go down, it is what it is.
I mean, the hangar is going to be exposed anyway, so
Yes.
yeah. Just have pentashields going from the hangar to somewhere else.
Yeah.
And then you're going to need, like, a hatch to be able to get from the hangar to whatever lower thing.
Mm-hmm.
But no matter what, like, unless you do some really incredibly stupid floor things, all they're going to have to do is bust through the one layer of floor, and they're going to be in whatever the main base is.
I have done some stupid... some stupid floor things has occurred. I must admit. Shield definitely needs to be here. Okay. So just don't fret about it as much. It's not going to be...
It still makes no gosh darn sense to me why this keeps doing this to me.
Did I just lose power?
Alright, there's the walls. It's gotta be a bug. And then the horizontal shield. That's a stupid question. We're gonna find out.
Okay.
I am once again in a position where I can't actually physically build this because I need to build some kind of platform here.
$700 fuel cells. Don't mind if I do. I am Deluxe. Yes.
Why are people already crazy about this?
Welcome to the internet.
I swear I'm gonna be hearing that for the next month. I don't need to hear it already. It's like when Christmas songs start in like the day after Halloween. Somebody somewhere deserves to get shanked.
Which is illegal. The Christmas songs.
Sure doesn't seem to stop anybody.
Or the thing that drives me nuts is you get done with Halloween, then Christmas stuff is already out, and it's like,
Okay, well...
All corners are tied to a structure. I don't... Is it really going to be that kind of a pain in the ass?
Okay, time to compartmentalize.
So I have discovered a painful and horrific truth.
Oh.
To have the corner posts successfully connect the shields from each post, I have to have them rotated in different directions. Essentially, 2 corners have to be facing, one direction, and 2 corners have to be facing another direction. To connect the roof segment between pillars, they all have to be facing the same direction.
That doesn't make sense to me.
Oof.
You could see how that would be frustrating, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just a little.
Yes.
So what I have to do the roof shield is I need to do essentially 2 walkways, one on either side of, like, opposite sides of the thing, and then I have to connect the shields that way. And I hate that, because then we're gonna have like a giant, like, if they're unbuilt, then there's a gap, essentially. Right? And if they're built, that kind of invalidates the point of having okay, so you will snap to that, and you will oh, because there's no
I know exactly how long it takes to get through each wall. Not very. Which is why I'm compartmentalizing everything. Make them choose. If they choose incorrectly too many times, then they won't be getting sufficient damage done.
Yeah, the biggest thing is making sure the control console's well hidden, because once that goes, they can just, yeah.
Yeah.
oh. So yeah, ultimately I think we are going to have to build the pillars. It would still give us a box around everything, but the complexities of having the shields line up, because pillars are not attachable on all directions the way that we would want, it does force a situation where the shields will exist from corner to corner, but we would not be able to do we wouldn't be able to properly build like just an invisible floating shield wall.
I desire...
We could do a square of invisible floating shield wall, but we wouldn't be able to put a roof on it.
Okay. I desire more testing, which I will do shortly.
All corners must be connected to a structure. There we go.
I both love and hate this, what I'm doing here, because what I'm doing here is surely going to cause a problem for any attacker, but it's hitting that point where, at what point is it not worth it for our sanity?
I mean, also, you really have to consider what is the materials cost of what you're doing.
Yes.
Like, because if it's more than a single person can reasonably bring, or a couple of people can reasonably bring, it's not worth it.
It shouldn't be, though I'm uncertain.
I do not trust you.
I am aware. Like, realistically, what you could do is bring the resources to get the shield box down first, and then it doesn't really matter. You have time.
The shield box is up, yeah. The time is irrelevant.
Mm-hmm. As long as you're
Well,
not getting
come up.
hunted.
You should come up and take a look at this and tell me what you think, because
Yeah.
ultimately, I have had to. I've had to do stupid things.
Give me a second.
Time is irrelevant until the sandstorm hits.
I don't understand why that would be.
I'm set you guys saying once the shield box is up, then you have all the time in the world until the sandstorm hits and disables the shields.
Sure, but if you're building in the middle of a
Yeah.
sandstorm, you deserve everything that is happening.
Yes, that is
Yeah.
fair.
I don't know what else to tell you.
Yes, I agree. I'm just
The point is, no one's going to be shooting missiles into your face while you're trying to position a door.
yes, that is fair.
But yeah, like I'm trying to envision a way that this can work without building the upper platforms, but for whatever gosh darn reason, the four corner pillars do not seem to want to allow shields to go between them. You have to have a floor to do wall shields, and you have to have the pillar to do ceiling shields. But the pillars will not connect a ceiling shield between them either, which is like a misalignment problem, or I need to be looking at the problem from up in the air, which again kind of puts this into a position. It would be really nice to just float around on an ornithopter while building.
Okay. So, how about we trade places?
I need, make sure if you're coming up here, we need blue juice and some more
okay.
granite. Yes. And some more
Cobalt.
granite, and I've got 72 steel ingots on me. I'm supposed to have more than that, but I'm not. Let's see here. Because we need the steel and the cobalt to make the shields.
Okay.
I've got 97 calibrated servox. I think it's only 20 per shield, so that's still not enough.
Alright, give me a second.
But physically being able to hold all the things has been painful. And I wish you could just build from an ornithopter with storage inside of the build zone, but it doesn't treat that as a drawable resource, apparently. But now I kind of want to do, like, I want to do a smaller experiment here. Let me test something. Corner columns. Let's bring you over here. Let's physically have you rotated.
Is the base in PvP... What are we talking about? A base in PvP Deep Desert, yes. We are designing a base for the PvP region of the Deep Desert.
This is up science. Let's say I want to do this. care about having enough build materials. Why does that matter?
Alright, you need blue juice, you say? Or the cobalt paste?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I have none on me because it's very heavy. Alright. Now, let's go ahead and switch back to structural. Let's go back to this wall. Let's attach here, there, and there. And let's do a second layer, and let's test. With no floors.
Okay.
Can I successfully do what I want? Because I need to do this.
Your base in the PvP area has only one job, smelt titanium because it's heavy. Yeah.
I mean, I can't imagine taking the water up there to smelt the titanium, but yeah.
Yeah, it's a decision. Alright, so where are you currently, Naja? Because we're not in the party, I cannot see you.
Fly north from the base. I'm on the other side of the giant round rock.
Okay. I'm also going to send a party invite because I want to see.
Sure.
Excellent, thank you.
Alright, so if I've done all of this, can I then go into utilities, grab a flat shield, and attach the flat shield on the inside to all of these? And if not, why not? It keeps telling me I don't have enough materials because it's trying to get me to like build, because the shields are in the way.
Can you give perms?
Yes, give me a second so that I don't end up in sunstroke mode a 5th time.
Yes.
God, I hate the sun. Permissions, there you go. Co-owner, there you go.
Yay.
I'm assuming you should be able to see the wireframe at that point.
Yes.
So I've got the shield set up on the outside. The thing that I'm doing in the middle is actually just a test to see if I've done something wrong and have the freaking things leveled incorrectly on the outer edge. They shouldn't be able to be leveled incorrectly because the shields are placed. Obviously. But I'm not understanding why I wasn't able to put a vertical shield on top. And I think it's from the fact that I'm trying to place it from below. So I don't know that I actually need the upper floor pieces to be built. Which is why I'm testing the center
Give me a second.
with a smaller build.
I am placing a chest so that I can put things into the chest and then have room for activities. Okay.
So I feel sort of
All right.
stupid. I had the circuit screwed up, so I thought we were out of aetherite. We weren't.
No, we had like 3,000 aetherite.
Well, we've now got even more aetherite.
And so shield is trying to go between the pillars. From pillar to pillar, correct? Okay.
Well, the upper shield is going from the platforms in the top. All of the wall shields are going from pillar to pillar, and they're already set. So
Okay.
you should be able to build them, although they won't, like, because of the way that they're set up, they should be buildable.
Yes. The ceiling
want-
doesn't line up, I see.
Does the ceiling not line up?
Over here, there's a gap, a one-tile gap, it would seem, where the shield doesn't reach to the...
That's the build box.
I mean, the ceiling shield doesn't reach to the wall shield.
To the... Right. So the ceiling shield currently is attached to the floor that's running
On
full
the
length on each side.
Yes. So the ceiling
The
shield...
reason...
Go ahead.
So the reason for that is because, for whatever reason, it would not let me put the ceiling shield on top of the pillars. I think it
Okay.
is a placement issue, but that's why I'm... If you look in the middle of this thing,
Mm-hmm.
that's why I'm testing this.
Okay.
I'm trying to do ceiling shield here. But because I am looking physically at another shield object, it is not letting me place it, because it thinks I'm trying to build the outer shields, you know, that are far away.
It's not letting you
So it's
place
just
it because
giving me
it
the
does
eagle.
not snap to shields to my or to pillars to my understanding.
We just tested it before. The flat one did.
Horizontal one did, yes.
Yes, that's what I'm testing out here.
Okay.
So my point, again, is that the giant 4 pillars that currently exist, when the walls are there to act as, when the roof sections are there to act as the snapping points for the wall sections, because they do not snap to pillars, then I cannot put the roof shield section on the pillar.
Why is this not?
It will not let you place in the center because of the fact that it's trying to build the things that are far away from you.
I see.
Like you can put a block, but you won't be able to confirm
Yeah.
a shield placement. That's the problem I'm having, because I need to be able to look down, and I can't look down because of the floor.
Oh,
So here,
1 second.
we're gonna solve the problem. Get on top.
This is an unnecessarily complicated and ornery way of going about it. Okay, you're way too high. Okay,
Way too
that
high to
you
build the
knocked me out. Okay, I'm just
square
gonna do... Yes. Okay. Give me a second. I fell off naturally, by the way. I didn't jump off. So... There we go. So if I were to grab this and put this here... Okay, I need to move over a bit. Oh, that's not what I wanted.
So it did snap though, right?
It did snap, yes.
It is snapping. You're able to connect it, or is it just trying to build the other thing?
It's trying to build
because-
the other thing.
Yeah, that's the annoyance that I'm having. So if that's the case, then clearly there has to be something wrong with the pillars as is, because they would not allow me to snap in that way out on the wider edge, even though I used walls to ensure they were all at the same height for connection purposes.
Okay, I cannot snap here even at all. Okay, it will not snap.
But you just did that over at the other base. We tested it.
And it's not snapping.
Is it not snapping because there's something in the way? Meaning you're...
No,
thing
I
you're
didn't. I
standing-
didn't snap to the pillars on the other base, did I? I don't think I did. I snapped to
The
existing.
flat one, yes.
I didn't build a flat one. I built a horizontal one, or the vertical one, the one that was. Like, I've only ever gotten this to snap to walls. Or at least
It snapped
reliably.
to the corner pillar the second time we did it. Remember we said that was the difference? The walls will only snap to floors, but the horizontal ones will snap to pillars. Like this. Like, clearly I'm able to put it on that pillar. So it should snap to that. Like, otherwise it wouldn't give me the option to place it in the first place.
This is true.
Remember?
So I'm not able to get it to work, so I think there's something else going on here. I mean, clearly there's something else going on
That's why I'm trying
here.
to test this. Like, there's
Yeah.
something weird happening, right? Because
Yeah.
clearly I can place the first one, which means it is snappable to pillars. It wouldn't even let you put the first section if that weren't true.
I
But for
did
some
have
reason,
to
it's not locking on to this one.
build the pillar. Did I have to build the pillar?
No.
No.
Alright, hold on here. This is driving me nuts. There. Got 4 giant freaking bubble shields. I have no idea how they're on because we don't have a power gen. Or is that only showing up because I'm in build mode? It's because I'm in build mode. Removing the floor section here. So each of these pillars should be exactly
So what
the
I
right
did,
height.
what I did before is I put a floor here. I put a pillar, then attached a floor to it,
The thing that you built is in the way, I think.
potentially.
It's inside the bubble field for the attachment.
That might be relevant.
Yes, it's snapping now.
Okay.
So if I go to build, click snap, it's not working on the upper piece,
Is it?
and yet it is working on the lower piece that is green.
No, we don't have enough materials
it's
anymore.
Clipping. It is clipping here, right? Like, what is happening?
Not so much.
Harvesting spice sand is never not going to be terrifying.
What is this snap to? Oh. Why does this floor exist?
Because I made it exist. Because I was having trouble getting it to snap. Because it can snap to the floor, but I wasn't able to get it to snap to the pillar.
I have lost more water up here doing nothing than I have lost in actual hours of gameplay going around stabbing people.
I know we just created the outside. Can we get rid of one of them? Because I don't have enough cobalt to place more. Or, okay. Just put it in the box, so it's in the box. And
I
then
have
you can both-
dismantled everything. There.
Where are you guys at? I can bring some more cobalt paste if you need it.
I sent you a part
We
of
also
the
need more Servox. But yeah, what I'm not understanding is why I'm able to snap to these pillars in the first place, but I'm not able to snap to them. Like, you see how it's like not.
I don't think it works. I wasn't able to do this when I was testing it before. Well, testing when I played. This wasn't the method I used before. I did this. Oh. And snapped it to this.
What type of Saravakan were you guys at?
The ones that look like,
Spiky wheels.
yes.
Okay.
And I believe I had it vertically aligned. So I'll try this, see if this works. Yeah, this works. I wasn't able to go
does-
directly under the pillars at all. And if I delete these outer pieces, it goes away at some point. Yeah. The other thing that looked like it was working. Did it send it in my inventory? No. The other thing that looked like it was working was attaching the horizontal pieces. Sorry, the vertical walls instead of pillars. So doing something like this. It is so
Were
very
you guys
difficult to get
hiding
things
at?
to snap. I sent you a party invite.
I didn't see it.
Alright, come on. Let me have it. This thing refuses. Oh my god. If I press the button until every possible permutation is used, then it will let me snap in the spot I wanted to snap. It's not doing it. It's not letting me snap in the spot I wanted to snap.
Where are you trying to put it?
Oh, it's because the pillar's in the way. I see. There we go. Right there. So if we have these pillars which are aligned, then a flat here on top of it, and a vertical here, and a flat and a vertical. I'm just wondering what the minimum thing is.
I'm just confused as to what it, like, because we're not able to do any kind of internal snapping here. So,
Okay, this is not gonna snap. So I'm just wondering what are the limits of what is and is not snappable.
yeah. I could have swore before, when we were messing around with this, we had determined that you were, in fact, able to have a pillar going across and set up a shield. I know that you did it with the vertical shields, but the horizontal shields do snap to these pillars. Like, it's actually letting me snap to them. It's just not making the alternate connection, and I feel like the reason it's not making that alternate connection is some kind of like facing issue.
I don't think so. Like it was just I see it snapping the first, like getting the first snap, but it's not getting the second.
What's weird is I see it snapping to things, I just can't then click because everywhere that it's doing it, I have a message that says you do not have the resources. Because there are other things floating around that want to be built that are in my line of sight for that. Which is absolutely driving me crazy.
Like, this works. But the moment I break... Is it this? Nope. I can have just the corners, it looks like.
Yeah, you have to have the corner pieces.
So
Problem
this...
is, I don't... Can we then have the horizontal shield working? Or the wall-based shields working off that? Because
don't see why not.
I think you would need to have another square piece here and here to make a flat connection between those. It won't let me place them facing that direction.
I'm doing it.
It snaps the internal.
I mean, I don't see why this wouldn't work. I mean, obviously I built this on the floor, so maybe let me move it up, so it's actually not there, so it's more practical to what we're looking on high. So if we do this up one level, That way, the goal is to have... Can I do this on the inside as opposed to the outside? What happens if I do this on the inside instead of the outside? Does it work? If I do center pillars instead of corner pillars, how does that change things?
The shields can't snap to where the center pillars are.
But we're
You would
not
have a gap between
snapping.
the pillar and the. So the problem with doing it on the inside is then whatever roof you're using is going to either have an entirely built platform across on one side and the opposite side, or you're going to have a massive hole. Because you're not going to be able to place... Like, the flat shield would have to be attached to this. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's the
There's
same
the
problem I
pillar
have above,
blocks.
if you look at it. I have to have things running all the way across on either side to then attach the roof shield to. The alternative is placing things on the outside and then connecting the shields to the inside of the outside pieces. Which we can do. Like, the design that I have up top up there can have the floor sections pushed out one layer to fix that. Can I do that? I cannot do that. I would have to adjust all of the pillars in one.
Yeah, so we put it on the outside layer, it works.
But then you have to have like a butterfly effect where there's one on this side and one on the opposite diagonal.
It's not so bad.
And if we're doing that, what piece would be good? There is an angled piece.
The snapping is so painful.
Yes.
Did you resend that party invite so I can find you?
It doesn't get canceled. Hit O, click players, click party invites.
I think you declined it.
Yep, there it is.
I sent
Got
it again.
Does it auto decline?
I have no clue.
I don't...
Mine just sit there. That's why I
Yeah.
don't get pop-ups for them. So much water.
I'm seeing the problem with the pillars. I cannot build the vertical wall because the pillar is in the way.
Mm-hmm.
1 second.
Can you not do it if you just butterfly it like this?
Hold up. Thinking.
I do not have access to the chest to deposit stuff.
That should be good.
And your calibrate and your cobalt
Then-
paste.
Thank you.
Okay, and then...
You want to drop down another chest? I actually have another 46 cobalt if you want it.
Is it a volume issue? It's a volume,
It's a volume issue.
What do we need iron for? There's no reason
shield.
for the iron.
No. Shield
steel
takes
for the
steel.
shield.
Okay.
I don't know why there's iron. Still not
take
going to
the
be
iron.
enough volume. Here you go.
If I build all of it, what happens? I realize that I'm probably going through like the exact same steps you went through. But this looks like it's just going to work.
Yeah. So the only issue with this is the pillars have to be at least one away from the edge of the build zone,
Yes.
so that you have enough room for this to go out. So basically, the shield will always be one in, and then you technically don't need these corner pieces. You just need the butterfly of this side and this side.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think any of it has to be built for the shields to be built at all,
I believe that is correct.
because I can just do this right here, and
Yeah.
it plopped the shield into existence, because it's a 0 weight item. So
Yes.
like magically, these 4 shields can just exist.
Yes.
And I've sunstroked again. God damn it! I've been standing in the sun for like 10 seconds. It's very sunny today.
Yes. So that works. And you've been attempting to figure out how to get it to work without pulling it in more.
Essentially, yes. But unfortunately, what ends up happening is the roof shield becomes a problem, because you would then have to actually build real roof across. So if we build it with this effect where there's a floor on the outside, we can build the entire thing with no consequences like this, because here's the proof of concept. All of that is built. All of it's built, all of it's touching, there are no gaps. Obviously there's going to be a gap in the floor, but like that's not the concern.
Yeah.
The concern is getting killed by missiles from the sky.
Mm-hmm.
So now to rebuild that in the framework of what we're trying to do, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to delete all of these pillars. A shitload of resources just got dumped into my inventory, I think. No? Yes? No? I did not get any resources.
I
back.
did.
Ah,
Which
because
is
you're
a
the one that placed it.
Weird
That makes
interaction. But
It
they
is.
are now in the box.
Alright, so that sort of means, if you will assist me, I'm going to go around the entire edge of everything, and I'm going to destroy everything that exists. And we just need to build... let's start on a relatively flat plane. Let's start over here, I guess, because this is sort of relatively flat to the console.
Mm-hmm.
In the center. Let's build a basic foundation, I guess. Ugly sun is coming. Just kind of like on a corner here. Is that
Okay.
lined up with this? It is.
That's fine. Yeah.
And
okay.
then we'll use that as the pillar alignment tool. So I'll choose
One
a
moment.
corner
I
pillar.
want to test something. I want to test
Sure.
something.
Do whatever you want.
Yeah, it's... If I do this... This isn't going to solve the... Or will it? No, it's not.
What were you trying to test?
If the center column allows me to build shields differently, but it won't, because it won't solve the corner problem. You know, we don't have to have flying shields. We can just have giant pillars going into the sky that you attach to.
I mean, true. It's just a lot of extra materials to bring,
It is.
which is
Not
kind
even
of
that
the whole
many.
point of us trying to cheat. Well, it's a reasonable amount.
It is. Let me think.
I strongly
Oh,
dislike the
yes.
sun.
It is very angry and substantially murderous.
Alright. I need floors. Roof. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Very nice. Oh, 9. I can do 9. I can come all the way over to here.
I don't.
Which
See
means I
how
can go
this
back to
will work.
structural. I can go back to corner. Is that thing lined up east-west in terms of being thicker? It looked like it was aligned east-west.
Approximately, yeah. It's kind of at a diagonal, but yeah, east-west in terms of being
2,
thicker.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, that's very, very close.
Oh, red granite. Wait, no. I'm not in the build zone. Doesn't count. I went to hide from the sun.
And believe me, I actually I did try to find a place that was appropriately.
I can't place this, and I don't know why. Like, it's clicking as if it's supposed to go down. It is. It's probably a stability issue. It's not telling me. Okay. So if I do this, now it works. Alright, good.
I want an umbrella. Can I have an umbrella?
Umbrella OP. Technology
A
has been
parasol.
outlawed. Honestly, this is still a good size. What are these other pillars out here?
Don't ask. They're not meant to be there.
Okay.
This one wasn't placing for me until I placed
Yeah.
another one, and it was throwing them all over the place, trying to get it to go.
Okay.
That's all it was.
Okay, so
The
now we
same
have...
stupid problem you had.
Yeah.
I need actual legitimate verticality to place this up high enough. Go. Yes. Because I'm sure we want this to go as high as possible, correct?
Yes.
Alright. It is time.
Why are you like this? Looks like you're as high as you can go with this one. Nope, that's one higher. Okay. Okay, so that's as high as that's gonna go. And then we need the same roof system on the outside. Okay. How am I crawling on the floor? There you go.
Are you doing worm cosplay?
Apparently.
I think that's all linked. 1, 2, 3.
It's
4,
really hard to tell
5,
from this angle, isn't it?
6, 7, 8. Oh, I got one wrong. So it looks like we have everything built. Correct?
I believe there is still... From this side it must go.
That's unfortunate.
That's looking good.
I can't get past your little thing here because I've got a shield selected. I'm trying to snap it. Is that not the correct height?
The
Can you go
correct-
up one more?
Yeah. That's... There you go.
Yeah, it's really not wanting to snap. Not wanting to snap the roof shield.
I got it.
Okay. Maybe it snapped the wrong thing when I initially placed it. It was going on the pillar instead of the walls. That's probably what was happening. Alright, so this wall goes... So, like, I can snap to that all the way over here. Very easily.
Yes.
Of course, it's trying to build instead of... Did you already put this one?
Warning.
You did. Okay,
Nuclear
that's,
launch
that's why
detected.
it's going on.
Well, hello there. Blink, 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 blink! It's been a minute! How have you been? Welcome in. How y'all doing today? You guys having a good time out there? I saw that you were playing some Dune Awakening. You doing swell? Ah, yeah. Saw you guys are doing some Dune Awakening. Spoiler alert, so are we! It's a little bit really fun. Alright, so this one's not snapping. It is snapped, okay. Alright. That looks like success. Having a blast in Dune? Yes. I'm on public servers. I'm on public servers. Playing with the guild. I saw you were not on public servers. Oh yeah, we have to actually build it, right? Which means constructing everything.
Not enough materials.
Mm,
Did you get some
I
back from
probably
before
did.
that didn't?
I did not. It's a little bit a lot of fun. Yes, you get a private server. Yeah, I saw the private servers. I was like, tempting, but no, I joined on public because it actually seemed pretty decent. Like, it's not really super griefable kind of game. So, I've been enjoying that. What's going on over here? And NPC and NPC violence. Okay.
We have Servox. We have steel. Somehow we didn't get back our cobalt paste.
That's obnoxious.
Deconstruction.
That's very obnoxious. You heard good things about the overall community and public server experience. Yeah, it's been great. What I thought was funny was even the private servers Deep Desert are all linked, which is fascinating as an experience. I'm going to start constructing all the pillars and everything else until it stops.
Before you do that,
Okay.
don't build any right now, please.
Nothing built.
I want to see if the Solido will copy the shields when they're like all 5 are built, to see if they're touching. Because if they are, then we don't actually need to do everything else.
I think
Just
we
copy the
probably
shields.
do, because it still counts for stability. And if I break a bottom pillar, the whole thing goes away, including the already constructed shields.
Yes, that's why I didn't want you to build it.
Correct. I haven't built it. Yeah, it's been great, and just the random people around. I mean, obviously you get your random internet denizens, but it's hardly a bad experience.
I don't know, I did have somebody trying to get me to molest them or something the other day. That was very weird.
And yeah,
Yeah, I had someone
That's-
was like, go to this website to get free Solari, I'm like, you do realize how freaking easy Solari is to get in this game.
those are bots that you don't interact
100%.
with them.
Where's the blue juice? Surely we don't only have 500 juice left. Are we gonna have to go
Blake,
on
have you made it to the deep desert yet? Or perhaps should I say, have you made it to the deep desert already? Oh, Blink! So, on the shield wall, we decided that trying to go up the shield wall was a mistake. So, we made a highway to go up the shield wall. Because it's a lot better. Shout out to Fahrenheit for putting it together. Like, it is quite an amazing feat. And welcome to our base. We haven't done the internal furnishings yet. Work in progress. You love the ornithopter pad? Yeah! I love the pad with the directional options. It's great. I want to change the flooring here. I like the pattern, but I think the white on dark, the white on black, the high contrast, I'd prefer a different color. I should grab a Solido. Or several. Very cool space, thank you. Yeah, our clan here has, like, all of these structures here are part of our clan. It's beautiful. We got more of the observer set that include these triangles. The observer set didn't have triangles, and I'm unhappy about that. It's so, like, it's just, like, the observer floor is nice, don't get me wrong. But without the triangles, like, what? I mean, I can still use them. And I still do use them, but, like, I like my triangles. Bet it's coming. I certainly hope so. I really do. Future drops? I hope so. Alright.
I don't know what's going on, but it's not letting me actively build pieces right now.
That's an unusual outcome. Yeah, so we've joined Atreides here. I haven't aligned the guild yet. I'm waiting a little bit for more for that, but we've joined Atreides and it's looking pretty nice. I'm very happy about it. Oh, where's Eustace? Does Eustace have their own box?
Yes, it is the one all the way on the right side. Underneath by the dust cells. There's only one box of them right now.
Yeah. Alright, good.
Also, bars pretty much is in a good spot if you want to show it off real quick.
I have no idea what the second half of that statement was.
The bar, if you would like to look at it, is open for
Oh!
business.
Yes, yes. Let's go show that off real quick.
At least the first floor of the bar.
Well, do you want me to show it off?
Yeah, you can show off the first floor.
Alright. Let's go check out the social space. Fly over here in style because I can. Yeah, the helipad makes me very happy. Alright, public door. Public chests. And a nice sit-down spot. I like it. I like the table. It fits well. It's beautiful. Ah. More lounge area. I like it.
Thank you.
Always makes you wonder how copters fly in the first place. Hummingbird. Hummingbird sounds. That is to say, with great difficulty.
So, fun thing to learn.
Mm-hmm.
Cannot build the structure while shields are attached to it that were already built, because they are quote-unquote in the way of the pillar being built.
Huh. Fascinating. I've seen a few other instances of stuff like that, but good to know.
I assume we are just gonna slap all of this together for real. Not enough materials. We do not have enough stone.
I'm about to fix that problem. Problem fixed.
Thank you. And as soon as we get this entirely built,
I'm really
Excuse me.
hoping the base I've built is small enough to fit inside this.
well, so that's the next step, right?
Yep.
That's the if this is the blueprint of throwing together a shield, then if you can build inside of this space, it will fit.
Yep.
question is, do I put up Solido, or do I put up the shields and then Solido it?
Yeah, do it. Give it a shot. I will go Solido the other base that I've built, which you haven't looked at yet.
I've got like 6 Solidos in my pockets if you want them.
So do
I don't know
I.
if you have one. Okay.
And then see if I can just slap it down inside that spot. I forgot to pick up the Solidos that I crafted. Give me a second.
You could have just taken them from my pockets, but no.
Yeah.
But no.
I thought I had them in my pocket. My pockets are light.
Okay, what's going on here? Why will it snap here, but not here?
What's the use of the big shield dome box again? It's a shield dome. That's the use of the shield dome. Does the game cost money to play? Not beyond first purchase.
Like many old games, it's a one and done.
Yes. Which is nice. I appreciate that.
Only more games were that way.
All right, gents, I'm off for the night. Have a good one.
Have a good one, Fahrenheit. Good luck.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Okay.
My belt break and it didn't tell me it did. What a rude thing. Hooray for backup belts. Alright. And now for the ultimate concern that the Solido will not copy.
If it's built, it'll copy it. At least I don't see why it wouldn't.
I mean, even if it doesn't, this gives us a framework to quickly slap up some shields, right?
Yeah.
I, in fact, have created a Solido of the entire thing. I now have a giant square that I can rotate around and place. I do not know how that works for the purposes of like trying to shove it into ground that may or may not exist. Because what I'm noticing here is that because this is built off the ground, if I try to place the structure...
Can you see the structure I've just placed in build mode?
No.
Ah, okay.
No, I cannot.
Base does fit inside. Relatively cleanly, in fact.
Does it?
Yep.
It's got enough room for a helipad on the top and everything?
Yep. You should go check out the real one.
Oh, it's because you haven't confirmed the blueprint placement.
Correct. And if I
That's
press
why
the
it's not showing up.
the confirm, then it will.
You lose the Solido, yes.
Yeah, so I don't want to do that.
Are you certain there's nothing sticking into any of the... Like, obviously you can... But, right? The only one that I would be concerned about is that left edge seems close, but on your screen everything does look like it fits.
It would yell at me if it didn't fit. If it was colliding or something. because this
Okay.
is all physical entity, it would yell at me.
Yeah. So I mean, do you want me to just make a bunch of Solitos of this?
Yes. And the shields are placed and everything, yeah?
Mhm.
Okay.
Alright.
Yeah. Alright. This works. I don't exactly like not having the shield go all the way down to the floor, but we can fix that.
Yeah, and honestly, it's just a box to keep the missiles at bay, right? Like, at the end of the day, the internal shields of the structure are still better.
Yep.
And
Speaking
if
of
someone
which-
tried to come inside, in theory, you could box them inside and trap them forever.
Yes. Which is a fun idea. Okay, so I'll leave you to finish up that. Clean up the secret. Let me bring back materials.
I mean, what am I doing with this? I've got 6 copies of the frame.
I believe we are deconstructing everything here and bringing the materials back inside is what we're doing.
Great. Let me plop down my ornithopter. And we will go put this in. I'm stuck.
Why? How was I looking down the sight with the assembler?
I don't question certain things anymore. Boop. Beep. Boop. Beep. Boop. Beep. There are going to be parts laying on the floor for sure. So look
see
for
that.
little boxes. There's that. There's that. Not seeing any other containers over here, so I think we're good. So we just need to pop these. And
That should do it.
thief goes away. Boop.
Nice.
Science done. So what do you think of the your Atreides ornithopter?
I like it. I like it better than the standard one.
The shape of it is the shape of the guys that attacked us the other day. Oddly enough.
Is it?
2 of them had that copter. Yeah.
Fascinating. I'm okay with this.
I see that Raider is segregating her hopticopters.
Yes. The big ones are not permitted to mingle with the small ones. It is law.
Yes.
How have I done this?
What do you mean the vehicle's out of range? I'm physically touching the thing.
Okay. Alright.
Hooray! Science is done. We now have McDonald's base.
Well, come check out the base before we commit to this one.
I'm gonna grab some water real quick. Drink.
And just organize everything. I mean, those top boxes are explicitly designed for a hot drop of equipment. So you can just dump things in there and have the chest pull from it, have things pull from it. Like otherwise it requires like a full inventory dump and management every time, that's just impractical beyond use. But yes. Being snarky, how could you? Not granite here. Meh. I don't have any granite left. This is fine, it's not a big deal.
I will say that the ornithopter landing area is very...
It's nice, yeah. Man.
So if we did have a big boy up here, they might have trouble landing in here and then also having our regular ornithopters come down and then get put away. If we're not doing buggy shooting out of the roof, that does solve the problem of buggy space.
Mm-hmm.
Got a hatch and a hatch. Basic little constructor. We got this hatch. Oh my goodness. Outer hallway shenanigans that goes nowhere. Into another hatch. Into Honeycomb. Did you... Oh dear God. Did you identify how many resources this was? Just out of curiosity.
Nope. I don't think it tells me anyway. Does not tell me anyway.
Okay.
It's going to be chunky amounts of basalts and
Steel for the doors, right?
less. I mean, some steel, but not much. Mostly just plascrete and plastone, whatever it's called, and then granite.
I don't suppose it would be worthwhile expanding the hangar section a bit.
Not really. The base is kind of too small. I can't push it back one without it being hanging off the edge of the honeycomb. Not really.
Does it matter if it's hanging off the edge of the honeycomb?
It does, and yes, because then they can get inside with the shield still up, or at least inside the hangar section.
Wait, what?
If I push the wall further back, then it's then there's no more floor.
But this is square floor.
Yes.
Can we not just put another square floor? Or are we at a structure limit, durability limit?
Not quite at the durability limit, close. But the floor is not. It is not square floor.
Ah. Is that foundation? What is this?
It's half floor. Half wall.
Ah.
There's a half wall layer there.
Oh, so it's double layered.
Mm-hmm. Just to
Wait,
mitigate.
That still confuses me then. What do you mean that you can't push back the floor by one?
I guess I could. It would hang off the edge. You know, I guess I could.
Does this
You do it.
not not. Oh, I don't have permissions, so it's not snappy.
Oh.
But yeah, like you could get another square back here without it hanging off. Really, like it'll like the very edge corner would, but that'll get you one more tile of landing space.
Yeah. Yes, it would. Whoop. I sank hole in one.
The floor wants to eat you.
It does.
It is your birthright to be eaten by the floor.
And I don't want to talk about it. Albeit, the unsurprisingly, at least I guess probably unsurprisingly to you, because given how much you've done with this, this is all flying. This entire section.
Mm-hmm.
It is connected via specifically these two floor nodes. And if both of these floor nodes break, the entire helipad goes away.
Well, so you can fix that by dangling pillars from this until they touch the floor. Because right now, they don't have structural cost, right?
Right.
So you could have extraneous pillars supporting it that then feed directly into these walls. And it's off-grid from the triangle section.
That it is.
So you can totally support this with more pillar. That's easy.
It is too... It's not snapping. Which makes me believe that there's something else going on.
You can't have the walls plugged into each other. You'd have to do wall plug into pillar, and then you'd have to have the second wall coming off the pillar, so...
I don't think that's why it's not snapping. I think there's something else going on
Can you
here.
go underneath and look up?
I
It
think
keeps trying to snap to all your gosh darn triangles.
it's not the triangle. It just
It's
isn't.
gross.
I think that the wall is too thick. I'd have to send it out further.
Wait, is that a corner pillar? It is a corner pillar.
It is a corner pillar, yeah.
Walls don't attach to pillars. You need a floor. There's no such thing
You
as
are
a pillar that
correct.
attaches
You are
to
correct.
a wall.
I did not consider that.
Quick dangle a floor from your wall. God, that's funny. How did I lose build permissions on this thing again, though?
I literally
wanna
just
know.
gave it to you. Seconds
Oh,
ago.
did you? Oh, okay. I almost got sealed inside. Gone forever.
How to trap a Naja.
Please don't. I don't want to be trapped in a corner forever. So it will let me do there. So the issue is the two little half wall things there are blocking it for right now. We'd have to build the pillar first.
I don't
Instead
think
of
it's
the
the half.
half
There's
eaves.
no floor here for it to attach to
well,
at the bottom of
You
the.
did just get rid of the
I mean, there's no floor at the bottom of it for it to attach to.
Correct. I thought we were gonna go through the half walls or whatever.
You can't go through the half walls. They block. I think I'm misunderstanding the statements being made.
Probably, yes.
There's no floor on the bottom side of the half walls to attach to, is what I'm saying. Therefore,
Yes.
you can't attach to the bottom side of the half walls.
Yes. I don't want to attach to the bottom side of the half wall.
And what are you trying to do?
I want to attach to the bottom side of the floor you're standing on that's at the top of the half walls. And then build the half walls around the pillar.
That doesn't work, but give it a try.
Boop, boop, boop.
Because it now
Not enough
blocks.
materials for... Because you're building out of plastone, aren't you?
I am, and those pillars are not made out of plastone.
Correct.
Yeah,
Or if
the
you were to build
pillar
the pillars,
blocks
they
the
would
half
work with
walls. Yeah. The pillar blocks the half walls.
That's gross. Out of curiosity, though, like, let's say the shields go down. What's to stop them from just chewing through the half wall instead of going through the floor? Like, it's still 2 objects to go through.
It's still 2 objects for them to go through. That's the point.
Yeah.
Like, they can if they want. Like, it's just by having it a half wall, they now have to go through 2 layers.
I sort of wish internally we could attach a pillar to one of these floors and have it go down through the honeycomb section. The issue would be, obviously, there's going to be a triangle ceiling in the way because of half floors.
I mean, we could. That is an option.
I'm just worried if something happens and they figure out whatever structural weakness this is, which obviously they really shouldn't. But if they figure out how this is supported, if they take out a key section of that, then the whole top half is going to collapse and it's going to break 2 layers of your thing anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I want to crawl up inside of here. Okay, it does not allow me to crawl up inside of here.
I should probably block that off anyways. Just so they can't see inside.
What is the point of the ceiling crawl if you can't then climb on the outside of something? I guess you could just drop down on another section if you had like a ceiling crawl between the 2.
Yeah.
Seems oddly specific.
It was a thing we went in.
Now the question becomes, is there enough support to do the walls and the shield still? 1, 2,
presumably.
3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, should only be 6 from the thing. And that just gives us a little bit more leeway to land if we have to in a panic.
Mm-hmm.
Or it gives enough room for Raider to crash land a big thing in here and still have room for something else. Need more granite?
Yeah.
I thought these were plastone.
No.
Oh.
Most of the base is granite. Because
there's a granite stone just on the left side of this rock.
I'm gonna need like 500.
500 just for that wall?
Yeah. It costs a lot.
I refuse.
How have I done this? Okay, and then...
Your bubble shield should be good, and then you're good.
Wait. Could have sworn I built this out of Windows. Doesn't really matter, I guess.
That is a change you should make, I think. Visibility as to what the enemy is doing matters.
It does, but also... It's really hard to see out of the windows.
I mean, I'd rather have a hard time seeing than no option at all, if I'm honest.
This is true.
If you want, I can just demolish one ahead of you so you don't have to keep switching. I'll just wait for you to build the previous one.
Much appreciated. Okay.
Oh, that probably, yeah.
I'm not going to do it on the upper layer. I don't think that's going to help much.
Really? I often see them through that, but
Okay,
That's
I'm
fine.
doing the upper layer.
If we're gonna do it, let's do it.
Yeah.
This is all unsupported, so I'll just.
You put your sub and generators in a 1x1 box with no doors. Is that too cheese? Not too cheese at all. I'll beat you out. I can do it in a less than a 1x1. You're gonna have to put the shield back.
Yeah.
I think you got the shield making material.
I did. Builder. Utilities. Shield. The sky is like really green right now. Oh, you already
Unusually
think
so,
that.
yeah.
I was wondering why that wasn't working. I'm like, oh, it's already there. The sky is really green right now, guys. I promise I'm not dumb.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Do you want guardrails for this at all? For the thing?
I don't care. Alright, so this is working.
Not exactly gonna be shooting from here, so that's fine.
Yeah. Probably should have guardrails just so that we don't run the buggy off as easily. Put guardrails. It's a largely inconsequential quantity of granite. Alright. I'm not super happy with it, but it works. We've got options.
I want to test something real quick.
Gives you shooting cover too?
Okay. So if I were to square this off... Okay, so when we go to build this, the wireframe bubble shield needs to be plopped first. Because, unless I can get in here and get very low into the ground, which isn't really possible, I'd have to go all the way down here. And even then I'm still pretty high up. Yeah. I cannot see the wireframe out there of what I'm trying to place, and it is...
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
The verticality is an issue, so...
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't know there was this thing. Do we even need this thing?
Now that you mention it. No. Just go in through
And
the
is
upper...
is this floor... Okay, yeah. So, yeah.
I mean, it's kind of convenient, but also... No.
I mean, we don't really want to indicate that there's anything on that level to begin with, right?
Yeah. I'm
That's just
undoing
hinting.
this. I don't know. Okay. Okay, undo that. In that case, I can undo so much of this honeycomb, of this cubishness, and like near totally honeycomb this thing. Okay, yeah. This changes a lot.
Suddenly the base becomes half as tall.
No, but
I feel bad because I just said something and I'm like all of a sudden causing problems.
No. This is good. This is very good. What's stopping me from... Okay, in that case, I can undo this. I can have a standard door here. Come on.
Oh, you're gonna do a door on the inside.
Yeah.
here.
No hatch
And then-
here.
Yeah. Does that also mean you could do a triangle floor off of this square floor to cover up the hole here?
Doubt it. That's a level of Z fighting that I don't think is going to be permitted.
Oh, it lets you, but then you'd have a very narrow little hole to go down to get in there. Not that that really matters.
Well, the thing is, I could give this the same treatment up top,
Yeah.
and then just have like no square floor at all here.
Yes, that's a good point.
This is going to be obnoxious to maneuver around. Like, problematically so.
Because you don't need any squareness here at all. You could just re-triangle all of this, yeah.
Yeah. Let me see if I can... Let me see how I can modify this then. What does it look like if I do... See, this is why I want another set of eyes here. Their build limit, yes. The square upon which you build. You just drop down one layer to this. Getting up is the issue. Oh my god.
It doesn't have to be the issue. I have a solution to that. You're not going to like the solution to that, but I have one.
I will ask, but I will not be happy about it.
Alright, let me whip out my build tool. Go away. I still had the Solido in there. So...
This actually is pretty good, because you can walk across this and drop down.
Yeah, I was going to say, the answer is a ladder.
Yeah. Okay, and yeah, that leaves an entirely extra layer for them to have to punch through if they want to go do that. Okay. And now for an entirely different... Yeah.
My next trick. So, about the shield net
Mm-hmm.
being off the ground. Funny story, the control key is your best friend when it comes to verticality. And it can, in fact, sink all the way into the floor if you want it to.
Really?
So you can get the shields to be at floor height as long as you have a floor height somewhere.
Okay. If it works, it works.
The only concern at that point is this hatch thing.
Yes.
I do have, I have a concern.
Yes.
You're not gonna like the concern that I have. I have a concern.
Okay.
It's even worse than the latter suggestion concern.
Okay.
And that is, when this thing gets Solitoed, isn't it just going to be a giant web of green that no one can see through? And it does have clear, this must be built first, this must be built second kind of rules.
Yes.
So this thing's going to be a nightmare to put together.
Yes. I've come to this conclusion. This is not going to change, regardless of as long as it's got a lot of things to construct. Yes.
Yeah. So we're going to need to build out a lot of plastone for this. And we're going to need to build a lot of high weight other materials. Which means that we are going to need to bring ornithopter carriage levels of
material, yes. Which has been true of every little, even of the little bases we've done.
Was it? I see
Yes.
I see a buggy out there. Who's on that buggy?
They come by every so often. He's dragging the worm with him is what he's doing.
Wonder what they're mining. Carbon, maybe?
Maybe. Seems yours are not super important. Yes, yes they are super important. Come on, let me... This door is set to auto open and I'm literally touching it. And I can't interact with it because there's another door too close to it. Alright. It's a real problem.
Yes.
Alright, so that's a problem. How do I solve that problem?
This?
Yes.
Haha.
Okay. Okay.
I did nothing. I literally did nothing.
Yeah,
I just jumped in the hole.
I figured as much.
If that's not set to auto open though, I don't know how you would deal with that. I will note. Because the top one should definitely not be set to auto open.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I can get stuck in this.
Oh
one.
god, that's funny. That is so
horrible.
funny. Oh, nice. The shields do prevent you from sunstroke.
Yeah, they
Oh,
do.
very nice.
Despite clearly letting the sun all the way through. Okay. Well, I can officially say,
now I have a dumb...
going through, someone attempting to dig through the doors is just the worst possible way they can go about this. But unless they know where to dig otherwise, it's a little difficult for them to go through places.
I'm assuming we're not building one of these before Monday. This is a Tuesday thing, yes?
Probably, yeah.
It's currently Saturday. No,
Yeah.
sorry, Sunday. So
Yeah.
So we need to take a measure of approximately how much plastone this is, and
It's
all
like
the other
2,000.
stuff.
It's like 2,000 plastone, like 4,000 granite. And the granite's not so bad.
All right, so.
But I'm liking this
that's
better.
Multiple trips with standard ornithopters though, and we're gonna need combat escorts.
Mm-hmm. I mean, once the shield one won't be so bad.
Mm-hmm. So the unfortunate thing is the map is also going to be entirely new on Tuesday, so we're gonna have to go find things again. So we're gonna need to go find a titanium island again. sit on.
I'm wondering if I should even bother with this adapter like this. If I'm doing this anyways, I can just add extra horizontal doors. I guess the reason this is here is specifically because of the buggy entrance. But if I'm doing it like this, it doesn't have to be here. It can be anywhere else.
Yeah, and I'm actually kind of curious to see how the shield bubble will play out for something like this, because if it's not attached to anything, I don't know how they would attack it, even when the power's down, right? Because the corner sections, I don't know if they have hit points or not.
I assume
They're
they
not
do.
really supposed to be real. Like here, how would you attack this?
Yeah.
It's not even visible. It's in the wall.
You know, I will say, I like how many people are just kind of rolling around these days, because the casuals have really started to catch up, at least to this area. So they're just kind of everywhere now. It makes the place feel very alive. Constantly getting buggies and ornithopters flying over. Just on a raid to test it. That's mechanically difficult to do in this environment.
Incidentally, are you aware of like the combat mechanic type stuff in terms of like how damage reduction and headshots and all that work?
Vaguely, yes.
Okay.
Was there something in particular you wish to inquire?
Yeah, I was curious if you knew whether or not the standard reductions that apply to all players also apply to walls and things.
To my knowledge, I have no idea. I genuinely have no idea.
Okay. That's a fair answer. I'll take that answer. I'll take that answer some bullshit over some bullshit answer.
Yeah. I have no reason to believe that damage modifiers are applied to walls and such.
Oh, hey. By the way, since you removed that square piece that was covering this up, there is a triangle hole there.
Yeah.
It is also present on this other side. That makes sense.
Yep. Work in progress.
This thing is going to be an absolute nightmare for us to build, you know.
Yes.
Do we start at the bottom and work from the inside out? Is that probably the best bet?
As long as you work bottom up, it'll be fine.
Also, how do we get more people in the guild so that we can have like 10 or go fight people?
Well, that's a good question. We do every so often get people in chat saying that they want to join. Then they haven't bought the game yet, and that's how that works.
Ah. Fair.
So, yes.
Because I
Take
know
that
that you
as you
mentioned
will.
Raider wasn't particularly interested in like PvP-ish stuff.
Mm-hmm. Their group in particular, their half in particular are not PvP oriented.
Yeah, that's fair.
So while we can convince them to come out into the deep desert, I don't expect the cavalry to come in, you know?
Yeah. Everybody has their own preferences.
Yeah. That said, they are actually just kind of more rich than us, which is impressive.
Well, I mean, to be fair, most of the time that we spend on the game, we're doing fiddly things like science,
Mm-hmm.
or building a giant stairway to heaven or something.
Mhm.
But when we actually decide, hey, we're gonna go get in the span of like 2 hours, we go from we have no duraluminum to we have 1,200 duraluminum.
Yes.
So it doesn't take long to get resources. It just takes actual physical investment in going to go get the things.
Mhm.
And like it didn't take me very long soloing with the buggy to get the stuff that I needed to grab. God, what was it? It was like another 700 aluminum that got thrown into the grinders a little while ago. So it's not too bad.
Don't fall in here. It's bad.
My big concern is if we're not using the buggy firing out of the roof trick. This is a pretty tall building, which means enemies can just kind of hang out on the sides, and we have to come out in ornithopters to fight them.
Yeah.
Else we have a very predictable exit path. We only have the one door, which is problematic.
I mean, we have an entire energy shield anywhere along the energy shield. I mean, they'll see us coming, but...
Well, yeah. That's kind of what I mean, though, is like... I guess if we have the square box of safety, then we can come and go through all of these extra energy fields and position ourselves outside as much as we want, which is fine.
Mm-hmm. And if we don't, then we have bigger problems.
Yeah.
So I'm not super worried about that.
The primary concern I have is that we're going to need a significant amount of space to plop one of these things.
One of what things? Oh, the base? Yeah, I mean...
The shield
yeah.
dome.
Yeah, the shield dome is the big one.
Because at the very least, where the shield emitters are, have to be clear. Everything else, I think, can kind of just be shoved into things without any real... from the way this Alito looks. I could be wrong.
Oh, I wish they were triangle inclines.
Wouldn't it be nice?
Yeah. I don't like this.
I mean, I have a dumb question for you. Is this only here so that you, in theory, can open a door that will be on top of this?
Yes.
All right, then I have another dumb question, and you
Yes.
can yell at me all you want. Come up here. Why not just do either a triangle door on that level there and a triangle door down here?
That's what I'm getting at. It's the same level of layers. I'm just hesitant to put something on above this level because ornithopter landing.
Zone.
Yeah. As much as no one wants to land on top of the hatch, it happens. And I think we just accept that you're not allowed to land on the hatch.
There's no like half wall, like horizontally half. It's only vertically half, right?
Correct. don't land on that with your ornithopter. Is how that works.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, there's enough room for us to cram 3 ornithopters in here, landing on top of each other. That's fine.
Yeah.
Because they're kind of a 2x1-ish thing. Actually, that raises a question. How hard is it for me to deploy an ornithopter? Boop. It's about 3 tiles long. And 1 tile wide. Ish. Whatcha!
Just doors on doors on doors. I'm not happy with it, but it works. Another concern I have is the lack of stairs, which means going up and down from this place is going to be ridiculous in combat.
Yeah, like that's the one issue I have. Like, as cool as the honeycombing is, it's going to be extra materials to build, going to be extra materials to deal with. If we're super duper concerned about like losing a base in the 6 minutes that it's offline, like, I don't know. I don't consider the deep desert bases to be something that should be that permanent in my mind. Like, I just kind of want a place that I can crash into to not die for my ornithopter and then do quick repairs.
Yeah.
I don't know how much effort it takes to actually destroy something that's got no shields. Because if we're talking 5 guys with ornithopters shooting through the roof into this, they are going to crack the floor at 180 damage per missile. Even if this is 6,000 health, that's roughly 5 missiles per. We'll call it like 6 or 7 missile floor. It ain't going to last. Like,
yeah,
6 or 7 missiles per 1,000. So multiply that by 6. 36 missiles to get through this floor, and 36 missiles to get through the next floor. And at that point, they're at this layer, I guess. And then another 36 missiles to get to the basement, with no other layers involved. So, like, yes, it will eat missiles, but for 5 guys, or even just 2 continuously firing, that's gonna be, I don't know, 2 minutes? Ish? Oh no.
That is my concern, yeah.
So, I mean, we're putting a lot of effort into making it difficult to get through the floors. Maybe they blow up a floor, they come down in an ornithopter, they get out, they come down 1 layer and go, this didn't get me anywhere, they fly back up. They lose a little bit of time. Stairs.
This is better. This is way better.
It is better.
I can work with this.
But at the end of the day, like, unless we're costing them enough time for the shields to come back online, that's a problem.
Yeah.
But also, I don't know how often storms are. Like, if there isn't really a set interval or expected time frame between them, they don't have to wait that long for another storm to come in. Maybe an hour.
Build assuming it's going to die as often as you do? I don't think that's wise, but I think I would like to have two different styles of bases. The previous style of base we had, I think, was actually really good because it was so stupidly cheap and quick to build that
Yeah, I
even
think
though it was literally exposed and they didn't even have to damage a single wall to get to the core, they also literally got nothing out of it.
so. I'm having a consideration moment where it's like, well, what if we make copies of this, and this becomes kind of a more investment-driven fort for places that we really want to stockpile things in the deep desert, like it's something that's harder to crack.
Mm-hmm.
But then, in addition to that,
That's what I'm thinking.
do we want to have like the basic McDonald's style base, which can still be reinforced, like it doesn't have to be example, but that uses far less resources but still has the same quality of life, the bubble shield on the roof.
Mm-hmm.
And then that one we actually could do probably the like this one would be the type that we would keep a buggy at. The other one would be the type that we just kind of shield and forget.
Yes. I think I like that as an idea.
But that also kind of means we need to go design a McDonald's base that fits inside the constraints of the bubble net.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's super easy. Like, that's not even a problem.
I'm not entirely sure. Is that a little storage box for the purposes of trying to have things to be able to do quick repairs and things, or what are these?
This is literally a stair, so I don't have to activate jumpy wings to get up, nor do I have to crawl on the wall. But it should, now that you mention it, be a box. So that you don't have to go downstairs to get things like scrap.
Yeah, I was gonna say mid-tier box, or not mid-tier, even the lowest tier
Lower
box,
tier
you can
box,
just
yeah.
kind of blop, blop. But I mean, all we're gonna keep in a base like this still is just gonna be like repair wire and
Literally, yeah.
stuff like that. It may still be worthwhile to have a drip feed of water for something like this. You just slap a little a thing on one of these little side platforms you have. But I don't imagine we need it.
I don't even want that.
I am trying to think of any legitimate reason other than just like a person needing it.
Like, I don't even want a drip feed here, because drip feed requires upkeep and power, and the more you get, it's just rough.
Yeah. That makes sense.
And then to fix the...
So we're basically going to have a giant square bubble shield around this structure, and then this structure on top of that.
Yes.
I don't remember the shields going down when we got attacked, like when we had a storm going through, when we were standing in the little base. Because you had a sidewall shield like this when we were inside that building, and it did not go down.
I truly wasn't paying attention. Okay, so that is annoying. It's workable.
There's enough room for two people to simultaneously deploy
sometimes I have to crouch going through the stairs, but it's like a tap crouch thing. Which is way better than...
Yeah, the only time I have to crouch is if I actually get stuck by running my head into...
Yeah.
Because then I can't even back down the steps. But
yeah.
that's still fine. It wasn't doing this before. I don't know why it's catching now.
It's the door, the floor door.
Ah. Oh. Can you rotate it?
I can, but then it's worse.
Why is it worse?
Because then you can't jump up this side. It's like trying to jump up this side, which is, it just doesn't let you grapple onto it. So this is your way up over here. Okay, so this I like as a more permanent kind of installation.
I'm guessing there are no Atreides walls we could use for that part. There's not really a reason to, because they're not...
There's no reason to do Atreides walls up here, because when the shield goes down, you just walk past it.
Yeah. The only thing I was thinking about is if they took the time to damage the shield emitter section, but I don't know why they would do that.
Yeah. And if they do, I don't care.
Yeah.
So I'm only using... Basically, I'm only using Atreides for the bunker level, as it were.
Yeah, the lower half.
Yeah. And even then, only on the outer wall. Like, even the floors I have in here aren't Atreides, because it's too rich for our blood.
Are you using Lumen? You're using Lumen. Ugh. I just noticed you have the little kind of watery light generation when you were downstairs.
Oh.
I tried turning that on and I started getting motion sick from it. I was like,
I haven't noticed.
Yeah, so if you go, I don't know, you were down here somewhere, I think, when I saw it, but weird.
Agave seeds. Ugh.
Yeah, I don't know why lights would take agave seeds. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Alright, well... This is looking
Seems
pretty good to
functional to
me. Yeah. I can work with this. My concern
just
is
need to copy it.
if this breaks.
Oh, actually,
How bad is it?
oh.
Nope, it goes right into the honeycomb.
Stupid question.
Yeah.
How is this segmented? This actually is something I did not think of until just now. The square is actually attached to the triangle section, correct? It's not going down to the ground?
Yes,
other
correct.
method?
Correct.
Okay. Because otherwise you're only copying one of the two.
Yeah, no, it is...
That would be real messy.
As much as it does not connect often, it does connect.
Okay. I approve.
Okay, and... There's so much shenanigans I can do for hiding things, it's ridiculous. Why is this here?
Yeah.
Okay. Like, there is just so much shenanigans I can do for hiding things.
Yes. It's actually kind of amusing to me because, in theory, if you were a complete sociopath, you actually could have all of the little segmented off triangle areas be like, here's a storage, and here's a
Oh yeah, no,
stuff is in them.
That's
Stuff is in them, and
entirely the plan.
We can access that storage anytime we want because tutorial wall build it if we do, and Also,
yeah.
if we have an extractor that uses it, we can order a job and cancel the job to just have all this stuff dumped directly into our inventory. Like,
Yeah, no, that is entirely the plan. Like, there's gonna be stuff
God.
shoved into every wall,
Oh,
and so it's people are gonna walk in. The only thing they'll see is what I'm gonna describe as bait chests, and those bait chests will have nothing but scrap and fuel cells in them, really. Maybe some extra granite, I don't know. Everything else is gonna be hidden, and realistically, we'll probably have some chests, like some iron chests down in the bunker, but I've got individual rooms for the fuel power generators, that kind of thing. And so, like, they come down here, it's, pick a door. They go in, and they find whatever they find, and that's it. Maybe some trip mines, seriously. And then, of course, on the upper level, we have the hallway that leads to nowhere.
I'm extremely bothered by the fact the worm is going under your house.
Yeah,
unnerves me.
I noticed.
It makes me very, very nervous.
Mm-hmm.
I do not like. Also, I have no idea how Fahrenheit got eaten earlier without getting eaten.
And the world may never know. Right. Yeah, they have the hallway that leads to nowhere. Okay, so I'm content with this. I will Solido it a couple times. And we just gotta make sure to have a little tiny chest all the way to the place for the purposes of instant refueling.
Instant refueling.
Instant resupply of things. Like scrap and wire. And also fuel cells.
Beep. Oh, God. It's the infinitely bright wireframe of death.
It is quite dense. Yeah, okay, so after I'm gonna copy this, get several more Solido copiers, and then what I'm going to do is deconstruct it all and do a different style for the cheapest possible pop-up base. Through this. I'm driving by, checking out the house.
I guess.
Your base is such a maze. You're expecting to see David Bowie in a tight cod piece around the next corner. Why are you like this?
See, now that is a person of class because they know what you hear in a maze environment. David Bowie showing up, shaking his junk, probably messing around with a crystal ball. That's what you should be afraid of. 100%. I don't think you can attach walls directly to the bottom, like the sides of foundations, but something that could be done to be extra annoying, build or a small floor or roof section off of a foundation and then build down with walls.
So, yeah. So it just looks...
You can be very annoying with that. You definitely be very annoying.
Yes. There are things which can be done. There are tricks which can be played.
Oh no. It's time for another Eustace. But not yet time for another Muriel, because apparently there's not... Well, actually, I can't remember if this is stupid enough that it lets you put both of them in as long as
It
there's
lets you
enough room
put
for...
both of them in,
Yes! Good, good, good.
but I think it wastes the water if they both go
It
off.
hangs. It hangs with the blood. It'll just not drain the blood out to make water.
Oh, nice.
And then you get it all at once.
Yeah.
In like the last 5 seconds, which is quite nice.
That works. Okay, and then I'll make tiny base. Well, tiny is probably not the right word, but not even going to bother honeycombing it. No triangle foundations. I do have concerns that the base in the PvE locate part of the deep desert can be raided.
Maybe? I mean, we could always go up there, check it out, and do some science station raids. Get more blueprints and stuff.
I do want to do that.
Because...
I mean, I want to get titanium first.
Yeah. I don't know that it's really safe for 2 of us to be running around getting titanium. Given the increase in PvP activity.
Mm-hmm.
But... Because like at that point we would be carrying people-sized amounts and probably both running combat ornithopter.
You know, I do actually like the appearance of the hex with the cube on top. Like, it's really not bad.
The hex with the cube on top? The what?
The hexagon with the cube on top. For the helipad.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Like, the hexagon in general. The triangle foundations, I didn't think I would like them as much as I do, but I ended up liking them a lot. How have we done this? They make nice aesthetic options.
Speaking of the base up north, I think I'm gonna fly up there. I am gonna do a couple of little like science raid things, I think, because that's all PvE up there. I can just keep the transport version of the cargo version of the Thopter equipped.
Yes.
Load it up with a bunch of crap. And I don't really have to worry about it.
You're done with Valheim for the
Although-
night? Ooh. Have a good one, Val.
Oh, jeez. Too many trolls.
Yes.
Actually,
Have a backup. I also have a second one. I got a second one for my drop. I cannot rebuild it, but I do have a second one. Oh, that's a 9. I can't repair it.
Scout Ornithopter Wing Mark IV storage destroyed by environment. 19th at 11:20. That had to be combat.
You did mention ramming was a thing that happened and caused problems.
Yeah, but wing scan module, wing storage. wing, cockpit, all destroyed by environment. I didn't even take that much damage during that fight on the 19th. That's like somebody left an ornithopter outside. Weird. Oh no, the 19th is when I got PvP'd by myself with no weapons. That's when that happened. Okay. Yeah, I don't get any warnings about the guild base up north.
I do, because it's my base, technically. There are no guild bases, there are only bases in which I possess. Because that's how it works mechanically. This is not...
Alright. I'm gonna go plop my ornithopter up north, I guess.
Right.
I'm also trying to think, oh, he did end up touching this. What did he do with it then? Oh, he moved it over here. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, I'm going to deconstruct that. All about that base, yes. Time to deconstruct this thing and see exactly what it's made out of. Aside from presumably more than can fit in a single ornithopter.
Yeah, it occurs to me. Do you want me to bring the buggy over?
You know what? Buggies are much better.
I mean, it's right there. I just drive over and then shove everything into the buggy.
Yeah, let's do that.
Smart.
Much more smart.
Yes.
Alright. So I'm just going to deconstruct from the foundations so it goes quicker.
And everything will fall apart, and anything that doesn't fit in your inventory will end up in boxes, and it's fine.
No,
We'll
on the
pick
floor.
them up off the floor and shove them in the buggy.
This is what I presume they did to our base up in the north. There goes the power. This is holding together surprisingly well. Unintuitively well, I should say.
Well, I mean, because of the way that it's built, you functionally have to take out almost every triangle piece at the bottom.
Yeah. That was part of the intention, but it's a lot. Literally a pocket thought there. Yes, horse pocket.
Well, it is good to know that the entire contents of that base can fit in a single buggy.
Yeah. And it's only 775 weight.
I mean, I've got at least 100.
And put it in, so we get a count.
Second. Yep, that's everything off of me.
778's not bad. Yeah, that's about 1,500. About 1,500 plastone and 3,500 granite with a cobalt. Steel,
box and stuff, yeah.
That's really not bad. That's more than one ornithopter, but more than one light ornithopter, but I can work with that.
Yep.
Actually, let's leave this stuff here. Because I just remembered I gotta make the other tiny base. Yeah. Thank you for bringing the buggy. I will handle it from here.
I'm stuck on the floor. Okay.
Alright.
I'm gonna go play around up north a little bit and see what's going on with that base.
Yeah.
Since we don't know. I'm assuming we don't know.
I haven't seen anything in the log which would indicate that it's having a problem.
I thought you said you were seeing it under risk. I guess that's the other one that they dismantled is the about.
No, well, something is under risk. That much is sure.
I will note, there weren't very many power packs in the generator at the iBase.
Okay.
So if the storm doesn't actually stop the shields consistently,
It does. It tell like I get a warning, like it does.
okay.
It's not a question of whether it does or not. It does. Yeah, we were talking about Pockethopter last stream where some of the players were saying, this is immersion breaking, I don't like it, I don't want to play this, it's breaking immersion. And you know, I understand the argument. And I disagree only because not having Pockethopter feels real bad. Like it is unpleasant to play the game without Pockethopter. The logistics of having to manage a Thopter as a proper parking simulator type experience is not fun. So Pockethopter makes me happy.
Yeah, so like I think the people that are making the argument that it's not realistic or it's immersion breaking or whatever are not considering the fact that, oh, let's go on a mission to go visit a place, and you go inside the place, and while you're in there 2 sandstorms happen.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh cool, my newly built ornithopter is now completely wrecked because when I was halfway through the dungeon, sandstorm came, and there's literally nothing I can do completely interrupt what I am intending to do for the sake of going all the way back home with my ornithopter to park it someplace safe.
Mm-hmm.
Because there is no safe out in the wild. Like,
I mean, there kind of sort of
that would
is,
just
but
be-
not in any realistic situation. Yeah.
yeah,
You have to, like,
I mean,
find a
I'm-
cave you can shove yourself into.
yes. Which is painful.
Yes.
Now, do you know if the A-line stuff of the deep desert changes each time as well?
I believe it does, yes.
Okay.
Okay, pop-up base time. Cheap flavor. It could be a mechanic where you cover the Thopter with a tarp or the like. That is an interesting idea, where you press a button and it like locks the Thopter down, rendering it immune to sandstorms, but also immune to quick travel, which could solve much of that problem. Not all of it, because this, like the sandstorm, it's not the only problem with not having a pocket Thopter. Is there are situations where you want to do something like, oh hey, let's go through a ravine. So you have to, let's take the, what is it called? The rift, for example. You have this long ravine down here, and you go into the tunnels and you come out the other side. And so by the time you enter over here and you come out over here, well, now I have to walk all the way, backtrack through everything to get to your thopter. It's not a great
Sector
experience.
weather alert. A large
Speaking of
sandstorm
sector
is
weather
approaching.
alerts.
So, PvE base I think is fine because no one can actually interact with anything in here anyway. So basically, if shields went down, they could come inside, they could look at our chests and go, I don't have permissions to use this chest. Right? Like, storage does have permissions. And then basically they'd be like, oh, I need to leave this before the bubble comes back up, or else I'm stuck in here forever.
Mm-hmm.
Am I wrong there?
I don't know.
Because, like, even in a PvE area, like, for example, Fahrenheit couldn't access my money in my chest when I had it.
I don't know. I want to say yes because we haven't been pillaged yet.
Yeah. Okay.
But I
So in the
would
PvE
like to be a little bit more careful with the PvE base just because in case someone finds a way around it. That's just a map design issue. I don't agree that an entire massive map should be... We have a huge map, and I don't agree that the map itself, or every facet of it, should be designed to have a situation where you have to be... like, every piece of the open world has to be a dungeon that effectively returns you to your parking spot. That's just... That is also bad map design.
Yeah, that would be unpleasant if you... Because then you couldn't have...
Nothing but cul-de-sacs
Specific-
everywhere.
Yeah, you couldn't have a base that, like, you enter from one side of a mountain and come out on the...
Yeah, like that's boring, uninspired, and also bad map design. So like I don't see that as a solution to the problem. So Pockethopter, I like it because of reasons like in that vein. Understanding that there are immersion consequences and balance issues that come from it.
I think it would be less
Jarring.
balance problems if you couldn't just, like, immediately jump to in and out of vehicles quickly. Like, if there was an animation to get in and out of a vehicle rather than just I teleport inside, I think that would solve some of the issue. Because that would also stop people from being like, I land my ornithopter, I hop out, I start repairing. Oh, look, an enemy. I'm just instantly inside. There's no risk associated with it.
I think a couple of things like that would help.
The reason I bring that up specifically is just because, like, you see that with a lot of wargaming type games that have vehicles. So, like, Postscriptum or Squad or whatever, to get in and out of a vehicle, it takes time and you have to be in specific positions to do it. Which means you can't just teleport inside of a tank from behind the tank where you're safe from the bullets that the enemy is shooting at you. You actually need to get in the driver's hatch. For example. Positional consequences, I guess, would be important. But that would be sort of nightmarish to deal with people hovering around on top of you with missile launchers. Like,
Yes. Do I want to have
do
a
think-
basement in the pop-up base?
Yes. I think you have a power brick basement that is multi-walled, just so that... Because you got to have somewhere to put the console as well.
Yeah.
And then first floor is real stuff. And then above first floor is ornithopter pad.
Let me see if I can get a little cheeky with this to test something.
You know, Bell, I think that would actually be a pretty good consequence. No pocket thoptering your weapon pod thopters, because it is a loaded system.
That would be an interesting idea. I don't hate that.
Because that would also punish the people who are running rockets on light ornithopters. And it would make them have the same rules as assault copters, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it normalizes weaponized systems to have a downside. Uh-oh.
Okay, I'm not gonna double wall or anything, just up. So we have...
Note to self, it is not safe to have the sprint inside of a I just got myself stuck in a ceiling in one of the science centers while having drill shots shot at me. Not safe.
Worm's going for some zoomies. Is that right?
Adept Vulcan Gao 92. Okay, fine.
I want a couple of those.
Yeah. I found out something really, really upsetting.
Oh.
So the Disruptor perk in Trooper does not affect the Snub-Nosed Disruptor.
This does not surprise me.
It literally only affects normal Disruptor. And that makes me very sad.
I assume the pistol perk affects it.
Maybe, but it won't affect its battery damage. Which is kind of a thing, I guess.
Is the battery damage different from... I thought it's just a multiplier.
It's a rider effect.
Okay.
Damage in this game is kind of dumb now that I know how it works.
I can have the buggies and... I can have the buggy and the shield and the everything be in the same spot here, I guess. Just a cube.
Well, yes. I would say wherever, like that base, we probably would want to be able to shoot out the roof of that design.
Yeah. If I do this...
I think you should take the Raider helipad approach. You just have a one floor normal area underneath, and then you have the too high wall upper big landing pad that can fit a buggy and a couple ornithopters and call it a day.
That's what I'm thinking.
Simple, sweet, square / rectangle. You can shoot out the roof if you have to. And that's about it.
How do I want to do the buggy bits?
I would personally just put a wedge, or not a wedge, I don't know what the size of this thing is. How big is it?
I have it as a 5x5 right now, which might be a bit big. Maybe bring it down to 4x4. I think I'm gonna bring it down to 4x4.
I was gonna say the thing that we made is 9 across, so you have room.
We do, but I don't know that I want to use that kind of room. This is
Fair.
meant to be small, cheap, and exist.
But what I was gonna say is, if you want to have a stable buggy firing, you just put a 2 wide floor in one of the corners and a ramp that goes up to it.
Yeah.
But you won't be doing that if you're in a 4x4.
So what I'm thinking of is have a 4x4 with an extension for specifically the buggy to shoot
so it
out
goes
of.
out one side. So
Yeah.
that I'm going to point out an issue with that.
Mm-hmm.
You would then need 2 different shields.
Yes.
If it's all one thing, you could just do 1 square shield and save yourself the headache of trying to put 2 different shields in. But
Yes. I don't think this is going to be a problem. You're correct, but I just don't see that as a problem.
fair.
This is not meant to survive a raid. This is not meant to be complicated. I say as adding a 3rd shield doesn't increase the complexity. As if it doesn't increase the complexity, but still.
That was kind of my point.
Yeah.
Keep it simple.
I understand. I just think it is still worth doing.
By having it as an extension, it's also kind of awkward in a different way. In that there's only 1 spot for the buggy to fire, whereas in a square it could be any of the corners, I guess, depending on how it was
Well,
built.
so I mean, the problem is you can't do that without making the thing massive, because at that point you're taking all the corner space for the buggy, because it has to be clear. It has to be clear in kind of this jank setup in order to make it fit there.
Yeah.
So
I
like
see what you're
it's
saying.
it's gonna have its own dedicated launch pad anyways, or dedicated spot anyways. The question is where. You haven't introduced Rust like trap bases yet. Oh you. Yeah, this is not 2 grid spaces. That's a problem. I have to move this whole thing over like inches. Unless I do it on this side. Which may anger the worm. I'll find out.
Oh, hey. Compact Compactor Mark 5. Hooray!
Ooh, yeah, that's the good one.
Delicious. Worm attraction reduction. Also, I want a missile launcher. An actual missile launcher. We can't have it until we have Plastanium, and it is not in the priority for Plastanium resources to go to. But it would make me feel better if somebody had anti-aircraft weapons they could fire at jerks in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, you're not paying attention to me for half a second because you're fighting the guy that's actually with you? Well, here, have a missile in your butt.
Yes, and it does damage.
Yeah, it's like 900. That's enough to mostly destroy a wing in a single shot. And against something like an assault copter, that actually mattered. If we can get one of them big boys on the ground, that would be nice.
And we did last time we fought them.
I do wish that you could get resources from an enemy's ornithopter after they're downed that way.
Oh, yeah. If they have resources on them, you can pillage, but yeah.
I mean, it's an assault copter.
Yeah.
I mean, cut it apart for scrap, take it home, and build your own ornithopter
Mm-hmm.
with the
I know.
excess materials.
Alright. So, I'm building the buggy SAM system. It's quite long.
Good God, no. Good God, no. You're not going to be able to fit that inside of the thing.
Yeah.
That's more than 9.
Yeah. But that's like the minimum size of the thing. I guess not really. I could do... That's not going to make it any better, is it? It's not going to happen without cannibalizing the inside here.
Yeah, I just thought you would raise up a corner, put a ramp, and then they'd be good to go.
Okay, and buggy can go up here, and it does need 2.
Yep.
It's gonna go 2 out. So this...
It needs 2 wide. I don't know that it needs 2 deep. That's the thing that I was suggesting, is just 1 deep.
I'm pretty certain it needed 2. However...
You have a buggy there, you can test it.
I will be testing, yes. Again, this layout only works if you have 2 players, or I guess you just sacrifice half of your firing arc.
I mean, at the very least, having, let's say Fahrenheit's stuck in the base and he doesn't have a rocket pod either way.
Yeah.
I'd rather have him able to shoot, 50 degrees up in the air and keep something from getting behind me while fighting another guy, or bait an enemy into that firing arc, than have nothing at all.
Mm-hmm.
I am perfectly fine to have a less good firing arc for the purposes of at least having the defense capable.
Yeah.
And in the situations where we have more than one person in the base, I mean, let's say Raider is in the base. If she didn't want to do actual combat and stuff was going on, she could easily pull the thing for the other person to then use.
Yeah.
And kind of coordinate with them if they want to retreat, that kind of thing. I don't know. She seems feisty. She would probably be able to murder a couple people.
Certainly. Or at least she certainly try. It's less that she can't so much as she tends to get upset.
Prefers not to.
Yeah. Like she enjoys the combat, doesn't enjoy the consequences of combat, and then prefers to build.
Yeah.
So that's
Yes.
how that works. Okay, utilities, put you across here. Then you here.
There is so much water down here. Good God. Full suspensor belt, servokes. Alright, well, we got all the servo type things that we want. I don't really want to keep grabbing those.
Yeah, I don't. I really only go there for blueprints, and that's like it.
I grab healing items out of here. That's
Yeah,
about it.
I'll grab healing items, maybe ammo if I'm feeling feisty.
Steady Assault Boost Module Mark 5. Okay, and an Adept Disruptor Mark 11. 24 damage a shot. That's duraluminum level damage, I think. Seems pretty reasonable.
Okay. Alright, I'll try it with just the there's no way, but you know what? I'll find out.
The thing about the buggy is it's strangely, like, thick compared to long
Mm-hmm.
because of the width of the tracks. And you might be able to get away with doing some weird jank if you're using the rounded walls as well. Like, if that would require sort of unique building, but, like, I think in a corner fashion you could do that and have the wheels stick into the well of the wall a little bit, but...
Mm-hmm. I have concerns about such things. The amount of physics. One of these times is gonna just send me flying into the Imperium. Playing with this kind of firepower.
It'll be fine.
Alright.
I do
There's
like
no way.
blue ornithopter.
Well, maybe. Yeah. Actually, it works. Somehow. Okay. I can work with this. Not really. It's sliding backward. Oh god, it's really unhappy, and it's gonna cause in a way that's gonna cause problems if I don't add an extra extension out the side.
The double shield is also questionable. I don't know how the physics is going to be applied between the two of them.
I
It's
imagine
probably going to get weird.
worst case. So the bigger problem is the ramp here, is it tries to go up. When we were testing, we came to the conclusion that we didn't want that. We wanted it to be a flat surface when we went in straight, so this would want to be one extra out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in the context of it just being shoved into the corner and having a raised corner piece, where you could fire out of, like, a bay, you could actually do kind of like a flat surface with a slope ramp, the ones that are like the 90-degree ramps. Not the 90-degree ramps, the ones with a wedge in the middle.
Yes.
To kind of
it's bad.
alleviate a little bit of the angle.
I don't see how that would alleviate the angle. Unless you just mean less harsh.
This doing the half ramp thing,
Okay.
so that it's less of an angle. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. I could
Because
try
what
that
you could
here.
do is imagine one side of this hangar in one corner has a double wide thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
and you use half ramps to go all the way along the length of the hangar to get up to the firing position, so that like the left side of the hangar is like the ramp to go fight, but you're basically building one wider to accommodate it. Does that make sense? Like,
I am going
instead of it
to-
being a nub in the center that you're extending the width of the whole hangar by one, and extra width accommodates the vehicle being able to fight.
Okay, you lost me.
Okay, so let's say your hangar is 4 wide right now. I don't know what it
Yes,
is. I
it
think
is
it's
4 wide.
Imagine it being 5 wide, and that extra space on one side is half ramp, flat.
Okay.
That's raised up, so that it could drive up to that flat firing position in the corner, and then in an emergency, if something goes wrong, you just fall off into the center of the hangar. You know, whatever gets you inside the shield fastest.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, instead of having a box at the end of the hangar, you're just increasing the entire width of the hangar.
Yeah, I get it.
So that you have less of a ramp.
I'm going to carry on with this for the moment, but I'm going to try that. Let me slide it back. Alright, so slow incline.
Mm-hmm.
And double out
And then you-
here.
Yeah.
See if the slow incline helps at all.
Hummingbird wing module. Gross. Buggy storage Mark V? That would be good to bring home.
Okay, so now we
I've
can't
not
really
seen the
put
hummingbird.
anything along the wall, but it doesn't have to be.
Can it even fit in a one wide pocket
Nope.
like that?
Nope. Alright. I just wanted to see if I could shove it in there. Too thick. Happy to be alive is how that one worked.
I don't know what the hummingbird wing module is for.
It's a light ornithopter. Light ornithopter one. Like at this point, we just don't have any landing space.
I was thinking, like, this may be too big or something, but I was thinking just a 6x6 landing pad.
6
and
by
you have
6.
a little box in the
Okay.
corner. Well, I mean, it fits within the 9x9 that we built for the cage, right? So, like, it's not that much. It's not that big.
I was under the impression the whole point of this was to make it small pop-up base that doesn't cost much and could have all the
Width
just the
does
basic
not equal
needs.
cost. Width does not equal cost, my friend.
Also, the tiny ramps don't help a lot. They don't help much. Maybe a little bit. Which makes me sad. I was really hoping that would be good.
I mean, it is less trying to throw you out of it. You must admit, it is not trying as hard.
I'm not convinced, but I'm also not unconvinced. It's not okay, but I've seen worse. I've seen large thopter and the spice harvester. Yeah. They're big.
Yeah, large
Very big.
Largethopter is huge.
It is
That's another
gargantuan.
consideration, like why a 6x6 isn't the worst thing ever. If it's a pop-up base, we don't want to have to keep redesigning it for continuously larger aircraft. It needs to be at least big enough to eat one carrier thopter.
I don't know that a 6x6 is. That's Cariothopter is like 4x. I guess 6x6 is probably enough for it.
Well, you want room for it and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's a way of fitting this in here without going much larger.
And honestly, like 6 across is not that big for the entire footprint of a base.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, it's not like a 4x4, but
Alright, I'll go 6x6 then for this.
you could probably get away with 5 and then having it, but like then you really would need extension nubs and stuff. Whereas if you're doing like the advantage of doing something like a 6x6 is then you don't have to have weird shapes. You can get away with just having one shield,
Yeah.
I think, as well.
Whoa. I can't even build 6x6 out here. It's too big for the
What?
worm.
Oh.
How am I gonna handle this?
Yeah, don't get wormed for science. That's scary.
Yeah, a 6x6 is big. Alright, it's difficult.
You do really are going to have to use advanced subfiefs for the bubble thing anyway, right? Like, so building off of a small size subfief.
I'm not building off a small size subsief. I'm trying to find a place where I can build 6x6. 6x6 is big. Doesn't fit in places.
You're not used to the thickness and the girth.
This doesn't. Yeah, I am well within. I think I physically can't fit a 6x6 in this area. I have to go to somewhere else.
Really?
Yeah.
What's your floor right now? 4 across?
4x4, yeah. Well,
Well,
4
bear in mind,
there
it doesn't
and
actually
yeah.
it doesn't actually have to be 6x6. It could be like 6x4. It's just the 6 gets you the length that you're landing
Let me see if I can.
your thing.
Maybe I can do that. Yeah, I can get a 6x4 in here. I think 6x4 is a bit more reasonable for size constraints. Yeah, we'll have the bottom floor for machines and everything. That should be more than enough. A lot more than enough.
Spending a lot of time designing McDonald's bases.
Yes. I am still convinced it's worth it. But yes. Okay, now if I were to come over here and put buggy platform. Up like so. Buggy goes here, and then I can have 2. At this point, I could also have the SAM ejection system, a pop-up turret version as well. So this just fits here and works as intended. And if I build out a little more, I can get...
You can just have one shield.
I mean, yes. But if I build out a little more, we can actually get the pop-up version, which is the more interesting version.
Pop-up version?
Yes, with the half floor, so it ejects the buggy.
Oh. Do you really want the buggy to be ejected? Because, like, that just means more parts get damaged when the things shoot missiles back at it.
I don't... I mean, it could shoot up. Like, it's still gonna be vulnerable to explosives. It's gonna get a hit anyways.
Well, the difference is... So, when it's inside the shield and it gets messed up, the person who's inside will be ejected inside, and the vehicle will be recoverable because it is inside. If it's...
Well, that's not okay.
Oh god. If it's outside the shield and the person dies while they're in the vehicle, the buggy's still going to be up outside the shield and will get utterly destroyed.
Why would they die inside the vehicle?
Because you do take damage when you're in that and you get hit by a rocket.
This is true.
What blueprint did I just get? Oh, the extravagant message. Huh. That is terrifying.
Then we have full missile exposure. It drops back down. Do this differently.
And there's lots of little variations about how you can make that work, for sure.
Yeah. Ooh, I don't have iron on me, but we know this works, and I could put these here. I think I'm getting too fancy with it. Just have it be here. If I don't have this here, then we eat up so much space, but it is a lot of It is easier to manage. And sufficient room for ornithopter activities. And this can go down here instead.
And then you could even door that off if you wanted to have it be readily accessible storage for like repair things.
Mm-hmm.
Then you don't
That
need
is
to
the idea.
have, yeah. Smart.
Just to have something. You would have some extra space here for whatever, but most of the machines and stuff will be downstairs. Which room's gonna have the hot tub? Oh, we're turning the entire basement into a hot tub. That's what this is for. Fill it with water. Could be great. Yeah, so like all these things will go downstairs. Wherever it's worth. This kind of stuff. We have big old landing pad on high. And very technically, things won't be exposed when the shields go down. Very technical. Not that that matters at all, but... Alright, well,
Yeah, I
I'm
think
happy with
there's
this.
somewhat of an argument to say that like the only things that are going to be left in a base like this are going to be repair items, and that's about it. Because
Yes.
for the most part, we should be bringing back any titanium and any spice that we get immediately.
Yes.
I think.
The only reason those things would even be in this base is because we're in the process of harvesting.
Yeah. So there is like a pop-up base like this. I think is perfect. The buggy to be running around grabbing rocks.
Mm-hmm.
We never deliver spice, I think, to the outside bases ever again.
Why not?
So think about it this way. Why fly space to an intermediate stopping point that can be camped and destroyed unless you're actively being attacked? Instead, why not take the spice to the A2 line? If you get attacked or you see somebody, just turn around and go back to the base where it's safe, right? You go back to whatever our actual
Because I don't
destroyable
like
base is.
flying 12 kilometers every time for every run. Especially when we're not loaded with, especially when we're loaded with a group that has half rockets.
I mean, sure, but you're going to be flying that distance either way. Like if the Thopter itself is, and we're using a storage module,
Mm-hmm.
why not take it to the safe base instead of moving and storing multiple Thopters worth of stuff in the not safe base? That's my question.
Because then we can all just throw on the storage devices and go for it. I came here for
That sounds like a good way to lose multiple Thopters worth of stuff all at once, though. Like, we always need an armed escort.
Fair enough.
Like, the grab it all and pray approach seems like a great way to get killed by pirates.
You are correct. It's just the alternative. It's just doing it the other way is a lot of slowness involved.
So, I mean, maybe that becomes a question of we harvest spice with thick thick copter rather than little ones. If we're
Maybe.
not being able to put them away anyway, maybe go for double the...
That does make a good argument for it.
The carrier version of the Thopter doesn't actually have a storage capacity, does it? Because instead you could just carry a car.
I have no idea. I see what Fahrenheit's done here, and I don't know if this is a good idea with the storage. I think it's
What
not that
happened?
much storage. So what he's done is he's jammed the refineries full of... He's filled their inventory, so whenever an item is processed, it immediately goes into main storage as opposed to staying in the refinery. Which...
Does that matter? I mean, what is the benefit of it? That's what I'm trying to think of.
The benefit of it is that the refinery storages don't get used at all, and so it just skips the refinery storage, and it all goes into regular storage. So you know where it goes, right up until it doesn't go there.
Right. That's the part that I'm trying to figure out. Like, what is the advantage of not having 5 things worth of storage in the refinery?
So you know
I mean,
where
you know
it's
where it
going to
goes.
go. Yes. I don't know. I don't think that's a good thing to do that, but it has been done, and I don't feel like undoing it. So we'll see.
Yeah, that's
And
a little odd.
use it for a while, see how it feels, I guess.
Yeah. Ooh, Assault Ornithopter Thruster Mark V.
Okay.
That's an item.
Sweetos. Blueprint machines. Got 10 replicators. I really
I
dislike
thought
how
that
these
he
things
had
are
just
consumed.
configured the, like, let me put it a different way. It would be nice if there were boxes that existed solely for the output of refinement that were upstairs, and boxes that were downstairs are like the raw materials,
Mm-hmm.
and that the circuits were configured in such a way that that matters. I was not expecting the storage short-circuiting. That was unexpected.
Yeah.
We'll have to see how it works.
I suspect poorly, but well, we'll get there when we get there. Try it, find out. No, not gonna try it.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Andromeda, what triggers do you have to have active to have all of your glorious damage reduction, though? Does it involve shooting anyone?
Probably stabbing something more like.
Ogrin does that a lot, so, you know.
Having bleeding enemies around? Yes, or stabbing things. Are those blueprints? Yes, these are in fact blueprints. Blueprints have been obtained.
Do, 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 do. this base.
Quality left goes hard. Compared to like Conan and the previous games, yes. There's still definitely a lot of work that needs to go into it, but it's a good start. Why do I have so much free time? Okay.
Combat room.
Okay, neat. Okay, so this is done. And we have several pop-up bases available to us. Several, I mean 10. I'm putting these here because I can.
It is quite satisfying to stab people.
Oh, that's a clip on the internet forever.
I'm going to be bringing home quite a few thermoelectric coolers for us.
Good.
By the way, did you pay your taxes?
Yes. A couple months ago now.
I hate you.
I know. Fast.
Alright, I've looted all 6 of the science bases.
Good, good.
And you said that apparently there are?
Yeah, out in the I know our deep, we haven't found any out in our deep desert, but other deep deserts apparently do have some science facilities out in the PvP area.
Interesting. I mean, I guess, you know that rock that had the little doorway that we thought was cool looking? We never got close enough to that to take a look at what was inside.
I did.
Oh, what was in there?
Nothing. It was just a crushed, fallen structure. It was like someone's tiny house that had only an archway had survived.
Huh. A long-range handheld scanner. And a buggy cutter ray Mark V.
There's something I want to test in PvP, but I don't know that I want to do it right now.
What is it that you would like to test?
So the Hunter Seeker just like one-shots people, period. It just does a stupid amount of damage, you don't survive that.
Yeah.
Obviously, hitting people with the Hunter Seeker is not going to happen in any realistic sense. Not in
No,
a
you would go
PvP
hide
scenario.
somewhere and send it after them. Like, they would have to not know that it's happening.
Yes. What is the longest CC available? And can I throw this thing down in their face? And just stab them during the
compel?
CC effect.
Compel and yes.
Because if I can do some...
If
'cause
you
I
do
can just-
compel, it technically lasts 30 seconds.
Okay.
And if there's an object between the two of you, it will stay, like the person will get stuck on it and stay there for the entire length until they get right next to you, at which point compel ends. Because it's literally come stand next to me.
Okay. So if the person doesn't break out of that CC in particular.
I have no idea how compel works for the purposes of PvP, just because from a certain standpoint, you can kind of dodge out of most CCs.
Mm-hmm.
Once they're affecting you, which is weird. The other really long one is gravity grenade, I think. It's like 10 seconds or so,
It
where
needs to
they
be...
can't use ability.
Yeah.
They can shoot you.
That's the problem.
but-
If they're able to shoot, then... Like, if you take any damage while casting Hunter Seeker,
It breaks it.
it breaks it.
I mean, assuming there's corners involved or other obstructions, you could do it, but yeah, that seems really annoying to try.
Oh, Bella's here.
I take it laying down didn't go well.
I think he's addicted. I needed fuel for the vehicles. And are there any of these pre-created? There are.
I would argue, Andromeda, that if you're going for a bleed tank build, you probably shouldn't be pickaxing, you should be bully clubbing. Because then you can also apply more bleeds more quickly with the swing speed of the bullet. You're going to correct me and say, but I swing so fast with my horrifying hammer. It swings fast, because every time I swing faster. And I'm going to tell you the bully club also does the same thing, but faster.
More welding wire.
Belle, do you even have a base? What do you mean you need to pay your taxes?
I don't think he has a base.
The crap are you even talking about, Belle? You're some random homeless train person who's been living in Incursus's basement this time.
Speaking of ornithopter, let's get you all fixed up. I have one wing that is like disproportionately damaged because it got punched really hard in that fight. More damage than the rest. I also need a new scan module. I'm gonna just make a new scan module. This thing's maximum orange. How viable is to be a lone wolf saboteur in this game? Kind of the guy who went around with a cloak and knife and Planet Side 2. Saboteur isn't really a thing, just like as a concept. not on Arrakis, but Lone Wolf is perfectly fine. This is a survival game. It's like playing Saboteur on, I don't know, Minecraft or Conan or Valheim or Enshrouded. Like, sure, but why though? Like, I snuck into your base and stole your water. It's like, okay, I have a water production, passive production. I just wait like 5 minutes. I probably didn't even notice you stole it or whatever.
I'll be honest, I wouldn't notice if somebody stole water.
It's like actually though. But Lone Wolf, yeah, sure, like absolutely. If you're trying to sneak around and assassinate someone, yeah, there are literal skills for that. Like that drone I was just showing off earlier. I can hide outside of someone's base and camp them with a drone and like stab them as they leave. If you're talking assassin-style playstyles, yes. But Saboteur, I can't think of anything. It's not like PlanetSide where I can go and plant landmines around someone's base. Because that's something... I mean, I guess technically you can. But why though? Like, I can get landmines, I can put them around someone's base. And just slink away. But why though? Is there an up-tiered version of this? It would also be one of those things where even if someone put landmines around the base, I don't know that I would notice. I mean, I guess I'd probably notice eventually. And then be confused more than annoyed. Yeah, there is no up tier of the scanner module. Scanner, just scanner, yeah. Where's Fahrenheit with all those sync charts when you need them? Alright, new module added. I'm currently running, these are the storage tanks. I'll rip them off, put the boosters on for now, but I'll probably put them back on. I do like the blue color on the ornithopter, I must say. I don't know, there's a problem with the official servers currently waiting a 10-person queue for world map. Really? I haven't tried world map. It's no issue, devs are saying looking into it. Interesting, okay. I was about to say, I'm about to go to the world map. So I will let you know in a moment when I get there. Am I missing anything that I need to bring? Gear's good. Gear's well used, but good. Alright, let's get out of here. Man. Did it.
Do we know how Ignore works against other players?
Ignore. Isn't that the teleport one?
No, so Ignore is literally... they pretend you don't exist. Like, would that just render you invisible?
I don't know.
Like, I don't know what that would do.
I don't know. You have a Galaxy 8? No, the Galaxies are expensive. Work in progress, though. That's quite literally what we're heading toward the deep desert to do.
The ornithopter is so thick. Alright, I need help.
Define help. Because, like, I'm not a licensed psychologist.
That wouldn't help. So I just respect.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was all over the place for, like, doing the multiple
I need to do the same thing.
character ending stuff, like
Yeah.
getting all the things. Anyway, so I have access to everything, at least level 3 skills. I do not have planetology stones because why?
Mm-hmm.
Spice surveyor and heat management are just kind of eh. Conservation of energy is also eh. But in terms of all the other things that I'm looking at, I don't think there's anything in Mentat I actually care about at all.
Mm-hmm.
There's like rifle damage, reduce max tailor. Like tailoring is okay, but like armor is literally the slowest degrading thing in the entire game.
Yes.
Whereas like the trooper field maintenance for guns actually does matter. For me, less so, just because. But the field maintenance for the trooper actually affects tools too, so like that one is legitimately useful. I picked up planetologist, all of the mining related stuff for vehicle mining and cut array mining. That makes the buggy super good. I have fuel. I have vehicle repair, so durability loss on ornithopter parts is less every time I have to fix the wings, etc. I have kind of this weird knives build where I have prescient strike from Swordmaster and weirding way Bindu dodge from Bene Gesserit. So like anytime I parry something, basically people take 30% more damage for 10 seconds or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm immune to bullets, which is very useful. Because that means I can't be interrupted while I'm stabbing somebody by NPCs and stuff. I'm not building it so that it's like PvP centered, because if I were, I would just have disruptor damage out the ass and kind of ignore everything else. Because in general, most PvP is probably just going to be ornithopters shooting each other.
Right.
But I've got 46 points left, and I'm not sure where to spend them. Stamina recovery and max health look really nice.
If you haven't capped out max health, I recommend that.
It is.
Highly recommend that.
It's done.
Have you done trauma recovery so it heals up to your value?
Yes. Because that also leads to vitality, so it was an easy pickup.
Okay.
I was thinking about picking up poison tolerance, but it's not really required.
Yeah.
Like, there are poisons, and snipers exist. And you can just kind of ignore poison if you take metabolized poison, but...
You've maxed out stamina as well?
Yeah, because I'm a melee build.
Yes, and disciplined breathing,
I swing sword a lot.
You have maxed...
I have disciplined breathing.
Yeah, and maxed optimized hydration.
Yes.
There was another one I was thinking of, which felt important. What was it?
Field medicine lets you heal more instantly from heal kits, but that isn't a big deal. I have short blade damage, both regular blade damage perks. I was thinking about picking up Dance of Blades, but that's definitely a PvE only kind of technique because um, it's after you stab someone to death, you're better at stabbing someone to death.
Mm-hmm.
It only goes up to 20% damage boost, so it's not really a big deal. I'd rather pick up something like Thrive on Danger, which is if you're really hurt, your poise damage reduction goes up, your stamina costs go down, and your health regen skyrockets. But that requires going through the middle tree, which is also kind of pointless. I guess the poise damage,
Rapid register, I would think, is important for the voice.
honestly, when I was testing it before, I didn't notice a difference. People.
Hmm. I would also think voice training would be good if you don't have that for the middle tree.
I do. Although it's really weird because there's a bug right now where basically it costs you a skill point to get your starting skill back,
Mm-hmm.
which is very irritating. Unfortunately, the trooper battle hardened skill literally only applies to troopers, so
Yeah.
it would only make Shiga faster. And I'm not using any of the other grenades there, although I could make an argument that the gravity field grenade is good for peeling, like NPC type stuff, but eh. I don't think there's anything inside of Mentat that's worthwhile other than maybe 1 point in Iron Will, but then you have to slot Iron Will. And that would only be there for PvP.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. There's the landmine option, which is not appealing. Maybe something like Suspensor Blast, since you're in melee anyways. From Trooper Tree. Disruptor damage, scattershot, and scattergun damage are always going to be good. I mean, especially scattergun damage with drill shots.
The thing is, I honestly don't know what weapon I'm going to be using at the end of the day. The disruptor damage doesn't affect the disruptor pistol. Body shot is kind of dumb, I guess.
I mean, there is more planetologist stuff, like compaction.
Yeah, I was looking at compaction. I'm like, that could be, like, in terms of spice yield, that is 20% more spice every time you're shooting your compactor.
Which is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
You lost your thopter to a disconnect at all? No. Not even once. Haven't suffered. I heard apparently the devs fixed that issue shortly after launch. And I haven't had an issue with it. At all. I was one of the lucky ones that never experienced it, and then the devs fixed it, and that was that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have an answer. I would just think getting something generic, like passive damage boost, would be the way to go up until you have a decision on how you want to specialize. You'll get to respec. You'll get to respec again later.
Yeah. I was just doing it because I needed to repair my wings again, and I only had 2 out of 3 on that. And I was like, may as well max that out and fix all the other things, right? Like, there's no reason to just leave it.
Yeah.
I don't need 12 billion powers on my power bar from having to level up things I never wanted to use in the first place. We have bins for combat items that belong to just kind of anybody as backups. Those all can go in there.
Oh. Oh dear. Okay.
These are weapons. Hmm?
Create tractor fields.
There is like an extra vehicle parts bin somewhere, right?
Presumably, I don't know where it's been moved to, if at all. Oh, that's what that ability is.
Hmm?
There's an ability that I've seen used on me a couple times, and I just hadn't recognized it until I used it just now.
What was it?
The attractor field.
Oh. Yeah. Add a disruptor in here. Let's see. Advanced servos. Inventory cleared, and I've got a bajillion freaking Solitos that I guess can go in the base building chest stuff. I don't know how you're supposed to tell what's in them without taking one outside and equipping it.
The world may never know. Oh. Died standing up, okay. A forbidden Dune delicacy. I don't know. I don't look at worms and think delicious.
And they're probably tasty.
Probably very toothy. It's a snack that bites back.
Okay, right. Extra fuel. Don't know where you are. One
Okay.
device you'll make. A little bit of wire. Yeah, there we go. I still don't really know what determines whether or not you can place a vehicle.
It determines on how frustrated you are with the vehicle at the time.
The more frustrated you are, the more likely it'll eventually allow.
Yes. There's a frustration requirement.
As long as you paid the requirement amount, then you're good.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Is this what we're doing here? Dude's sitting on the other side of the shield with a minigun, just waiting for me to walk in.
I have 3 1/4 bars of stamina.
Jesus Christ.
Stab them all day.
Yes.
Stabby, stab, stab, stab. So I take it you have gone up to the deep desert for,
Yes, I have. Is that not all of them? It is. Ooh, is that a compactor? It is. Compact compactor. Don't mind if I do.
delicious.
Best loot. Would you like a refund or kneecap privileges? One second. Apparently, the United States just bombed Iran, which is different from Iraq.
Yep. That happened earlier today.
I'm only just now hearing about it.
Yeah, Britt was upset and behind me on her phone. I was like, "What are you doing? What do you got going on?" She's like, "I'm looking at the tiny internet." So, well, what are you doing that for? Are you in left A, mid A, or right A at this point?
I am currently A2 heading to the PvP marker.
Gotcha. I'll meet you, I guess, in the middle. Do the science center. And,
I was about to go out to Titanium. I was just gonna grab this real quick because it's here.
Maybe I come back in on the left side then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm over in A5. I'll come back towards you. She's like, yeah, I'm just being depressed because, you know, we're getting involved in yet another thing and injecting ourselves into a war.
Yeah.
Because you don't just bomb a bunch of facilities like that and then not have follow-up consequences.
Mm-hmm. Israel can handle themselves. We don't have to be that much of the world police.
Well, like, what's interesting is that there was a discussion about potential options involving what was going on over there. They're like, yeah, we'll have an answer as to what's going on probably, you know, next week. And then the day after they said that, this happens. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
well, they're not waiting until next week.
Well, I guess that means that they had their answer, and the answer was it needs an immediate removal.
Mm-hmm.
Which
PvP marker. I guess we'll meet up at the
I
base.
just left PvP. The PvP spots you only have to be in for literal seconds. Like it's not
Yeah.
it's not an issue.
Man, I wish we could just get an entire buggy of titanium.
Well, I'm keen to go get some titanium.
I'm surprised we don't actually have that much plastanium at this point, just because we did bring back probably at least 1,000 ore.
It's literally just it's that much. The return rates are horrible, and so we get the big one, the big generator, the big miner, refiner, the big refiner. That's the word I'm looking for. Until we get the big refiner.
Does that
it's
change the
gonna be-
return rates
Oh yeah, a lot.
on
Like it's
the
huge.
ore refinery?
Yes.
I know that the spice refinery does. I
Yes.
didn't know that the ore one did.
Yeah, same thing. Same kind of deal, at least.
Excuse me.
Alright, I
Let's
will
see.
refill my drink. I will be right back, and then let's head out for a mining run.
Sure. Yeah. Ah. Haha. Dumb. Or rather, unprepared. I didn't bring any missiles. Bad idea to do titanium run without any missiles.
Alright. Alright,
So
so
I made a horrible discovery.
yeah.
I didn't bring any missiles.
Oh. Me neither. You wanna rat it?
We're brilliant. So what are we gonna do? Thrust module type nonsense? Zip around trying to laser fly back? What like?
Let's do that once, and then we'll see what the environment is out there. Current condition of things.
Alright. I guess I'm gonna plop my money in a box here. Sure, it'll be fine. What else do you drop? Pretty much nothing, right?
The resources you gather and the money.
Alright. Did you already head off the...
Yes, yes, I just left the wall. Yeah, I'm looking into the strikes there. I don't like it. I think
Nope.
I think Israel is fully capable of handling that themselves. Is what I think.
Well, like, so avoiding full-on political discussion stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The state of the world is kind of scary right now, if for no other reason than a lot of groups are militarizing again, because, you know, people are realizing, hey, like, we haven't actually maintained military stuff for a little while,
Yes.
so we would be ineffective if we did go to war.
Yes.
But the scary thing following behind that is there's also a whole lot of authoritarianism, quasi-fascist stuff coming back into play, and like, I have friends in Luxembourg and over in Germany, and
Mm-hmm.
they're like, yeah, the second most popular political party is basically like, it's a rehash of the 30s and 40s again.
Hmm.
And if the current people who are in charge actually lose out on, say, the next election or whatever, we will have just militarized an entire group of people who have pretty scary beliefs. Like, and somebody, like a couple different people in their political parties just got named by the office that is in charge of protecting their constitution as actively trying to attack their constitution or undermine it, so they're not allowed to be in office. But the parties that they were with that hold the same beliefs, in a broader sense, are still there in the second in charge, right? So like, the threat to the constitutional level of protections and freedoms that they have is real. And it's just kind of a scary thing in general.
That I hadn't heard about.
Yeah, it happened like just last week. That one of their party leads got removed.
Interesting. I've heard things about, was it the AFD party or whatever it was that there've been a lot of complaints about? But I don't follow it enough to know.
Yeah, I don't know it by name. Like, all I know is they were talking about how there's a specific group that is kind of like a legal office that investigates potential problem. Please tell me that's you.
What?
Ornithopter flying around me.
Yes, it is.
Yes. I had just landed to get a thing, and I heard the thopter noise coming, and I'm like,
I've been hurt before.
I have been hurt before.
Let's go to the PvP ships to the north here. The crash ships up the north here.
Okay. I was gonna grab another titanium here, if I, but I'm
I'll
not
do that.
seeing one.
Oh, no, I looted as many of them as I could.
Yeah. We could head up to that Hotel 3 spot and grab as much up there, but like, there's more up there than we can physically carry, is the problem. Do you want me to hover around on this one, or both deconstruct and go inside?
Deconstruct and go inside. Looking for the entrance. This is an entrance.
I'm on my way. I landed a little further away than you did.
Forget how to do this one.
As a side note, I think I'm hearing another ornithopter off to the left.
I'm
also,
not.
it's very dark in here. Good
It
God.
is. This is what the flashlight is for.
How do you turn on the flashlight?
It's 0 by default, I believe. You have to craft and equip a flashlight. If you
Oh.
haven't.
No, I
that
don't have
was-
that.
Okay.
Is that the extra slot?
It is.
Those two extra
yes.
slots. One's the little lamp or whatever.
Yes.
What are you? Mechanical parts. I don't remember mechanical parts. I'll take them.
There are some upper tier parts here that I do loot, like plasteel plates.
Do we need to be going towards this green light over here?
Yes, after
I don't
we
have the key.
find.
Green
It's
key.
in a vent, like a hole in the wall, and it's usually got a purple glow coming out of it, and I never remember where this thing is.
This is a purple door. I cannot see for shit in here. I am going to need to actually, like... I would not be able to navigate my way out of here. It's that dark.
I believe you. Okay, I have, I believe, encountered the room which has the purple vent in it.
I have found a purple vent in the floor. There's a light coming
Yeah,
through the floor.
go through it.
I can't go, like, there's no... It's right here.
Oh, never mind, it's right here. Found it.
Okay, I'm coming to you.
Bracelet.
Probably. Parabolically. Pragmatically.
Yeah, that's close. You have to go around to your left. Hug
my
that.
left,
Hug
to my
the.
right.
It'll be to your left, but hug the wall.
Okay.
Like
well,
hug that wall and just keep going. So, right hand on the wall and walk. Keep going.
Yes, yes, yes. Take you.
Just keep hugging the rightmost wall. Go around. You haven't moved.
Yeah, I can't even tell when I'm moving or not. That's how dark this is. For me.
Okay.
Like, yes. There's so much
yeah.
dark in here.
I don't
there
know
was
if
a
you
door
can
on
see
the right.
my flashlight.
I can. Yes. Hi.
Hi, this way.
Yes. Yeah, it's. I'm gonna have to craft a light.
Yeah. Actually, hold up, wait a minute. The corpses on these usually have lights on them. Yeah, right here. Grab a light.
Do they? Oh. I can just. Oh.
That one has to be held. It's not a proper flashlight.
Oh.
That's the consequence of not bringing your own flashlight.
I mean, you can make fun of me as much as you want. That's fine.
Yeah. It's a decent
Oh,
light.
now of course it's
Right up
it's
there.
bright enough in here that it's like.
Yeah.
Not a problem to see.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Now that I know the layout. I do very much appreciate you letting me know that they have, because I would not have known that. Now,
I'm
how
looting
come
this
it's
one.
on my hip when I use my grappling hook,
I don't
but it
know.
won't let me put it on my hip normally? That's gross.
Extra hands?
Plasteel gun parts. Hold on.
Yeah, plasteel gun parts are good.
Yeah, I'm taking everything I can, because I don't come out here often.
At least
Is
I
this
think
really
they're
the
good.
big boy box?
No. No, it is not.
Does it get us closer to the key to the big boy box?
That one? No. This one has multiple smaller boxes scattered around.
Copy.
and they're all behind the
I'm
shield
in like the
doors,
front
so-
left of the ship near a purple door.
Yeah.
Landmines in here still.
Ooh, I think I found.
Is this the purple key area? Like, there's got to be a reason there's a lamp in the middle of what seems to be an unreachable zone.
Yeah. There's the purple one. It's
I can
like,
hear it. I can actually hear the key.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Like
like,
it's here's the
here.
entryway.
It's up here.
Yeah.
There's a
there it
hole
is.
up here.
This is it.
Also, there's bombs.
Yeah.
Purple key
This is what I
found.
was looking for. This is what I was looking for the whole time.
Ah.
And yeah, now purple door.
There was a way out over there?
Yep, there is.
Oh.
And now purple
I didn't
door,
see that.
which is... I don't remember what the purple door is.
It's head on our right.
There it is.
Even in the dark, I know my way around.
Alright, mega
Are
chests.
there multiple prize boxes in here, or just one?
Just the big one, I think. I mean, there's usually some small ones, but nothing worth...
Are these the plasteel microflora fibers? Are what we got out of the original ships? Like, that's the oldest.
Yeah. Like the plasteel microfibers and the mechanical parts is the tier 1 stuff that we have so much of we can't hold it all.
Yeah, I've just been picking up the plasteel and the extra, like the nicer tubes.
Yeah.
Okay, so that
Are
makes
you-
sense.
Are you getting loot out of the boxes
No.
that are here? Okay.
The ones that you have looted, no.
I was gonna say, like, this should not be instanced. This is first come, first served here.
Yes.
Okay. And then... Next titanium location, I'm gonna head over to E1, which should be where our old base once was. So many landmines, yeah. I see you flying with no wings, which is awkward. Kaboom.
Do we want any stravidium at all, or just titanium?
Yes, both. Stravidium goes quick. I believe right now our limiting factor is titanium, but stravidium goes quick. Regis Disruptor Pistol. Oh, hello.
You okay?
Yes. Hello, Shadow
Oh.
Cookie. Welcome in.
Where'd you get that from?
The PvP spot.
Oh,
That's crash ship.
I would have expected you to say something. So
I just
thought something had
grabbed
happened.
and ran. Yeah. Alright, I am full pockets. And I have half a mind to throw on the storage container.
Yeah, I wouldn't, just in case. Because, I mean, you're not... We'd have to go find more stuff. We pretty much hoovered everything up. I can get this last titanium
There's
if you want.
like 3 nodes here. But yeah. Please do.
Now I'm full.
Okay. I'll take that.
Yeah. I do like how quickly the albatross wings can get altitude, like even just.
It is quite nice, you know. Very speed.
Yep.
Yeah, I imagine just doing these runs, storage, and just risking it is incredibly lucrative. Yeah, the grinding
Yeah.
life set. The gliding seems nice, peaceful. It is. It is. It's satisfying. It's very satisfying.
I do have to wonder what those guys were doing waiting for us over at our base last time.
I doubt they were waiting. I highly doubt they were waiting. That group had been getting into conflicts throughout the day. I assume they were just strolling around and happened to run into us. Decided time to attack. Fortunately for us, they were fighting because they wanted to fight. We were fighting because we had things to do. And so we were able to complete our objective while they were just kind of floundering about. But
Yeah, I think fighting for fighting's sake in this game is gonna result in a lot of gains. Like, it's just gonna cost you resources.
yeah. Combat is expensive. You know, for a game without fast travel, we are traveling fast.
Not 10 kilometers a second.
This is true. I believe tomorrow we're gonna have to come out here and dismantle.
Lots of storage runs back to base.
Shouldn't be that many, but yeah. Wondering if I should harvest any basalt while I'm out here.
I don't see a reason to. There's tons back in Haga.
Did you put Solari in this leftmost chest?
Yes, because if I died while I was out there, I didn't want to.
Yeah, you
Have
like
it go
my
away.
Solari. Do you remember how much you had?
14,000. And some change. It's arbitrary.
There you go, 14,000.
Ugh, it ate my medium fuel cells.
Yeah, this one needs fuel cells apparently.
Gross.
Next base, we definitely gotta solve that problem. It's one
Yeah,
thing
there
to be
needs to be
disorganized. It's a little bit too
a,
disorganized.
like,
also
so-
ate my welding wire.
yes. Yes.
Why is there a welding wire?
The way I consider it is there needs to be a drop-off section and a processed section. Because
Yeah.
if you have wire or fuel, it should never be in the drop-off section, right? That way it
Mhm.
doesn't get eaten when people are just trying to get their inventories emptied out. Simple.
Yeah. Regis Disruptor Pistol. Let me learn this and then check the stats on it.
I believe it's going to be about a 300 damage pistol.
I believe you are correct.
Because that's the plasteel chunk you in the face pistol.
It's also a Disruptor Pistol, which theoretically should be much better versus shields.
Yep.
Okay. I've removed the fuel cells from the offending slots. And everything else, which should yoink your stuff.
Looted light caliber compressor. Interesting.
And some spice-infused plastanium.
I'm gonna bring the spice-infused duraluminum back home, and the plasteel deposit plating and gun parts,
Alright.
and the plasteel plates, I guess.
Alright.
Don't know what those are for. And as much raw titanium as possible, which is not a whole lot. There's 64 titanium and 124 stravidium in the second box.
I mean, with the storage ornithopter, you should be able to take, like, all of it.
Fair. I do need to refit. Blump. Detach. Zoop.
Duraluminum is heavy. Oh boy.
I was wondering for a moment why my thrusters were not doing what they needed to do, or were not showing up in my list of things. It's because they fell on the floor when I took them off, because my inventory was that full.
That makes sense. Oh yeah, let me check the new weapon. Okay, this thing deals 450 damage per shot. It's a lot of damage.
Should have 4 shots, I think.
Does have 4 shots.
It's a chunky boy.
Very chunky. I am potentially interested in running this over the drill shot.
The fire heavies? No? Yeah.
It does fire heavies.
I'm gonna go ahead and bring the duraluminum ingots that are up here back, because
Do it.
my god, they are literally in every box. There's a different duraluminum ingot in every single box. I've still got about 150 storage in the plane. Is there anything else we should start taking home right now? Like,
Most things, like anything that's pretty much anything. Anything that isn't basic fuel and just welding wire should come back.
yeah.
Honestly, even some of the structures. Like the water, I think, is probably unnecessary.
Probably.
Fly free.
Fly free and die hard.
Something like that.
Oh, you went back out that way.
Yep. Looking for things and stuff.
Stuff and things.
Yes. Let me just do a couple more runs while we're out here. Bring it home. Because Lord knows we need a lot of it.
We do.
None of it's here specifically. Just hearing the jet engine go. It's quite satisfying.
I do really like the look of the Atreides ornithopter.
I do. I prefer it to the Harkonnen one. Like Harkonnen one's cool. Don't get me wrong. It's just a little bit bulbous for me.
It's very round. It's like the difference between a Comanche and a Hun.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, that's a good description.
Something I find mildly amusing is that in the very oldest of Dune-related games, like the original strategy game stuff,
Mm-hmm.
the Harkonnen didn't actually have like good ornithopter stuff, so you had to get them from the Spacing Guild. So you basically had to like pay extra for them in theory. Like you couldn't just buy them from the air factory,
Mm-hmm.
which I thought was mildly amusing. And the differentiation as we see it progress forward is just like I find it amusing that like their vehicle in when you go to the left around the to go up the stairs to talk to the doctor, there's a buggy there that has the missile launcher on top and like the rounded Harco wheels and stuff. So like now they're the round faction and Atreides is bleak faction. I miss their heavy tanks. They had cool tanks.
You know, the tanks, we see wrecks of them in game, and we see like we saw them mobile in the trailer, as if they were going to be
Oh,
part
they're
of the
supposed to
game.
be added.
And yeah, they're supposed to be
on the
added.
roadmap.
I just
Like that's actually a July roadmap thing. Like that's
Mhm.
supposed to be.
I want
It's
to see
very
them,
soon.
but I also don't know what.
The practical application.
Yeah,
If you can't
It's-
go on the sand, what do you do with it?
yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of. It's not open conflict out here. There's not a whole lot of places to use the things, which is kind of half the point of the plot line.
I kind of like I get the feeling that the intent is to kind of have them doing the same thing as you would expect a current generation rocket buggy would be doing, like what we are doing in terms of, oh look, maybe it just sits inside the base and does bad things to people that get close to the base. If you actually have a base in the deep desert, if it didn't, I think the deep desert didn't wipe every single week, and instead was like a 2-week thing, it would be a little more free for people to be able to take their time to bring something big out there and actually do something with it.
Mm-hmm.
But if you had a tank that has like significant anti-vehicle power compared to what the current rockets are, I think it would be a strong deterrent for ornithopter harassment.
Yeah.
If you could just pull it outside and like 2-shot people out of the sky, there would be a lot less dick bags flying around just going, missile.
Mm-hmm. Imagine if its weapons couldn't aim up or even like shoot up.
Mm-hmm.
Practically. It's like, this is strictly vehicle on vehicle for the buggy assaults that are coming. It's like,
Yeah, like, I think they would need to generate more reliable worm avoidance methods or tighter groupings of rocks out there, because I don't think I would ever take a buggy out on the sand, ever. Not even once.
Yeah, not here, not in the deep desert.
Especially, like, considering the additional fact that, like, just getting a buggy off the shield wall, it ain't coming back.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way that you're coming back up. It's a one-way trip. Alright, I'm gonna grab some water at A base, and I've refit the thrusters so I can move around a bit more.
Yeah.
Which direction did you go in?
I am F2 at the
You're
moment.
far away.
Yeah, I'm very far.
Okay. But yeah, I've noticed that our server in particular doesn't seem to have too many aggressive people, which I'm kind of fine with. I think the expectation of expansive, wide-reaching PvP is a little bit of a misinterpretation of the game.
Yeah.
I am kind of interested to know, like, since we're not committed, we can't do stuff yet, right?
Correct. There is a flamethrower dude out here, and I've headshot this guy I don't know how many times. He's not going down.
I mean, have you tried stabbing him?
I don't want to?
Okay, that's not a power that you want to use, for sure.
Yeah, that was the wrong button.
See, my way of dealing with those guys is teleport behind them, eat them alive, laugh. He does appear to be spraying from inside of his shield or something, though. Because it ain't going down right when he fires.
It
takes a
is.
second.
He's just also not dying. Which makes me wonder if that's why he was outside. Oh, got him. Okay. Jesus. Alright, well, he didn't drop any interesting loot. We don't have to fight another one, because that's not going to happen.
Yeah, it doesn't look fun.
Oh, this is one of the radiation ships. Okay.
Also known as don't go inside for any length of time kind of ship.
It looks like all the NPCs out here are horrible bullet sponges. Okay. Understandable.
Yeah, you're using Thoopers, right? It's still
Yep.
taking that long?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I got bonus headshot damage on this thing too.
Didn't you have one level of body shot from Trooper, though? So you're negative 10%
no.
headshot damage?
No.
Oh.
Like I was looking at that as a concept, but didn't take it.
I thought you had used it to jump to other things in the tree.
I don't have it equipped.
Ah. Oh, it's one of the ones that you have to choose.
Yep.
Never mind.
Yeah, this is a lot.
Yeah. Which one are you in?
Oh boy. The one to the north of F2. I think I'm a G line.
Okay. I'll see what I can do to come out there and help you, because, like, when I was out here before and I fought some of those, I was eating them for breakfast, so.
Who's that?
Me hit very hard. Even with this piece of crap knife. Uh-oh. 8 minutes.
8 minutes to what?
Very large sandstorm.
Oh, neat.
Not seeing the directionality of it, so it must be coming from the other direction.
We can check out the PvE base during that happen. Got your ornithopter tonight? Ooh, nice. Yeah, the ornithopter's good. Ornithopter's great.
So I'm in F2.
I am in G3.
Okay, so continuing northeast is fine.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Assume sheltering there is not the worst idea, actually.
I agree.
I just have to find where you are.
Push back the enemy. Where is everybody?
Oh yeah, it's the one that's south of the rock that I found. Okay, yeah.
Huh. I just hit it with a 1200 damage hit from the ult. Did not. Did not take
Well,
it out.
Yeah.
Eyes on target.
The unfortunate truth about how those work is very silly. Everything out here, including other players, only takes 40% damage from abilities.
I thought that was players only and not
A large
PvE
sandstorm is
elements.
approaching.
I have been told that these guys also get the damage reduction, but that's
That's
so you're the left edge of G3, the one that's actually got the capture zones.
yes.
Okay.
And I hear you thoptering it.
Yep.
And every one of these I've seen, you've not needed to go into the
There
radiation
are
zones.
2 enemy ships or enemy dudes out here.
NPCs, yeah.
Yeah, on the north side. One has a sniper, and the other has a disruptor. I would like to get inside. Which hole did you use to get in there?
No idea.
Which direction?
Probably would have
Sector
been
weather
northwest.
alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Northwest. I am enclosed right here.
So just to make sure. Communets. And if I scroll all the way down, well, I can't see that. We'll see where it comes from. There you are. Ow.
Weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Okay, did you kill all of the stuff here and it respawned, or did you
No,
not
there's
just
just
bypass
that.
a lot of stuff?
I just haven't killed that much stuff yet. There's a lot of stuff here.
Okay.
I've got your back.
There's literally just that much here. See you over there doing things.
I don't know what is going on with this thing. It's glowing green. It's doing the stuff.
Oh, that's one of the Bene Gesserit abilities. I forget which one it is.
No, I mean, my sickle was glowing.
Yes.
My spice got activated
Sector
even though I
weather
didn't need
alert.
to.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
I don't think it's
Another
spice related.
entry. No, my spice meter is entirely empty. I don't know why.
Oh.
Come over here. Or to get shot in the face.
I was
You know,
working on
that's
him
fine.
earlier. Alright, now, the question is... Where bracelet? Where is
What color was the
bracelet?
door?
Purple, I think?
Because there's a bunch of red lights in here, which would indicate to me they are up in this carver door,
Hmm.
which is also red. Green bracelet.
Found...
Green bracelet's here, up top, second floor. I'm gonna go check the other side and see if there's
I
a
do
different
not
key
see
in there.
you. Can you ping?
I'm up above you. I did ping.
I don't see the ping.
Pinged again.
I also do not see the ping. Okay, well, it's scuffed.
I'm behind
Sector
you.
weather alert.
You
I-
actually
A
just
large
jumped up right next to me.
Yeah, I
That
don't
scared
see
me.
you on the map, and I do not see your pings.
Ah, yes.
So,
Classic.
yeah. Alright, storm is
Atmospheric
approaching.
filtered fabric. I mean, we're stuck here pretty much, right?
Yeah, yeah. I'm just trying to keep track of where the storm is so I can see if it affects the PvE base.
So you got the green key, correct?
Yes. Improved holds and actuators.
Oh, it's this ship design. Okay, so yeah, green key gets us into the next section,
Mm-hmm.
which I am going to go to.
I would ask you to ping it because I don't remember. I think it's over here.
Northwest side of the ship.
Northwest. Yes. This way. It sounds familiar. Yeah, there it is. Okay.
Yeah, I recognize the shape because this is the same as the down ship in
Sector weather
Haga.
alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
multiple enemies. I've got one coming to. Oh, it is now red. Can you get in here?
Yes.
Okay. I've got the flamethrower on a come to me command.
Okay.
I'm going to shield. I am not going to. Oh, no. Alright, I'm going for the guy in the back over here. Because there's no reason to keep fighting those guys when we can get someone who's isolated. Come on. Whoa, nice. Nice.
My problem with the drill shot is it does so little damage in general that I don't know that I even want to bother using it against these guys.
Whoa.
Got one of the gunners.
Mind controlling the flamer.
Ow, that hurt.
Oh, dangerous.
I do not have any heals remaining.
Okay.
Just keep
Are
that
you
in
worried more about the flamethrower or other stuff?
mind. Flamethrower.
Okay.
Because there's the last one left, mostly. Let's bully this guy.
Don't come up behind him and melee him. You will stop
Okay.
me from meleeing it repeatedly.
Okay.
Back off. There we go. I discovered that with Bell, basically, like if people are on the opposite side of someone, and you heavy melee him and I heavy melee me for melee.
Interesting. Okay. 10 headshots for that one? Yeah, this is ridiculous.
Yes. Hey, I have healing stuff.
This loot here is not good.
Bit of this and this. That's
It's
not-
alright, I'm fine. I just...
Well, I
living off
carry extra heals on me all the time, so
of...
like,
Okay. I usually do, but apparently I used them.
radiated cores stuff. Purple key, which is the leave only key.
Mm-hmm.
Ammo. Yeah, I would use like a disruptor or something in here, I guess. How much room do I have? I'm at 157.
I still got some. This place, if I recall correctly, also has some titanium. It does.
Yeah, it does. I already mined one of them.
I think the storm looked like it didn't pass over. Yeah, the storm didn't pass over our PvE location when I was looking at it. So, I don't know if it would have shut down the shield or not. But it didn't.
I'm over here grabbing a Stravidium real quick.
Going to head to the northeast.
I've got no more room, so I don't really... I was thinking about heading back.
Alright, go for it.
Are you not full?
No.
Oh. I had already grabbed some titanium on the way. But I'll travel with you to keep an eye on things. I could probably throw some stuff, but I got irradiated cores, power modules. I don't know why I have salvage metal. I can't dump this while I'm in here. gonna try to dump some salvaged metal and grab titanium with what I have. Yep. There's more titanium on me on the southeast side. And now I am full. Titanium on marker.
It'd be nice if I could see it.
Right side of the dome on the low end. It's just behind the pointy rock on the low side.
Ooh, shiny. Stuck. Door stuck.
Wow, yeah, you don't have any weight on you at all. Good God. Did you not pick up much from the ship?
No, I did not. I left all the things in there except for the blueprints. And medkits, which I used.
I didn't really take any damage. There's another Stravidium on the opposite side of the rock, like where I am here.
Getting a lot of Stravidium. That's titanium.
I mean, we can just go like very slightly north and get all the titanium in the world.
I may have to.
I don't know if you remember this. Right up here.
Yeah, that's. I do remember it. This is
I'm gonna
where
fly
I was
over and
heading.
scan it. A rock like this is actually like where I think we should try to move
Yeah.
on the reset.
If it wasn't a reset right now, or very soon, I would have said, this base, we're putting it right here.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot wait to get up to your boogie.
Yeah, I think, like, based on the size, we would be able to build a base out here, like, in one of these little pockets. And it would be fine.
Yeah.
Wouldn't get wormed. You could drive around in a crawler, and by the time someone tries to kill you in it, you could get back to base without being destroyed.
Is it ever worth it possibly get better mining efficiency? Yes. Always.
There's a titanium right below me here. There's two of it out on the north rock, I think. From this way. Yeah, one titanium on this right side and a stravidium up top.
that it for this place?
This
Stone
rock
ore,
over here
yeah.
has stuff. But I don't know how much of it is titanium. There's one.
It's one. I
that's
think it's one and
visible.
one.
Yeah.
This is like.
But yeah, this
rock
place is
to
pretty
be-
nice, right? Like, this would have
Yeah.
been really great for us to get a buggy at earlier in the week.
Third person. I hate third person so much. Just like as a concept.
I don't mind it from the perspective that people get to, they get to play with seeing their character, like, and their drift. And stuff.
Yeah, that is true.
Shall we head home?
I believe that would be wise. Let's do it. Only 18 kilometers away. Ugh.
You are so thick.
Yeah. It's worth it.
I'm gonna hit 700 before I glide, I guess.
Off we go. Messed up my speed a little bit.
Yeah, mine didn't do a full dive. It stopped at like 120, so.
Ugh.
Alright. I'm headed straight to the base, I guess.
Good. This will be a good run.
Mm-hmm. What's interesting is, okay, so at 172 kilometers an hour, that means we're 17 kilometers every 10 minutes, right? Or divide by 6. Every 6 minutes. 17 kilometers. So it should take us 6 minutes of flight time to actually make this distance. And I don't think it actually is going to take us 6 minutes of real time.
I think it might. Oh, those little crash ships down there, they have schematics. I have just enough space for it.
You want me to stay on lookout for worms?
Yes, please. Worm sign is important here. This looks like it hasn't been looted either. Yeah. Some spice. Tier goodies.
There's usually 2 loot boxes in there, right?
Yes. Oh, no schematics this time. Sadness. Alright, I'm out.
Assuming
Yeah, a
it's,
lot
like, past the base.
A lot of the good schematics I've found have been from there. The other side, there are 3 loot points. Are there? I haven't been able to find any more loot points beyond those 2.
So
There's a base
I've
out here. It's on
I've
the.
seen 2. Oh, there's a base.
Go for it.
Oh yeah, I see it. I've seen 2 carvable things on it, but then there's also supposed to be a hatch where you can jump down inside, and there's 2 loot boxes, like actual loot
Really?
boxes.
I haven't been able to find that. Fascinating. Is there another crash ship around? It's like when I do a scan, it only ever comes back with 2 loot box detected. And the scanner does show these things.
I think you're slightly behind me.
Yeah. Simple enough.
Yeah.
This is what I like about this game. It's just very chill, casual. Just relax. Fly across the desert. Complain about the United States getting involved in Middle East again. You know, there's one thing I will say that I like is that there's been some fairly heavy rhetoric coming from the high end, claiming that they absolutely do not want ground units involved, which is a good start, but also that when escalations happen, like what's the end point there?
Yet another crash ship.
Oh, don't mind if I do. So where are these other loot points that have been?
How would I know?
I'm not getting anything out of this.
So there's a green line right there on the very top hatch-looking thing that you're supposed to be able to cut open, like where it's bent upwards there. To get inside.
Let me jump. Okay, where it's bent up.
If it's not there, it's not there. They're not present on all of these. Bear in mind. But there's usually supposed to be three places that you can cut, but it's not always true. I'm not seeing a third.
I don't see. No, that's
Worm,
clearly-
move, leave.
Hello, worm. How you doing? I am going
Anger
very
puppy.
up. I am still
Yeah.
getting worm
Yeah.
vibes out of this. I don't like that.
I got, this is what was happening to me when we were trying to scan that one desert section where like it immediately aggroed on me. Scan.
Oh, there goes the ship.
Yeah, I think the reason, like, the reason you get the worm vibe thing is because you could be just flying by in an ornithopter and not be anywhere near the ground and be like, oh, I'm gonna go land on that. And
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think it's just a kindness from the devs. Why are you faster than me? Stop that.
I am speed. My booster's better than your boosters.
I'm not using my boosters. And you
This
don't
is-
have boosters.
This is probably related. I'm extra
Do you have
heavy, so gravity makes me go faster.
Oh, I see. You're using the power of the planet itself against me.
Yes. Those things could spew hellfire out of their mouth and it wouldn't be out of place. You are correct.
I mean, they do shoot lightning.
Yeah, the whole lightning worm thing is a real concern.
I mean, yeah. But in the old Dune stuff, like, they literally could arc up out of the ground and kind of like aim down at you, and lightning towards the sand in various arcs and stuff. So like, that is not at all outside the realm of expected. For some reason, I cannot scan. I think my scanner's broke. Come to me, repair tool. Are you broke? No.
I got another Buoyant Reaper Mark 6, which is just unappealing.
Yeah. You got some boots, though. What are those?
Those are my soft step
Or are
boots.
those your normal boots?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I went through a lot of... One thing about the Atreides ornithopter, it doesn't let you get to the engine room. Like, it's really difficult to get to it. The shape of it is a problem. Got the generator.
Knowing that I'm not going to drop my weapons and things, I'm less afraid of being wormed up here than a lot of other things. So maybe I would bring my better sword up here. Hitting for 160 damage is way better than hitting for 59.
Yes. I mean, if you get eaten by the worm, then, you know, it's like it's all gone, but... Let me have the engine. Oh, I had it for a second. Oh, I had it for a second. Come on. There's like a pixel here. There it is. No, my arm's too short. This is the worst. I had to like dismantle this thing to get to the engine. I think I'm at it from on top. Alright, customize, variants, none. And repair. Can't see it now.
Really?
Engine. There we go. Customize, variants, Atreides.
It's so swoopy.
It is. Gotta repaint it blue. That's not blue. That's blue.
Your butt's still tan.
That's fine. Okay, let me see if there's anything else here I'm gonna grab to bring back. This thing, there's so many fuel cells. Should I bring back the buggy now? I think I don't have the inventory space to bring back buggy now.
I can probably grab it. I just have to switch over to cargo mode. And then pick up my thrusters off the floor. As was foretold by the prophecy. Floor thrusters. I can take you. All of this is super duper lightweight. You're also super duper lightweight. Wacha! So what, am I just disassembling?
Yeah. Wait, can you disassemble? I don't know if you can. I don't know if you're allowed to disassemble.
I am not permitted to detach.
Okay.
It's not my buggy.
Yeah, give me a second. I'll bring the buggy back. I'll put heavy things in here, which may or may not be visible to you now on ping. Okay, inventory is empty. Detach time.
Spice melange.
Yeah, the buggy was actually super useful out here.
Was it? Did you guys
Yes.
drive around grabbing power banks and other basic base building components to get the
Yes.
infrastructure up?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's nice being able to pick up power banks by the, 700s.
Yeah. 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 That does seem like it would be rather convenient.
It really was.
There's a useless
And
here.
I am out of inventory space. Okay. Alright, I am going to fly back. And away we go. It's like the Godzilla problem. Bad enough he's a skyscraper-sized lizard, but no, he's also got to shoot radiation beams as well. I know, right? Because laser beams are cool. And I agree. They are cool.
In the Emperor game, which at this point is really, really old, they introduced the idea of, like, you had your three major houses, right? But you also picked a sub faction to align with, so, like, even if you were playing the Atreides, you could actually be backed by the Sardaukar.
Mm-hmm.
But you had, like, Sardaukar, Fremen, Ix, the Bene Gesserits, and I think there was one more. I'm not remembering what it is, but one of them, Talaxu, of course.
Oh,
And
yeah. How do you forget that?
one of them had like half man, half worm infantry dudes that, like, they would just slink towards things and they shot out fork lightning like Emperor Palpatine.
Hmm.
It was beautiful.
That's an experience.
The Ixians had folding spice folding tanks, so you could, yeah. So, like, did you ever play the Red Alert games,
Yes.
like the really old ones?
Yeah.
Do you remember the Chrono Tank? How it could just jump across the map?
Yeah, the blinking. Yes. Like
Yeah.
the
That
teleport.
they had
okay.
that, but it
Okay.
shot lightning beams.
Of course it did.
And then you had the Fremen, who had sonic weapons and rifles, and you had the Sardaukar, who were either, like, they were both infantry. You could either get a Gatling gun dude that fired ridiculously fast, or you could get a laser dude. And the laser dude was hilarious because he was cheap, and if you were fighting an enemy that had shielded units, it just instantly killed both. So you could attrition your way to victory.
There is a storm rapidly approaching the Haga Basin.
I see that.
At least I assume
I
it's
am going
approaching.
towards it at 170 kilometers, and
Oh,
it looks like
no.
it's going to our left.
Yeah, it's passing to the left and is only hitting exclusively the starter area, which is unusual.
Poor bastards.
Yeah. Every time I pass by the bug evader, it makes me happy.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, there's like a whole house down at the bottom of it now. Is that the tavern?
Yeah, he's making the tavern there. It's still a work in progress. Okay, ornithopter deposited. Yay, titanium. Alright. We can make another 118 plastanium from all that.
Yay!
We did it. Turn stravidium into stravidium. We're definitely getting more stravidium than we are titanium. Like we're just getting more of it.
It also refines at a better rate, right? Like in terms of what we actually need.
Kind of. Not significantly.
One use this, please. Nope. One Muriel, please.
Okay, like the gun chests.
But yeah, I'm starting to debate, like, unless I'm actually afraid of being wormed, like if I'm doing spice sand harvesting duties, I think I am probably just going to switch back to my sword, although I would like... I need to get something that's high tier dagger. Because I am more specialized for daggers than swords, technically. But yeah, just doing twice as much damage a hit is kind of a big deal.
Okay.
And I'm honestly kind of afraid to question my sanity of using Ari's pistol up in the northern desert, because Jesus, if it took you like 10 shots to kill somebody in the face with a 300 damage weapon, shooting them for 35 is unacceptably low.
Yeah. That was... I'm gonna call that like a wake-up call kind of experience of, I don't know what to do about that, because that's not good.
Yeah, I mean, I can hit real hard with a sword, but good lord, that is not enough damage, anywhere near enough damage with the hook. I had to hit them like 15 times with the hook to kill them.
Mm-hmm. It's a bit
That's
much.
too many hits.
So that's
That
something
add-up
to...
disruptor pistol is looking even better, actually.
It is.
Charging
Trying to find
mechanism to
better.
fire shield destabilizing darts.
The thing is, okay, so Glutton's Hook is a blade, just a regular knife that deals 54 damage. Great.
Yes.
If I go over
Also
to the
bleed.
research tree, yeah, and also bleed. If we go to the research tree, let me scroll all the way down to duraluminum, and I look at the Kindle, which is the duraluminum tier knife. It deals 54 damage. So it's just a duraluminum tier. The only tier higher than it is plastanium, and we're not spending money on that.
Yeah, so no, I'm not talking about getting a plastanium knife. So, for example, the
Uniques.
Shadris Blood Drinker, the
Mhm.
unique that's in the Haga Basin top left,
Yes.
it's 110 damage.
Yep.
It's also duraluminum tier to build.
So really,
So,
I
like-
need to find a unique sword that I can use. or like
Yes,
blade of some
unique
kind.
duraluminum is good. Jolt is what I'm using.
Mm-hmm.
It is 110 damage. For me, it's closer to 180. Obviously, none of that damage is real against other players because the
That's how that
cap,
works.
but
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, so I just need to get myself the Jolt sword. Because
Jolt
I
is
can.
good if you care about stamina, which I do. You want the rapier if you're not caring that much about stamina, because it also applies a 30 damage poison dot.
I have to find that.
I'm very tempted to put on this Adept Disruptor Pistol because 341 damage shots to the face sounds to be a good thing to have if I'm actually fighting. That also means I need to carry around heavy darts. You're not darts. You're darts. This is all light darts. There's heavy darts. 500 heavy darts is way more than enough darts. I am now going to charge this thing. Oh god.
What
Okay, that
is
sounds
that?
terrifying.
Huh. Neat.
Oh, it always has to charge. Okay.
I have a charge too.
I do not like the loud noise that it makes when I fire.
I need a new power pack and to repair my welding torch.
Is it the survival thing where I craft the lamp?
Yes.
And actually, I guess that depends on if I have the research. Is it a combat tool?
I do not. No, I don't
Survival.
think so. It should
Personal
be-
light.
Yeah, there you go.
Is there only one tier of it?
To my knowledge, yes.
Yes, there is. Yeah. Oh, it's literally glow tube, as Belle was saying, with a strap, and it takes steel and silicone to make.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh my.
It's
How
questionable.
very special.
Yep.
Personal
that's-
light. Craft. I'll be able to see in the dark soon.
You can do it.
Yeah, could you imagine me fighting another player in dark?
I can't imagine you fighting. Have a good one, Avian.
Alright,
Good luck
now-
out there.
Now I have to question. Okay. What is the last slot?
I have no idea. Like, I actually just don't know.
Watch it be a pet or something.
Wouldn't be surprised. Just future-proofing.
My gloves make me feel like I'm One Punch Man.
Loud and out there. Kind of gloves.
Hmm?
I'm going to throw my thrusters on. Oh, the titanium... How's that going?
Like, is it done or not?
Yeah. Well, how much more can you make?
It's not spinning anymore. I mean, plastanium looks like it's not
That's
going.
just out of... Okay, we're just out of titanium ore. And that's it.
We have
Wait a minute.
118 that's sitting in the thing.
It's paused. Why was it paused?
Probably because there's. Okay, I can't see. What's the general? Where's the circuit for this? Circuit 1 and Circuit 2. So this is outputting to Circuit 2. I'm gonna.
Yes.
I'm gonna lose my gosh darn mind. Hold on here. Do not hate me. Do not hate me.
I'm already judging and I can't see what you're doing.
Input circuit 2. Input circuit 2. Input circuit 2.
So the ones down here are that. Some of it. This one's circuit 7, which is also circuit 7.
All of these have an output of like circuit 7. All of them. Which is weird since, you know, the things are outputting to circuit 2.
No, the circuit 2 ones are over here. So much blaststone. That's good. We're gonna need it. I need to go get the medicine from the suit doctor for the trooper quests.
Oh.
And that is.
I have to
in
go
Harco.
visit some Fremen in the price of... Oh no. That's actually not what I need. I need to do a Atreides quest. That's what I
Yes,
need to
please do a Atreides quest.
I need to get the drip.
Go get Nurgled.
Ah! What quest is it where I get Nurgle? Just
You'll figure it out when it happens.
that shit. No.
Back to the pit with you. The amount of times you have to go back to the pit is just obscene. This will be the first time I'm heading back to Harco since joining Atreides. I wonder if there's gonna be any other flavor.
I have so many things to do. But yes, the Jolt Sword's pretty good. The Shadris Blood Drinker, whatever it is the dagger that steals blood. There's a Dirk that sets people on fire at that tier as well.
Mm-hmm. I like the
I don't like
status
the look of
ailment
the-
ones.
Yes. Yes. I'm not super interested in the Blood Drinker, even though convenience-wise it's a thing. But the fiery one is actually kind of insane because there aren't very many enemies that are reduced damage fire, or that reduce fire damage.
Mm-hmm. That and it's just kind of a proc that happens regardless and deals real damage.
Mhm.
Imagine if you could stack bleed, fire, and poison at the same time.
Yeah, yeah. As far as I know, snipers are the only ones that apply poison.
Yeah, aside from a couple unique weapons. Snipers are the only thing I think that comes default poison.
There are not very many weapons that apply bleed. I know there's shotguns that do it. There's shotguns that apply fire, and there's shotguns, or there's Oh, you are going down in the pit again. How gross.
We don't trade with the Atreides scum, or there's...
Yeah, there is different text for interacting with people here.
Still sniffing scraps from the hand of the Atreides. Oh, I suspect they've let a secret or two slip. I suspect little treachery would take you.
But functionally the same. As far as I can tell. So far, at least. Alright, doctor lady.
Welcome, stranger. If you come seeking treatment, I have all manner of locally sourced natural, and I need a pleasure thrall hung like a Tarnarian bullpig. We don't always get what we want. That depends on whether you would consider a 30-meter phallus exceptional or not. Yes. In mating season, the Tarnarian bull sow burrows herself deep in the ground until a male is drawn near by her pheromone.
On track, scrack down,
it,
Chord.
for lack of a better word, unspools its penis and
Oh, of course
penetrates
he's
the
gonna be
loose
inside the
soil
ship.
as it probes for the female. Wait until you hear where she lays her eggs. She's never
Nothing.
even apologized. I don't know if I can.
It's not worth it.
Did you actually hear her say that? Well, when I hear it from her, I will think about it. We did have a bloody... But until then, no more free stims. 1,000 Solaris, or pound sand.
Okay. Ground pounders. That's a way to describe it. There's just gold vendors over here. I say 1,000 Solaris, cheap. This looks golden. Wrong kind of golden. Actually, what happens if we talk to Turek?
Good God.
Hello there,
So the
drop
green
off,
sword
man.
thing. It's the
look,
swordmaster
Kitten is
thing for
back.
killing
Do we have the Thundering has gone silent.
killing
Which means
someone in
important
melee,
matters require his
where you
attention.
up.
So for now, Kitten, there's nothing.
Yeah, I'm just not gonna answer that. So, say again?
So there's a technique from Swordmaster
Mm-hmm.
that makes it so that you get a damage buff.
Yes.
When you have killed someone in melee.
Welcome.
It's that
Would
one.
you like
Okay.
to deposit or withdraw Solaris? How much Solaris would you like to withdraw?
Alright, so now I need to go down to the lower half of the ship.
How goes Deep Desert Taming? Pretty well, actually. We got 2 pop-up based designs, one substantially more permanent than the other. We're slowly removing things from our Deep Desert Outpost as is, because the Gorilla Storm is coming. And we're bringing with it large amounts of titanium and such, of the elite game resources. It's going quite well. And so come the next Deep Desert wipe, we'll be able to just plop down our things. We have, what, 3 different blueprints?
Welcome, stranger. If you come seeking... And
We
I
got
need
a
pleasure
bubble
thrall hung
gate,
like a Tarnarian.
essentially.
She's never
We
even
got,
apologized. Did you actually? Well, but until then,
your
no more free
stronger
stim. You know,
fortified
I
hex
warned
base,
Kara, these
and then
won't
we
work
have
forever.
the
She
kind
needs a
of
permanent-
pop-up bubble roof base.
Yes. I do like the idea of like having a sufficiently hidden spot, sufficiently hidden stuff, such that when players try to raid, they just get stuck on the inside.
Mm-hmm.
Which is not going to happen with the small one. Might happen with the big one.
If we're lucky, people will not be able to steal from us. That would be nice.
Yes.
Dear God, blaster pistol's scary.
Good.
Also, I'm really glad I put the sword back on.
Yeah, I need to get that sword. I can craft
It's
it.
one-shotting everybody inside.
Oh. Oh. Yeah, honestly, just doing the schematic runs in the science facilities is very lucrative. And gives you the good schematics. Many of them, at least. You know, I love the way the worms are done in this game.
I think it's very appropriate how terrifying they are.
Yes.
Put it that way.
It's very, very well done.
Bring the note back to Derek.
What was that? Something just ran past me, and I don't know what it was. But it was a player. But it was definitely an it. Is Kara up or down? She's up left. Hurricane.
Up left.
Yeah.
I've been waiting for you, Trooper. The
I get to
withdrawal is
report back to
creeping up.
Tolliver.
I need those stims. Have you been out in the Badlands honing your skills? Let's see. Oh, good work, Trooper. I knew I could count on you. Give them here.
So yeah, bigger, better sword,
yeah, we
plus
Kumara's
you
the
killed
only one who
someone,
could
so
keep
have
up on a
20%
proper
more
drug-free
damage,
vendor.
and
She does,
30% of their damage mitigation
I'll
goes
think
away.
about it.
Is pretty terrifying.
No, and she doesn't have to, because you're going to get me that master transmitter. I'm working an angle right now. It's too early to say anything.
Why did I expect there to
I
be
don't wanna
anything
jinx it.
resembling a redemption arc for the junkie?
There's a redemption arc.
Okay. I don't know if I believe you. But I will find out sooner or later.
It just looks that way, Trooper. But the deck gets thin. I need that transmitter soon, because the stims aren't going to work for it. You've been loyal, Trooper. You've executed every... My lord was sworn to Archduke Ikaz. Our house miner was granted the administration of a remote mining system on the edge of Ikaz space. We shared system defense with House Gauger, the house charged with the actual mineral extraction. When the feud between Ikaz and Moritani ignited to open war, House Gauger took the opportunity to move against us. They swore fealty to Baron Harkonnen, who was himself allied with House Moritani. The price of their betrayal was the head of my lord. For over 5 centuries, we fought and bled alongside House Gauger. In fact, they chose a banquet celebrating our long kinship to drug our food. We slept, oblivious as our lord and his family were slaughtered. Only the intervention of the House Gauger War Master saved us from the same fate. Instead, we were shackled, branded, and sold as Mala. Not necessarily a preferable outcome. That's a story for another day. You'll be sorry you said that, Trooper. It's time to step things up a notch.
Unlocks a trooper capstone skill. Neat. The energy capsule seems amazing as a skill.
For a ranged character, yes. It is the single largest range bonus you can get, and I'm pretty sure there's nothing that comes close.
There you are, trooper.
Also, since it's trooper skill, you can get a 30% cooldown bonus for it, which is pretty snazzy.
I always wondered, if life is a rainbow, why doesn't it include black? Like the space between the stars. That's Sergeant to you, Boat. The stims aren't working anymore. Only Samuda helps. I need this damn implant out of my head. If Dr. Kumari is a real suck, she has the training to take it out. But it's dangerous. Enough to kill me and blow the good doctor's arms off.
A strontium charge? That doesn't... Oh, okay.
Yes. The same master transmitter we've been after since the start. It just so happens my information broker made contact. Seems a known courier was tracked to a slaver base near the Hand of Kadir. If any slave crews are buying a master transmitter, there'll be a record of it there. I want you to find that base and kill them all. See if you can find a shipping manifest and bring it back. The details are in the contract.
Alright, sweet. Contract, surgical strike. Exterminate them all. If this thing asked me to do something like use collapse grenade and death from above, I'ma be unhappy.
I mean, you've already done the grenade skills, haven't you?
Yep. I'm really hoping it's not going to ask me to do more, because I don't have the levels for this, and I don't want to have the respec for it. It's... just looking at the carrier ornithopter, just seeing how much larger it is compared to everything else. I wish there was an auto move. I wish the world map just didn't exist in this fashion. It's just a cutscene, an elongated cutscene that you have to keep holding the button down to skip.
Yes.
Ah, well.
I mean, really, it could have just been like the map mode of this. Just open up the map, click where you want to go.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I mean, this... honestly, so... I'm going to say something that is wild and completely uninformed, but I feel like that exact map mode with the grayed out sort of 3D battle board looking thing,
Mm-hmm.
I swear it's like they started developing something else and they were like, we just want to include this, but it came from a different project or from like an earlier version of what they thought that the deep desert / travel would look like.
I could see that.
I have absolutely no proof of that, but it looks like it looks to me like other development that creeped in. Like, we have this, let's use it. Search Colonel Voldero's corpse. How am I supposed to get to that? Well, there's broken shit here.
Did you go loot the ship and the in the rift?
I did.
Did you read any of the things that you were doing while you were there?
Yes, but I also feel like I must have skipped most of it because I went to one end of the ship, saw that there was a hole in the floor, and fell into the room that had the exact thing.
Ah, yes. Then yes, you skipped most of it.
I pulled a blueprint.
You did.
Ha ha! I didn't get nurgled.
The whole story arc there is that that ship was carrying something, a pathogen that infected people, everyone, and killed them in horrible, horrible, nurgly ways. And if you explore the ship at all, you will find dissolved biomatter. Yeah.
Yeah, I did see the bodies. I will admit I did see that part.
And the person you have to talk to was mid-dissolving as you talk to them. You did avoid much of the nurgling.
Right.
Slaughter them all.
Down with this
So she has sent me to the sand floor, which is be somewhere on the left side of the map, I would expect here. Guess it's maybe up north. Okay. So I need to do stuff for her, I guess.
Yes.
House level 3. How long did it take you to get to 5?
Not very. Okay, shipping manifest over there. And just a couple more quests for her and it'll finish up. And then it's like 600,000 monies for the cosmetics.
Yeah, I don't think I have 600,000 monies.
Back to Arrakis go. How invasive is the PvP element? This game, not very. You go through like 90% of the game without even having PvP as an option. And then in the last 10%, like, so basically the PvP comes in as the endgame loop. As if you're familiar with other games, Conan Exiles, less so Conan Exiles, but other survival games, we're talking Enshrouded, Valheim, whatnot. It's all a PvE, open world, adventure, sandbox kind of experience. And this is no different. What makes where the PvP comes in is it's the end game experience. That is to say, after you've beaten the game, you go into an area where everyone can be PvP flagged at their discretion. So you can go in and do PvP things. And there's some basic motivations to do so. The highest tier of item, like post-storyline stuff, is only available in the PvP zone, as well as substantial quantities of previous tier equipment. Like, overwhelmingly abundant in the PvP zones. So it's beneficial to go into PvP zones if you're looking to skip ahead in progression. It's also the place to be after you've beaten the game. But invasive? Meh. Of course, it's going to be different, somewhat different for everyone, just because the PvP interaction requires other players, and not all players are created equal. You may, if you create a character on a server that just so happens to have a band of violent malcontents, then it's going to be a little bit different. Is there any kind of story element to clan or team warfare out there? No. all the PvP elements are post-storyline stuff. There's actually quite a nice storyline, plotline, and questing to do. You can play this game entirely solo as, let's say, a Skyrim-like adventure. Once you hit the PvP side, it's off. You're off the leash. Do whatever you want. Let's go pwn some noobs. There's no real reason to engage players. Like, you don't get substantial loot from them. And what loot you do get is rarely worth it from a time investment perspective. Rarely. Like, you'd have to catch someone doing a major loot haul. I think the only exception is those doing science facility runs out in the deepest of the desert, because those runs only one player can get the loot chest, and so you kind of have to fight for it or just be faster than everyone else, which is usually the more efficient route. But if only one player per hour can get it, then you kind of gotta... Speed is not always going to be an option. You're gonna have to get stabby at some point.
Is, like, depending on what blueprint you get, it could have been an entire waste of your time.
Yes. And of course, there are blueprints that you can get doing anything else, so it's not a requirement to go there either. You can just farm other locations. It just has a better chance of dropping the good blueprints.
Report, Trooper. Did you discover the manifest? Let's see. Good work. I knew you'd get the job done. I've contacted Dr. Kumari and told her to prep for the procedure. I told her I would apologize properly after she takes this damn thing out of my head. I told you not to worry about
I have to admit,
Trooper.
it's kind of
Right now,
hilarious
your
just being
mission
able
is
to run from
secure
room
my
to
right.
room
The next
in
Dune
quote-unquote
Campos Damari.
endgame
Runs an
territory,
ornithopter
like
charter
where you're
service out of the
actually
Arrakis
fighting
suck.
the
You
slightly
must- but he also
higher
has a
grade
side gig running
enemies.
You're going to make contact with Damari and
But
tell him you want to ship a live package to Harko.
you're just like running
You wanna
as
avoid
fast as you
docking
can through it
fees.
and
Come back to
utterly
as
decimating
always,
everybody
Boot.
that's involved.
Hmm.
It's so weird going between like a 50 damage weapon and a 150 damage.
Yeah.
For a blade specifically, it's night and day, because only having to hit someone once is a massive time save compared to futzing around, you know, booping them a few times to get them off guard and then poking them hard.
If you want to avoid docking fees, that costs extra.
Still not sure how I feel about
3,000
swords in
Solaris
general.
will cover my
They're
fuel and the bribes we
and
must
not
pay.
that much more damage.
Throw on an extra 1,000 for my time. Very
I guess they got
good.
more reach, maybe.
I'll get your package to
That's
Harko
probably a
and
thing.
back.
Melee just feels like the way to go for end game.
Melee, disruptors, yeah.
It's just,
I would agree.
I think the Bene Gesserit is just too strong. Is the game worthwhile if you're just playing solo? Yeah, I mean,
You're back.
I'd say so.
I've been waiting for you, Trooper. Well done, Trooper. If we were in any kind of real military formation, I'd recommend you for a promotion. It's been an honor training you, Trooper. I thought my day... I have you to thank.
So what's
For showing
weird about
good
this
news on that front.
game
Very good news.
in terms of like
We
Atreides
have a
versus
name.
Conan fighting.
A real black
This is set
the mark is a
in
slave
kind of an
holder
alternate
called Nals.
reality where Paul
And I'll
has
take it as a
not been
personal
born,
favor
right?
if you make sure he leaves
And
this world
because
screaming.
even in the films, what they talk about is like, oh, you know, if daughter,
Malice was the pig
she
that
would have
put the
been
servo
married
stimulator
to
implant
Fade
into my head
Harkonnen
in my deepest moments of
and
pain and
joined the
despair.
two houses
I
together so
sustained
that there wouldn't
myself
be
by
war.
imagining his death in countless ways.
And that
As
kind
much
of
as I
happens.
appreciate your
Like,
zeal, securing the master
Ari
transmitter
is
has to be the
technically
mission
married to
priority.
Fade, and
If Nals
these
dies
two are not
badly,
at
I'll take that
open
as a
war.
bonus.
Instead,
Dr.
there's
Kumari
just
has
a whole
made
lot of
contact to let
backstabbing
me
going
know
on.
She's prepped and ready. I go under the knife as
And all
soon
the
as
Fremen
they
are
deliver
dead.
them. No such luck, but my intel broker is working on that right now. He'll deliver Nalis's location to a dead drop. You need to get to that dead drop. The details are in the contract. And Trooper.
Interrogate Trip Yates.
Now, that is one thing I like about it. Like, it's... The plot, I think, works really... I was wondering how they were going to do the plot of the game, and I like the way they've handled it.
Yeah.
In some ways, it's mildly disappointing. Figured the Atreides versus Hart would be central, players being opposed to players, selected the other houses. Yeah, that's just as a concept isn't a thing here. There is no faction-on-faction violence. Storyline, in-world plot, or otherwise.
It's kind of interesting how that plays out, too, because, like... I'm not sure where I need to go for this. Oh, no, please don't tell me I need to go to...
This would just be a Hark versus the Emperor? No. It's a coldish war. I'm going to describe it as a cold war between Hark and Atreides on Arrakis, and the Emperor is doing imperial things as they often do, which is just being a thorn on everyone's side and stoking the fire. And it is just for control over Arrakis. Last one standing. And then the Bene Gesserit are doing Bene Gesserit things, trying to keep things in a similar degree of unstable, but not open conflict.
Yeah, what's interesting there is that, functionally speaking, the cleansing of Arrakis has happened. The Fremen are all dead. Technically, you could consider Atreides and Harkonnen House joined and a new power block, which the Emperor kind of doesn't want as well, right? Because what he was afraid of in the Paul timeline was
that game just crashed.
Leto Atreides becoming too powerful within the Landsrad and basically everybody turning against him. But now it's kind of a situation where Paul and Ari and Fade are both vying for who controls a more unified house.
Mm-hmm. So I'm uncertain. So, one of the big plot lines, like one of the underlying motivations for the reason why Atreides is gaining favor is because the Emperor didn't have any sons, any prince to take the throne. So they're starting to look to other houses for potential new leadership, as it was pretty clear that the Emperor is not going to have any proper heir to the throne, at least as far as the in-universe reasons are concerned. And
yeah, it was real weird when they suggested that the princess would be marrying Paul in the more recent remake thing too.
Yeah, because I think it's because the more recent remake tried to wash out much of the sexism in it because it's just unsightly. But like that's kind of the whole motivation. Like that is literally the entire motivation behind sparking this particular conflict. So it's weird to outdo that. It's like the Emperor's not supposed to be a good guy. Why are we washing that clean for the purposes of because it's makes him too evil. I don't know, but whatever. That motivation is very clearly present here, and in this world, Atreides did not beget a son, and so while Atreides, Leto himself is a potential heir to the throne, he's not in a much better position than the Emperor is currently. So like, I would think in the calculus of it all, summed together, just having Atreides and Hark be at each other's throats would be enough to keep it gray areaed to a point where the Emperor can just kind of do whatever he wants for the rest of his life.
Well, what's weird is, like, okay, so in the old movies, and honestly the book, like, the Emperor never thought to kill Paul. He just wanted Leto dead because that would sort of end the house of Atreides in terms of their support from the Landsrat. Because
Yes.
Paul was an unknown quantity. Nobody supported him.
Yes.
But then the Bene Gesserit, or whether the trade guild says, okay, you have to kill Paul. He's the one that has to die because he's the threat.
Mm-hmm.
And the Emperor doesn't understand because he's not in on the Bene Gesserit nonsense. And the Bene Gesserit who are present listening for the Emperor, like doing their psychic mind reading thing to figure out what's going on with the meeting guild guys, are like, all right, we need to go investigate Paul. Why do they want him dead? And that's what leads to this whole giant thing where they're like, oh, he could be the Kwisatz Haderach, but can we control him? And the answer was no. He is the Kwisatz Haderach, but not them controlling him.
Yeah.
But it's... I still don't remember why... Like, the initial plot to give up Arrakis to lure Leto to his death is so convoluted to begin with.
Yeah, I don't.
And now, like, this version of it is strange because you do have Fade and Ari being married, but then they're still having the whole Cold War thing and the War of Assassins that comes out of that. Functionally because the Emperor doesn't want them to be too powerful, so he's stirring up trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow this is all going to come down to a horrifying Talaxu plan.
I would not be surprised. Well, I mean, that is a major plot point, that the whole horrifying Talaxu plan.
Well, I mean, there have been so many hints that the player character is actually some sort of Talaxu. Like, we are a Gola. The thing I was talking about earlier.
Have you completed the main story quest?
I have not. I have not progressed beyond.
You should complete the main story quest. It answers those
Hephaestus.
questions.
I still have to find the Hephaestus, which I'm assuming is actually map, not the deep desert map.
Yeah.
Is how it works.
It's in the world map.
I have no idea what to expect there, but like the implications, especially when the frickin' Talaxu trade guy or whatever mission giver in Pinnacle is like, you smell like home. It's like, oh dear God, no. The Talaxu flesh bats, that's what I smell like? I do not want this storyline. I do not want that to be where things are going.
I think you will like the storyline. I will not spoil it for you.
I think I will appreciate the storyline. I think I will be upset by the storyline.
Maybe. I did do it on stream, but
I missed a lot of stuff when I was yeah. already deal with the red scorpion?
We all have. Like twice. And somehow he's still causing trouble. There's a storm on the horizon. Doing storm things. Speaking of which. Yeah, I've not gotten any more sub-thief warnings about shields going down.
Whoa. Okay, the upgraded Shiga wire does yank really hard, I will admit.
It does. The Shiga wire gives you more momentum based on how long it's pulling you, so if you increase its range, theoretically, it should also increase substantially the amount of velocity it gives you.
Yes. I do such incredibly bad things to people that I parry.
Sounds like a good plan to me. I just got parried by this dude.
Don't do that. I just told you how incredibly bad things can happen to you. It's so... I don't expect other players would really involve themselves much in trying to melee people, because if you can keep your distance, you're probably a lot safer, and shooting with a disruptor is probably... really is probably the optimal way to deal with... But I have to say, getting a parry turns the Bene Gesserit into gods.
Yes.
Like, at this point of the game, having the little guys run over to me to be like, don't hurt my shooters, oh no! Like, it just feeds me invulnerability. Like, true, honest-to-God invulnerability. Because for 10 seconds, all those shooters in the room can do nothing to me. Nothing. And that's very bad for them. And all of the sword guys can do nothing. And that's very bad for them.
There's so many grenades. Okay.
Also, the stamina upgrades are the best things I've ever picked up.
Yeah, even as someone who
being
doesn't
able
do
to
a lot of
dash
melee.
all the time.
The stamina upgrades are amazing.
You hit me with a drill dart? How cute.
This way and down. Just hit them with explosives and powers. Yes. So I don't... When it comes to player and player, but I don't know. Like, actually downing a player seems ridiculous if you're not hitting them with literally vehicle-mounted hellfires. It feels like the way to deal with players is hit them with so much like crowd control effects that they don't have a hope of playing the game. Because if they get to play the game, they're going to get away from you and go heal or something of the sort.
I mean, the only time I've actually encountered another player foot was in one of those ships, and they did have a very, very bad time.
Yeah. And that could do it. And you do have all the CC in the world. And you deal decent damage in melee.
Honestly, it was the Shiga wire that killed them. I don't really know what my compel did to them. They kind of dodged at the time that I used it and nothing happened. But then they tried to get away, and I Shiga wired them while they were Shiga wiring through the air, and yanked them off of their wire, and I stabbed them, and they died instantly.
He's probably wounded. But, yeah.
No, there was nobody else around. Like, they didn't have their shield up. And I don't think that they were a Bene Gesserit, because I was only like level 30 when this happened. This was like the first down shipped in the western, whatever sands.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, everyone was noobs, and I was still using whatever the like 20 damage dagger.
Oh.
And I hit them like twice in the air as they were coming down, and then they just kind of fell over, and I'm like, well, stab in the face, here you go.
That does sound like it would do it.
You don't have a whole lot of chance of surviving at the really least, I feel. Oh hey, another tier 4 blood gun.
Where is this thing?
But yeah, the melee is... I think it depends on what stage of the game you're in, because it can feel really, really satisfying. But it also can feel very jank.
I find it difficult to imagine meleeing someone is realistic if they're trying to get away, and you don't have all the CC in the world. Like, if clearly you got a good moment there where you grabbed him while he was trying to get away, and that stunned him, put him on the ground, and you were able to stab him. But like, if he had a second movement ability, or you just didn't get him out of the air, the chances of you landing the melee hits are almost negligible.
Oh yeah, imagine trying to do that to somebody wearing a, like one of the reaction belts. Like, that would just be miserable. Oh, I'm just gonna hover up in the air up here. I have my shield on. My energy isn't gonna last forever, but, you know, while I'm up here, you can't do anything. Because it's not like you
and
can
he
sword
gets all his
somebody
stamina back, and just it's not good. It's not a good experience to be melee, but once he lands, you know, you can stagger him real hard. I gotta find an ident badge. I haven't the foggiest idea where this thing is. Apparently I have 26 minutes to do it. I don't like that. This looks like somewhere I'm not.
Search the Red Scorpion's base for evidence. I'm like on the other side of this whole area.
Oh yeah, if you remember, the Red Scorpion is the one with the mining tunnels underneath.
I'm underneath the base in those tunnels, but I don't know what I'm looking for in terms of evidence.
Oh, yeah. So follow it, blindly follow the quest marker is the solution to every problem.
It's way on the other side of this zone, which is very awkward. I'm down in the tunnels right now, but I don't think I should be.
Maybe pass by it? Because I know the quest ends in the tunnels.
Yeah, I'm thinking I gotta head back up.
Why is this thing? Oh, I've already been here. Hey, Risicle. Welcome in. Got woken up by Zeus himself clapping. Welcome to the weather. It can be very intrusive. If this thing takes me like an actually just 30 minutes to find this one ID band, I'm gonna be unhappy. I know there's this one here, which I've already obtained. Is it up here and I walked past it? This is not impossible, but unlikely. This is why I come to check it again. Clearly did not pillage every chest here, so I have not walked every possible path. I don't remember it being here. So I've got this.
Oh, it also makes me immune to flamethrowers. That's funny.
Really? It makes you.
If I parry someone, I can stand in a flamethrower and nothing happens.
Well, that's something.
That's so stupid. Alright, I found the stuff. Is there a quick way out of here? I don't think this is one that they give you a quick way out, do they? Oh.
Not really.
Okay,
I
yeah,
mean,
there's a loopy.
yes, it does loop around.
There's a blue door key thing that I just found, so I'm sure.
It does give you a shortcut out, though quick is maybe not the right word. I've been here so long that dudes are starting to respawn.
Which quest are you on?
Recover the servo stim transmitter for Junkie.
Yes, I accidentally killed a bunch of people before stepping in the spot that you have to step on, and that was a nightmare for me.
The problem isn't that. I've killed literally everyone and passed that step. The problem is I have to touch the transmitter, which is locked behind a shield door, and I can't find the bracelet for the shield door.
Is it purple door?
No, it's red door.
Purple door or blue? Sorry, what door?
Red door.
Red door.
Oh, found it. I walked past it like 17 times.
Okay, yeah. I was gonna say that zone, I'm pretty sure that it's pretty close. You found it.
Yeah. Oh, don't do that. Oh, God.
Did he fall off?
He fell off and dragged me with him.
I know I'm laughing at your misery, but like that's just very, very funny to me.
Okay.
I've had that happen to me so many times.
Hold up, wait a minute. It wasn't behind the... It was just that dude I had to kill. Did he just not... He just didn't spawn in. Oh, that's the worst. I thought I had to get in here because I covered this. That's the worst. No wonder it... To be fair, I missed the red door. Or the red band, so I'm still blind, but even if it wasn't blind, it wouldn't have solved the problem. And that makes me unhappy.
There was a guy that I had to kill that I accidentally before I had to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
That was a problem. Because it was like, go step on platform. Go kill guy upstairs. And the guy upstairs had already spawned, and I had already killed him and stood on the platform. It's like, go find him. Oops. I was too good at my job, I failed.
Yeah, done that a couple times. Hey there, Robbie. Welcome in. To Harco I go.
Very, very stabby. Enter the Sandflying base.
And I'll finally have completed all of the trooper quests. Hopefully.
Have you, though?
Probably. Half expecting the trooper trainer to not survive the surgery experience. Half expecting it to make it way worse.
Yeah, when I was doing that, that was my gut feeling as well. Like, oh no, I'm gonna do all crap, and basically just like, yep, I'm in Doc's hands. Good luck. It's like,
This quest line has been particularly uncomfortable.
Oh yeah.
Like of all the quest lines.
Drug abuse, other types of abuse, assisted suicide, all the different problems. So many very, very odd problems.
Mm-hmm. Apparently, I don't have any clothes anymore. Went around in Harco.
What? You don't have clothes anymore? Why don't you have clothes?
Yeah. I'm gonna go in to visit doctor.
Don't be an anti-clothes pervert.
Well, I mean, I gotta talk to the doctor. Like, what are they gonna do? Tell me to have clothes on?
Waiting for you.
I think she's into it.
Prepped and ready. Do you have the mask? Very good. With this, I'll be able to sever the link. It is a complex procedure, but I'm good at what I do. Oh, one last thing. She said she owed you a drink like proper soldiers.
Okay. Game ready to load my clothes? Yes.
Rattler Boost Module Mark IV. Spice-infused aluminum dust. Suffering spice withdrawal.
I haven't seen that yet.
I don't typically use my spice powers.
Yeah.
But I do have 1, 2, 3 that are triggered off of it. There's the super dodge. There's enemies have 30% less or 20% less mitigation of all types. And there's double stabbings. So, yeah.
That does make it strong.
Yeah, it's alright.
I just like being able to sit back with bullets and solve problems like a proper human. For a second, I thought I couldn't go. I went back to Arrakis too soon. She hadn't returned yet. I was like, oh no. Don't do me like this. Huh?
Good to see you, Trooper.
She looks
Your old sergeant
alive.
cleans up pretty good, huh? I feel better, Trooper. And I'll feel even better after a spice
I mean, she
beer.
certainly looks a lot better than when
That
she's in
frowns on
her,
me.
you
I
know.
want to thank you again, Trooper, for getting me back on my feet. Fixing
Okay.
things between me and
Rags.
the doc. Oh yeah, I did say it. But Trooper, your training is never really over.
Okay. Mendex Rattle.
You're still alive, Trooper. I take that as a professional achievement. I'm
Yeah,
here
it's
a
kind
lot,
of a
Trooper.
weird little gun.
It was easy to switch my addiction back to alcohol. I've been working out with Gurney Halleck again.
I think
He
they
showed me
expect
some
you to
tactics and-
finish trainer quest lines much earlier than a lot of the others.
I think so, which is weird because some of them are so long. I think what it is because you start out as a class and you're kind of expected to finish that class's quest lines. And realistically you do. Like your starter class, assuming you stick with it, you can finish it pretty quick. It's all the other ones that take a long time because, you know, by then you're like a level 100, you've spent most of your skill points, so you're gated behind skill points, or at least, you know, delayed by it, and so forth, so on. And so by the time you get to the last of them, you're completing quests that other players who have started with who took a different path could have completed within, I don't know, a couple dozen hours of starting the game. And relatively speaking, at the start of the game. So I think that's just what it is, where every quest is meant to be completed by mid-game, but completing every quest is logistically challenging to a point where you just can't complete them all until deep into the late game. Or something similar.
Yeah, honestly, some of them feel like they're just intended to be sooner rather than later. Like, Trooper is really all over the place, especially with all the flight that you have to do.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas, and Planetologist kind of feels the same way, especially
God,
since
Planetologist. He's literally everywhere.
But Bene Gesserit is actually pretty quick. Like, really it is. It's mostly just go to Fremen temples, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Swordmaster also incredibly quick. Like, yes, you have to do stuff, but it's conveniently all in the same places that your quests, depending on when you choose to do it. And I think that's the part that has influenced my perception of how easy it is to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Because Swordmaster did not feel like it took all that much effort to do. There's a little bit of back and forth, but it was mostly going to places I was going to for other reasons anyway.
Yes.
Because
Bene
it
Gesserit's
actually took me to one of the sieges.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, Bene Gesserit is a great example of that. Because the Bene Gesserit one literally takes you to the main story quest locations.
Yeah.
Well, hello there, Cheesecake Cactus. Welcome in. How you guys doing today? Should I say this morning, as it were? Hope you all have had a great time out there. Why don't you tell me a little bit about yourself? You know, we still got that quest for deliver a Mark 6 cutter ray as new. As that could happen.
I don't know how much that quest pays, but it better be worth, like, they better give me a free ornithopter at tier 6 or something. Be like, oh, you know.
Like, seriously. Just doing satisfactory 1.1 for a few hours. Dude, that game's a problem. It's so good. Last time I played, I was building the cube, the single input-output spot for all things refining. Reaching all the way almost to the skybox. I liked that. That made me happy. Alright, so trooper quests are officially done. I don't know if I can be bothered to heal the engine on this thing. Just saying.
It is interesting that it has such a hard time being looked through to compared to your other parts. I think you can get to it from the front of the ship if you look through the nose, specifically.
Yes, I can. Okay. Yeah, it's just weird, that one. I gotta figure out, like, what specific angles work for it. Okay, go put away the money. Also, I was given the Mendex Rattle, which is a burst auto rifle. It looks middling. T6 cutter ray, isn't that a special vendor? No, it's plasteel tier. It can just be crafted like any other cutter ray. It's just tier 6. Which just makes it, you don't have any new blueprints?
It'd just be like a tier blueprint from research.
Yeah, it's just regular blueprint. Cutter ray Mark 6. It's just expensive. Like, way more expensive than I'm willing to
It's
do.
just down at the bottom of the Plastanium list.
Yeah. Like, it's there, it's just far down the list.
Oh, it's so gross. Also, I don't think I've seen thermo-responsive ray things, by the way. Are those only from the crash ship things?
Oh, yes. Those are from, well, I don't know about the crash ships. You get them in the deep desert. You only saw tier 5? Yeah, tier 6 is the final tier. You've got a whole tier after tier 5 of everything, of regular crafted everything. I assume you just haven't progressed far enough for the game to show it to you. Okay, this is...
Well, also, Lee, I don't know if you
have a good one,
have
Cheesecake.
yours set to
well.
guided research or open research. I think Incursus and I both started the game in open mode, and it doesn't restrict what you can learn at all. Other than you need to have spent X number of points to get access to the next tier, and the guided one, it'll have you go through a very specific line of items before it shows you.
Yeah, I started guided, and guided only lasts until like level 20 or something. I forget what it is. It's not a guided forever experience. Okay, well, the servers are shutting down for their daily reboot soon. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be winding it down here. So I'm going to say thank you everyone for joining us today. I hope you guys have enjoyed. I know I have. And I look forward to seeing you guys next time. Remember to hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button. We've got more content like this coming out every single week, multiple times a week. We're going to be doing Dark Tide on Monday for the new class releasing. for the new class. And then on Wednesday we'll be doing StarCraft, which are typical RTS gaming. I'll probably be I'm certainly going to be doing more Dune Awakening, though less on stream. So if you guys want to join for the actual Dune gaming, make sure to boot up the game and send an invite or send a request to the guild.